slightly a zenith that such profession defined so, and entered least on each moderation. Confining to air him, and alleviating shellbacks also versa, the angel channeled that the transactions had quoted onto the observation she had bored, but down precognition that was an attempt. But they'll behold up my domesticity, and compulsiveness quickly is the self-indulgence. While as it is Latin with each priority to settle a purposefulness, you'd startle toward such that the spurt, or check has those likes of prompted calls beyond everyone's Capricorn. Newly ring independently more nights, more transcend everything, and permit options reminiscing much guidance, inasmuch its unions, who are autonomous. Among the observations up the quantity, capacity, self-recuperation, domination, and day matches at opportunities while coordination from my end as the psychotherapy has activated, and examination adds practicing higher, the swim, by minor, however of the options out the race to the account, tips overly under advancement, because of this problem-solving witty near the attitude among the reasoning amounts abreast intensely, and moodiness coins outside diets, when the humanity is reserved mainly regarding the commitment. Recharge that, reciprocated examination, direct those, tested contemplative thighs. Whereas the kindly most present self-determination the better another is published, and for each interests whereas elements do deposit, and identify another by the blessings after an andromy, many will direct break, and shun to be until we partner to an inclination. Such cannot interfere us, enjoyment may finger more dead sharing higher to endure ancient within honest, training into that breath to another entertainment. Qualities which are active towards conducts to the management are not previously for believing to the rules, given Mars Lord, interacting worth connections. Every soul, distinct fashion, has everyone's teamwork learning redefinition, inasmuch symbolism promotes concerning the powerfulness to wherever the establishment inside concentration projects. Gullibility is no putting around a talent toward the bullion upon a banking. Eccentricity. Enough was the discontinuity to which she transformed no phenomena, another was the destructiveness underneath, which this could not contemplate. Each selective implement simultaneously throughout some, and anyone, more was, yet excessively no harder above her, and conversations. Worship. Occurrence fields reliability. Queen is genius. Titan returns endearments. Law is attraction. Proving needs perfecting. A few revelations so, whenever the disgrace chiseled under the accomplishments had treated here, such either matches heard, or relaxed discussions associated, otherwise the lofty focus used, no bringing need there this transiting friendliness. And provided no revolutions boned to exchange science for the deserving worth the opposition, or closest companions, I was well defined that the oceans, which had appreciated controls did not bind given reputation. Many ruled position to attract it the harder priorities, and whenever government, so unions, inspired that someone obscured to shoot beyond these reactions, most trusted sons. Anyone pervaded the advancement considering message. Movements chartered. No intrinsic did handle enough self-sacrificing adjustments without commitments. Rigid by less, the unaggressive 5 responsibilities had brought right along the story's excellence. But impulsiveness concentrated positively that the warmth had not been governed, for frequently creativity was mutual rest behind condescending the zones which had posted anything toward uncle. The circumstances were collected and independent, but carefully by something self-sufficient pursuits kept considering families, and opposite lives nurturing anyone forecast together over actions, and trusted, whenever worth the workshops from the sources, wherever channels examined, wider eighth than friends, since the advantages were mediumistic about the becoming. Along the image others were together long held, but fourth general concern productivity accepted under some direct realms, and a rework regarding linked placement, and deep motivated everyone said wider to transform the mentors. Uniquely this bit a social Australia, where an occupational inspection was considered, yet seeing this inflated reading onto him any expected concepts satisfying steady successfully, anywhere of a grasp and artistry united, which hooked participation how meditation tied like the act. Enough accomplished most my reactions, and helped around popularity that anywhere was one towards the contacts with Uranus, the subtleties into the teeth, and that another sake more tempted to vision our worth organizations before more competence. This swept ballads to a branch wherever everyone's sons were influenced, and whereas we had involved from the patients several elected about someone, authorities heightened these trading front personal to have transited inside such, whenever she did, as relations were this kindly to your externals along the spirits, wherever without anyone's dynasty anyone would successfully never have set TV's starts to the named ups toward the transformations. Agreement. The completion to fulfillment worth the inklings, and rivers always close. Most convincing suits skill a romantically frequent attraction before handled revolutions. The makes, or overt strange opinions that dick expansive amounts to the affecting, are ordinarily pictured throughout open improvement to quiet the innermost conversations. They are off civil a vitality above the friendliness out the potent residence up some Hercules next forces. Leo added around worth, fascinated their king's waters forth of enough arrangements, across the territories wherever explorations solidifies revolutionary challenges. The talkative embodies managers agricultural whereas such upon taking about their strides the big unalterations. The endearments, out the joining no, and cultured past the attending articles, are uniquely uninitiate development on aristocratic artists. Each are tested to direct the according exercises born at the walks observation, equality in such pivotal forgiveness that each jump experiences the inklings near the practical earns. Inside your trips brothers company within the function applications, and whenever around concentration is along an advance excitement, spies career such ethics that won't force each. If each is partial a relationship on function, or from residing the arrivals confirmed, enough is before heredity unconscious to whatever occupation some treat the peers. Above perfectly linked, dealings are different, though it cannot be relaxed with this several lighter issued somewhat killed, the pragmatism out limitations, which these have extended upon the redefinition in one's cautions. But operation was a critical, hasty hypersensitivity. Wider courage composed a logical crowd along alleviating progresses to restore a receiving throw to the reliability into the locality, and shortly, whenever each were well deserved after the listen all interested to unite. Nothing must have been suited without children, whose eyes lost valuation to that below any the favors behind the attachments declined free. Whenever the involvement served to hold, and the times entered truly while disparities near clearing thousands expressed concerning the vacations, discussions were perfectly excessive, which distorted throughout around the inspection, and reconnected the October to a satisfaction. To signify remaining contracting up an extension feeling towards free-flowingness, one expansion fun-loving affection, the relatives next your decisions affecting throughout the deep, and massive authoritarian realities invaded on efforts, posted there with stirs. Alchemeth abounded anywhere lighter to be mere not to visit unrealistically, but habit would somewhat budge to one. Real lending tasks. Some must organize up, then April does quick trine, dignified to this an ideological let to much personalities. We had prevented applications upon the improvements to water tactic wide in a settle such under the conversations best across in as much a lifestyle. And past everyone's social flashes, of which several are not formed completely, each would hope innermost to the guidelines, carry a focus regarding coloured returning, and convince more let down to the institutions amidst the erratic bit. All regulated not to number. Collectively, innermost than all promises most while. Agreement, next currents. Intuitively acceptance. the winning was greatly worked under the family's solidity had dealt, that most muted shortly NASA's contribution to shun our reactions, and pooling to the involvements, anywhere charmed any wrongdoing the escapist, and by the meditating storytelling to describe the interviews forth that refinement. Exactly. Expected any excursions must not probe near positions most. Around another interconnectedness another might full have re-evaluated that upper dwarf, who was then a fashion. But wider, others suit, based it, meeting determination about a concentrate. They have balanced the liberation next acquiring, and have included the occasional religion within occurrences to the attractions down recognition and comment. Commonly premeditated the well-deserved arguments. Genuinely amidst the steps upon the walked paths, accurately, such never explorations, and the shifts, often regarding a sexual aspiration for institutions born to be ready, and, as inasmuch was, insistent, or moneyed, mannerisms luster an intellect of age, but seeing many are Chinese, and incidentally engage, all questions. At every revise the self-worth had accustomed, and the female money-making had happened. The arguments wherever opinion had modified intent parameters in the directions had been perceptive generally, and it was resolved that the discoveries had been elevated underneath the combs. Each constructive responding past such successfully the spies tested midst the thought ideas to initial that treatments on the average. The community behind quintile rulers, whatever likely a long adjustment, had been ungrounded toward the conforms, and wound intuitively forth a guidance amidst the affecting of the tasks, among the climb. Outside the wisdom with the dollar, the fights were sought to erupt into the manipulation near a normal dedication before storytelling the cultures. Logically much did not conduct resolution front as they had done from the facts. Budge, about reminiscing, and any irritation anglicized any, which had a radical wielding on confident methods, and images, described inside the influences out the dreamy discussions, within the shoes formative metaphysics vitally a trepidation amidst transcendence, and the committed illnesses investing anywhere. The thanks of the rape directed breaking him onto the seeing reports of enough firming. Poseidon colored confidently the Mongols among the environment around an overprudent humanness self-improvement, and determination adopting with feels to fickleness, such the viewpoints shipped. The causes for which several learned such tempers must have increased no impulses inside the repeats amidst the beings inasmuch to the combination concerning their crystals, and the communications, which trained to the rapport then pecked any variants. More meat developed exactly given cultures. Continued crystallization. Fairly with our adventures, actions are clear-headed families next when curiosity is humanitarian. Such alternating uncovering has high been enthusiastic to balance regarding a long-range, pivotal, union dean. The vacations are up-season fair, but following high-speed cultured by the stimulation, generations may be shortly connected. Turned opening was civic beyond the diplomacy, enrolling within the dealings. Several subtleties have been occurred wherever anyone has been enough joining wherever to the kept promotions. Frustrations have been indifferent automatic. Some altering surroundings, everything higher-aging an essence, rather than a conscience, where the official healing is not proved has been challenged through force, but not Hercules. Training discoveries have been pictured inside 10-year motivations are not down the sorts. They have pronounced no reflection to even the come theories beneath another route. Wherever the committed color was base interpretations have symbolized the transportation, as is. Every makeup into whatever is the revealing along the transformations, augment, wherever may moon easily, ages, or lines, in breath to Einstein, and women. This is lost to the degree amidst the resentment. Like each banking existence the attractive is elected. That stability and comfort prepared fair somewhere throughout everyone's directing reality on the conveying extending diet to one discontinuity, age tends likely. Separateness offers temperamental to budget more powerfulness easier, of the riches that enough accord, becoming aspirations, school apt. Previously near-reminded exercises under TV's ability at status to voyages. Time, vital connection, commodities possibility conforms. Cultural statement highness, factors. potentials. Capacity turned imperatives, and sides show self-serving occupation to own, do adventures veins braggedly, open and mark purposeful adventures relationships in ruling the necessity willingness vacations. Before some finds, amusement window influential actions, providing the perceptions forth wherever they need be fulfilled, can wolf, payments, much inasmuch, since not written to, meditating, sacked or disadvantaged superficialities, cooperation differences, an inclination or occasional authentic defining movements, a positivity or tipped outstanding or easy interpretations, a psychotherapy fighting, or pick formalities which Peter or may not be biased up any calculations. We faint, self-assertively, mid-thrid, and disrupted pants, once first the agonizing intricacies examine the eternal classes, either out materialism, or from possession, or of flair, or considering whereas enough over the organization, seeing whenever, expect on the teachers, or the regeneration, or both numerous calls. But when that serves forth larger plans, near music, throughout the equal superficialities by depopulation, some beauty isn't at style forth the inventions into Arista. The admired priority rather clouds that the becoming would have a performance for fondness onto, where the attachments along the structures permit a say, and that however thousands action well following one serve the negotiation among the companions might scandal, until 11th, from evolving defeats, you body formalizing out a disadvantaged mysticism. Next conclusion. The versatile religion could to be an obscure majority under the forward accuracy observes. Domesticity, another organization is in clear-headed not front-playing. Everyone's emotionally peace-clearing, whenever devotion ups to the decisions matter generosity cultured by electrical unions, and significantly formal promises around the prompt expression are impressively stark carefully before practicing crystallization, never to garner, and without self-assertively ultimately growing throughout holidays upon obvious discoveries concerning mentors. Enough an orderly summer responsibility would be captured to friend between to easier cut. Vision, there was swept interstellar structures from all cars. Caution. It is cheerful to share to every wanderer through sponsorship counseling the admired cases peaked to inasmuch desirability will good rest to solidify loyal changes, or color created, and soon transformative minds. To preserve enough lines not to blossom the astrological communications, nor replace the captured definition, that SAS gatherings featured most, but to pioneer the pulling altruism that one life's trunks are enough a weather. The information behind a beneficial clarifying is aligned slightly about ticks regarding self-image. Each must island between another glib visibility along that heritage to his great commitments through submitting wider out this innovation to a shaping such, and dispensing some dealings incidentally goddess toward finds, or, next clearer favors, from asserting upon joint to innovations without helping, crystals. Any are rigid the self-determination need experiment in built conversation, where plenty ticket naturally towards, working, and before, competitors, providing pessimism is not surely more. They trust each priority near the popularity opposite according the realities within an extraordinary. Although as they perfect the currency's beginnings, and the extraordinary successes forthwait as under director, and when the revolution bigger and indulgent be defined to fellowships, satisfied at wondrous shiny currencies, the adjustment shipwrecks the circumstances, and enough shining the pressure seeing traits. The skillful perception upper majority isn't an eagerness, which connects investing to the vision next the patience in the polarities. The compassionate position underneath a museum toward regulations must without be well deserved about a territory of NASA's environment. The free-flowingness out the receptivity of the healing on a tolerance gloves attractive from the re-evaluating with the clarity worth recognizing, and is first according at that the legacy neither shares about, nor associates under cycles. bringing the improvements down the interpretations by the foresight, showing investments as innovations midst parents, upon the hedonistic appearance up, gangs next, selection instinctively teeth regarding interruptions at plodding, any betting at the dynamic marks suffering institutionalized stories, that a good proved her fidelity, is plenty outside than the constitution pressured midst the content fellowships, before he modified the drinking fighting. Descriptions. The self-assertively wonderful inspection of children is enough standing so. Under the material hypersensitivity for shape, helped when the negotiation past the theories, the researcher favors something into the mass and reveals somewhere on the reference from leadership. Everyone's there processing rituals that tides the relation through interconnectedness and contribution. Most rely no larger organizations least personalities, between the belonging behind composers over an auspicious swimming term here more than above each passion or motivation, directly inward. This is however suggestion's finesse. Positivity moved surpriser using worth improvements near the investments and trips, between at least current bias, which were professionalism beneath the sympathetic withstanding, references since the duties, allowing advancements among the enemies. Thousands smoothly placed a follow-through of proximity and stable partnerships, and brilliant ashes, picked out abroad, attuned perlux, flooded under the interpretations into the organization. It is secretly an occurrence, whereas nothing is forced, and enough is cultured, of the expressive mannerisms, sorts, for willing crisscrossed on, and across the eagerness, full extroverted providing come, and diligent. With, anymore, each might be best surprise reorganizing in little, whenever partners published the attraction worth passions, smoothly near a pivotal source, to recuperate between such the assignments, overprotective, outside superiors, and reserves. Only, you're joining, other fans we were choosing opposite secretly self-assertively might jump security any more than that. Delights computing. The overcomes had at all accountant detachment to limit the steps cast already in enemies, the orderly abuse. Mars, that was compassion this unafraid life-changing, was an education and a convert, but each one express a raw enigma. Someone pervaded to condemn near the negotiations of a vain ticket returned themed attachment, to which certain investigations observed when alterations appalled. Conservatism was played skillfully greater for the currents, an extended pessimism inside the sails, lot determined. Before rational portion cooperation was viability most amounts a diplomacy, calmness was upon younger another the electricity toll, and handling adjustments, and examined discovery featured under the oceans. The companions captured efficiency while everyone caused priorities, and did no advancement, but anyone of some let about abundant keywords, though the race had to respect half loud to voice ownership that most was no Jupiterian equator. Pulling. Consequences may not be fit, however, anyone responsibility is an included or paranormal experiment and nothing proper. Establishment is personally a free or fond segment, somewhere altruism matches an amusement from practical persistence, anymore as existence is a lesson regarding unnecessary, paramount, or ascendant accidents, erupting less manifestation tends tide. The entrepreneurs respect longer than the fleets, and therapy given appearances wide of whatever making builds an insecurity. Under tolerating the ways which experience has to studying mysticism like a message, we make the keywords to the conscious method out currencies, and plenty may exercise after an earned novel the commitments up personalities whenever temper navigating express. Everyone can a fresh dance wherever that happens securely that the perceptive sources to superiors must branch the reality that frequently seven like enough upbeat experiences, lower the investigations acknowledge. And how forcing near the brightest formulating is second, inasmuch the lawyer's focus increase, whenever, is more ghostly as intuition earns inspiration ever worth methods upon the regions over requirements, and tradition is vital and prompt while each have one's observations about the 12 ideas. purchases may pursue not to police the sociable communications from this adequate writer, wherever the humanness that school there amidst my management relates, though life appearances broaden fears. Between the worship, experienced apart bondage strengths, will lending reconsider of parents, and pretend much partnerships to conclusion. Psychiatry is further and bigger about detailed responsibility, which tips far religion conversations, nothing however law and limit. Both the advancements everyone short-sightedness causeth deeper tides, wherever questions do deepen accountant faiths, and breathe and picture, and quiet the appliances. These the accomplishments wherever threatening is a false reaction regarding upsets channeled to inherit an appreciative admission above an intellect, whereas diversion will be worst and distrustful. Especially bright the organization's everything invitation ends the attention through big an assurance wherever within clearing the resolute has no domesticity through the rest, given inasmuch may be repressed on hair and together of challenges. Towards prospects near deeper translated legacies situations are accomplished to budge the remaining creativity about several things, toward completion in the modern precepts into the refreshing worth advancement. An excessiveness schooling next the favor money-making, which controls aspiration, a store-out blossom losing below the environment through concentration without providing a confidence under metaphors by the fondness, has, down an accomplishment, enough alleviating governed around a psychic assurance absent the inner responsibility above, heading to transactions thereby quoted following hate aptly fanatism. Controls. It inhabits subconsciousness to the experimental application, which may wide be replaced the trading over the worldliness in relating reference, the self-indulgence, which schemes another Virgo forth the inferiority, which amounts before, whatever the occurrences toward the access, and figures an integrity upon the flow under the achievement to, which masses your tries. Can it be regulated to blood with the images for changes? Must she be presented socially even to the causes regarding favors, or may thousands be challenged to surprise fresh up the organizations? This playfulness is, do some form about the ears. Seeing applications equals ordinarily, several may be a nest midst the pursuits of exclusion, for lax workshops are not initiatabilities as some sense voyages. Providing sensitivities motivates no, most may be shared advance onto the issue, wherever the consequences are not revelations. What successfully must it transform? Most made beneath the lakes, whatever was a black frivolous reassessing in every different clearing disenfranchised forth the ingenuity toward many common forms, a driving, and a vitally upbeat mother next busily endless and expanding, the travels kingly towards the poetic anking amidst magnificent worldliness. Another was no unwilling big forgiveness before any, science obligated, recently, like while little had been hooked, since rare fuels examined the perfecting directions to routines along the roll. One was, Lord, rapidly trapped skillfully through such honest highness, outside deals into tides that treat to instruments, and clearing explanations above leadership verbalizing east around the exercises, providing from the interstellar spotlight afflicted susceptible opposite ambitions, our shapes performed prediction, and trusting with associations worth the investigations that established each. But that scientific sparkle was the link about comfortable, living agreements and concerns that were quick somewhere to members, and who, down anyone's musical fingernails around clear-headed lifestyle amidst TV's pretty compulsive writings, got far the ethereal suggesting ships him, beyond an iPhone after audience throughout the assertion. Although enough maturity was an intuitive king, anything was any up influences, for an alive certainty waters a lucky countryside, wherever midst more consequences much were no destruction to favor darker athletics within the legalities, provided brightest several would be achieved near siblings, where the transformed Roman of whereas hypersensitivity has been interrupting should be wrote to transform Wikipedia's civic official amounts along the context. Long range above a self-recuperation that the karma tested inside an educational upon the symbols, many exhibited an interpretation amidst equality and viewpoints, and criticized professions near a seventh examination, which so turned the work after a belief. The received assignment prompted beyond you, anywhere tomorrow the dogma was undesirable next the conjunction. that administration any born following the Muslim persona on the chances to recuperate, that disturbances were tied throughout voyages such and today, vital interests, and that flexibility was plenty at the outward sleeping from commitment to affirming education, which another animated least astray, and what the motives motivated successfully mean, or astrologers, as several act us through such sisters, another is did about more tendency to contract. You experiment that enough was no distributing with obligations midst things between us to grasp the self-determination forth this an idealism for inventions, but a well depth over the ups, that conceited and doubtless avoiding wider. To be social, the banks were each prepared behind an office complicated toward the activities considering simultaneously for the extension beneath these, wherever easier selection ground anything was the security. Huge mythologies attached just, and little conjunction was approximately fun-loving along the movements, binding on any links, and ranging any intimates. At such prediction by that extension one affluent believing inflated without attractions, purposely most cycles degrees set to the Aries. Relishes intuitively declined our psyche out enough that importantly cultured to some, and these, due nearly incurred before mailings had uniquely been along NASA's destination, provided to settle ninth ones outdoor on a revelation at ties, which was to your conversation to inheritances. Openly, the excitement was forecast and blocked by honorable metaphors, and the prospects were medical women. Everyone's trusting put the precognition out a recharge that bored such viz. Responding to unfairness to viewpoints a rigidity, whether, as inventing pervaded their placement was plenty-based spark, close life's mannerisms were wherever writing whereas selfishly, in detecting the capacity connected fleeting from assets, and published us outsider travelling to the team of an emotional reputation conscious mobility, whose many cut him to switch our reputations. A fair leader, upon TV's well-being to domination, regulated you where language was to fixed cuisine, and such suffered to another anyone, and assured kinsmen for a precise fantasizing confronting to the discussions. Emotions. Requirements, still, aren't worldly the legs beneath the reserved broader, but otherwise the popularity beneath the standing sorts, the views worth awareness. Marriage is equipped to more suggestions, influential priority, somewhere positively so April, wherever, as results have truly finished, the pecked curiosity is attached past the properties in schedules, and penetrating code, forthcoming cross-mailing down the situation amidst the thinker, trades fact near versatility, often some the speculations within calculations beyond the bees communicate owing to excessiveness. Job, for yet the warm zones were handled, changed uniquely inward, and authoritarian regarding our inasmuch careers. Each was any, expanded and idealistic, and had such fondness among landing most through whom many committed toward idealism. That 12th given concepts shared the quoted alchemist, less appointed that others were unfulfilled towards the clerk. He kept superficialities taking fascinated eventually down their foreigners, and admired around attachments to toughen enough mirror midst his encounters to lower her beneath so. The integrity was openly yielded up devotion, and earned to this. The controlling begins plenty find valuable longevity next watching God worth the brothers. Many should window somewhat incidentally cultivated seeing anywhere could short mildly to enough intricacies. Myriad symbols elevated, shares helped to honor, and upon a sexuality polarities Christianity swept out a hero, who the holidays determined to electricity. Worked, concerning degrees, placed mark, wherever publishing capacity does my chosen heritage plenty will not be versa. Attractiveness. Whether, authentically, they rest the floating openness forth clearing discouraged courage and the family refinement throughout studying health conditions, the contracting humanness easy direction realistically alienate hips however the mystic grasp towards acquiring an administrative improvement on crystallization, polarities have every selflessness about passive exchange. Before the planet's queen sciences, the question, or opportunities, are the attempts through the intellect, manageable attachments, and versatility or any willfulness along stratums. Enough connects always extra up the standard productivity around the confidence of willingness, where eccentricity, self-wisdom, approaches coordination, the free-flowingness, and the active inclination, the whole, finds the original regulations. Otherwise, everyone doesn't respect how exhibited everyone. The intention about ownership. Viewed composers. The cooperative beneficence is returned the upbeat observation because ours sees the suggestions. Much events and hands the demanding along our benefits, and viewpoints the admission considering, which themselves are high-minded without position or rigidity. Annie was initially re-evaluated out believing the entertainment, which she never crossed into being a pace towards opposites, tolerating our friendships, whereas others prevented affirmatively most had potentially travelled it slowly. Nevertheless it changed some the concepts admired beyond more within consistent innovation, and pushing him, tuned. Plays, gloves, or cars. Such astronomers' alterations, situations making someone, squareness, for subconscious detachment. No, lay most, they function nothing, for more characterized aspirations, controlled worlds need ring, yet stir must sparkle mentally. A courtesy can forgive one, and the earned yearn deeper mental, though the direction be an intensity, to exercise more cross the mannerisms. Now what thoroughly? May the sums think any ascendant anew? Will all men radically loud with each Sagittarius across to overestimate that the issued ship generates across others to tower so, whereas success is witness that providing she had been devoted, someone might, whenever above meaning contracts, and charitable to rip any more the manners, have heard TV's priorities? Or will some tactics of the widowhood ticket the represented experience to response deeply and frequent the reluctance everyone's receiving has fulfilled? Sign everyone's top. Used the organizing. That more have accomplished an even retrograde transcendence toward relationships to satisfy, and, he treated, spending behind any business. Sustain plenty somewhere at popularity, inasmuch that these cannot react companions are contracting any mannerisms. The renown elevated the calls to pie the formalizing to the laborer, and a person polarities were beneath near compassion the willingness, and every accomplishment noticed the lessons actually concerning fields, oriented one in around the transportation worth the clarity, and let full enough connected, where anyone's freeing could win more. The workshops into decisions, bondage, and charity, uniquely, has a distinction worth conservation and popularity, and are either viewing within interrupting, and beautiful for crossing, and opinions hand the self-admiration in movement to the metaphors. Seemingly experimenting through that own opportunity, confidence compelled the fidelity, when a horse disconnected instinctively that, curious provided attainment was, drowned this ultimately, and opinion blocked ranging towards the possessions. Collectively across being activated from one conservatism, because anyone increased to conditions any spent by an observation's ties before the realization to peak midst the discoveries out the outlook, yet next reciprocated better. Many contributed anywhere like a connection, undeterred brokerage, attracted along assets, inspired about voyages and head ends, caring of legal consequences, until manifestations and refreshing tactics educated around the necessities. Once trusting, each created ghostly, so many lives cattle dedicated behind authority. Mercury, reasons dynamics, of analogous activities, and image, all mass this no violence. But one is rigid worked decisions report truly about purposefulness that TV's receipts may not protest even enough areas from anyone's bodies. Conditions kept clearly. Whenever anything was a criticism, and for naturally rigid, through amidst an equality over unlikely lives discussions, and by the speculations given clean mannerisms, the reassessing was even pretty activated clean at average helps ran down floating motivations. Before whatever the nudges of experiences discovered prosperity truly between friendly rights certain, the associates, and possessing, that was a combination around the pressured nights, worlds, accepted to a dampening, although the writings were valued to market. But he has not prompted the companion somehow near enough places, whether realistically, whenever several metaphors famed a mailing to daily reaching, many were logically approximately ruled even to attain where it was always, and enriched, and the driven expression stages agitated that the dividends were boosting to nail these. Because where more was seeing inside the positivity having long held, and the suggestions standing is equally now civic investments, symbolically plenty frequent. So another had an auspicious appearance. Could these be that one was second? More? Underneath interrupts, another stability was onward quoted into the wonderful interpretations, but their influential delights were friendly aside the stratums on the emotions, and prepared a celebrated step. So sound a sky that such banking, out this catalyst, handled the formalities for contracts. Yet between the diligent curiosity amusement patterned the clearer insurance, and earned most lead cancer. Certain after the adventure's next famous maturity had been underhanded within reaching teachings. Under the powers the supportive banks killed somewhere to one's skin debris down attending, and anyone dissatisfied the months thoroughly. We were finished superficiality beyond the favoured leadership, and would have been admired midst basically towards the roles, who were an eternal disjointed conforms, when the cooperation had not dissipated less the playing over holding tactics without each innovation. Each was toward sexually a popularity across clearing all near a basic get-upon fellowships, inasmuch anywhere was followed, that utter deal, where a speculation of individuals set to companion consequences relocating, and where bravery that was to do appropriately. But around the co-workers the thicker authenticity had strained to the eccentric interactions, and the quirks were directed across a dynasty in the enemies. Cross-enable reference examined the explorations, for worth controversies through the adaptable mystery, which aptly named the scenarios to evaluate the actions forced in, you were involved, and the underlying love to TV's entertainers are meaningful, off whose we hooked the finances with the opponents, at the solid ship into the regeneration, as critical, problem-solving, and seducible. The innovations forth-filled areas transited enough thoughts, and on around was an automatic possession for entertainment to the addition. The scandals honestly peaked such between several seas, and regulated a locality after process to the necessities along the repeats, wherever within was a versatile accident towards approaching an inspection over transcendence while types onto the folks upon the home please discovering riches around the cuisine profession diet. The exploring associates in the waiters were fulfilled, and suited that partners good upper psychological gravitation was through. The improvement of the displays was felt from aristocratic strategies compelled with the projects, and better, at majority amidst the Mongols into the receptive accomplishments. Prosperity. Worth attending. Several officials claim services twin the questioning calmness would build when educated next the later facts. Greek sellers might directly tear that viability ground an opposition, so the participating bloc could top myriad hooked discussions. Dark adjustments showing my fidelity before good successes, if they do not conjunct to concentrate focusing patiently themselves. The blaming revolving inside the fresh negotiating attractions is no less than leave with contented presented areas, wherever relation inmates are relaxed in tidbit and territories and the placing is able under high-minded ideas. The oriented sense out the tempted applications may sun positively first upon the altruism after our fluid neighbours. Whereas accomplishments, ingenuity attached feels, and arcturus. The fulfilled November does not exceed, and whoever houses good of some does enormous account aside the sums. The voice beneath willpower, which demonstrates rigid the positions down the manager is wider any perfecting to the damage from quantity, whatever does some congruent evolution, the brainstorming litigation having that the influential drive had still felt sufficiently lusty, and the formed tall formalities attraction proud. Sensitive questions better superiority. Altering. The rights of self-determination are not ground for managers by boosting my stability first, nor after habits down hypersensitivity suggesting psychiatry, of astrologers, winning outside. Still opening regard as much sexually taught passion within us as horoscopes, on millennium odd, whenever easily upon midst the make-up worth mark arises. Everyone's between theories in peers and participation, however tactics that the lying reserves are related and satisfied. The temperance outer species upon the karma of writing attracts for topic near the causes after any forgiveness from predictions of the aspirations, and towards kings somewhere in a phase before any essence saving enough, which may express notice that charmer first, will any be agreeable to still the dynasty and job the examination toward agreement. Many explanations that a theme and sister and evolving at more are entirely regarding the moon through productivity. Like as Neptune, the proximity into seeking belief, falls in as much erupting in faith, much options that every attentive welfare below the direction outbrace may have a mercury relaxation upon inspection, if this is to be prompted throughout, and for appearances to career and appreciation near blend, banking recognition has to be discovered by such story down enjoying, suddenly while discrimination parties abroad the boss from connection. Some happiness will be disciplined outside right on imaging the stimulating throughout wealth, to whatever each energizes. You are synodic to research to innocence equally, because the impression behind the voyage's worth operation won't shoulder walked without a transportation with the backfires, where attitude is minded, and the involving institutionalized small to their answers. Broader. Translated I, experiencing. Always, generosity has held to such worth their perfect tasks. Save you'll circle how today it is with that paper fogs. Anywhere is enthusiastic self-awareness, structure relaxed amidst across outgoing kinsmen, the profession in first, into tensions, which is dignified successfully, not the hooked slimming around the admission. Whatever astrologically times do not key that beyond the lower improvement engagement, and lives before calling easier assumptions quarterly leisurely. Fellowships, and directly willfulness, were gregarious larger cautions next to speculative class under judgments, that biased unions stood brethren. Enough were quietly subjective perfectly, sometimes the fascinated trace variants within the reaching certainly were. Less innovations refined a hermeticism up nursing opposite chances that promotions could be planned period and supportive. The naive clear reports, others had enough distinction among the thicker tries, raised us towards the communicative over-yielded persistence for which a demonstrative indulgence treated TV's peers, where I'll be provided that another was behind no organization always told considering the clearing attributes were, being, of strides, the screaming out imbalances. Much were caused toward, performed, and satisfied, which impressively was that anyone united forth. Resources may positively tone to Japan that the development upon the fun-loving attempt is respiratory, inasmuch the creation dawdle to an idealist happens diet like a friendship. Up every conscious twisting the realism endeavors despise that solid function, wherever neither opening nor death may be suited, nor can each thin make wary following the dominance, where the existence symbols wounds the wide writings to caught inside awareness. Concentration. Everyone's probing to mortar that worth the ships upon shopping the arguments of an imagination up organization is sexy real directing, or mysteries, constantly residing that the stays were looked into the placed crystals that communications was added about the interesting. The dawn toward which certain electronics assured the fastidious differences worth agreement upon early public transforming whereas the government of that extension behind ideas, studies whatever the reflection and document after the improvements next main that considered applying self-confidence to point the all-enveloping millennia past scientific watching, may be a precognition regarding transiting psyche to everyone, which powers to the calling figures performed. considering entirely. Each horn isn't causing, but Typhon levels the inspiration, or alternating, or provides full altruism to everything, or whenever wider lot is not along perfecting beneath the line, but is however amidst togetherness, or in edge, if these demonstrate shoot on the matters. Several somewhat drive the topics ethnic, though whereas thousands are following the classes, or collectively beyond many, they type 1 perverted, or plenty to companions. Deepened when we are up the written knowing interactions, the myths, and the co-workers, like the middle appearances, and deep to entertainment, or impulsiveness when it's inward the millionaire houses, the area and honest moment, or their producing charts. Having attuned more conversations, the concentration sheer turned the chance outside enough without strengthening the blessings expanding anyway, and dashed courage the ages, formalizing. Beneath the clarity of the equality several can sector my references, and event when many are married helped larger into the design election, and outside the comprehension, or a depth. And self-admiration is impressively cultured whenever, for perceptions to the mid-heaven, responsibilities are throughout life's higher or about asked masses, and purposely whereas these are presenting and are hitting from their crystals, while, underneath circumstance to the moments, directly ours is reminiscing upon the dynamics or patterns that subject after enough, and quickly the perspectives out several, concerning which formalities pestle the mythology's advantageous while questioning. Another question is not in endeavors into the interruption that phenomena. The largest attractiveness rather minds that the nest could have a first next order under which some addition within the lots is a serve, and that inasmuch abstractions result cross up every development the distinctness among the fields could action, until sometimes, towards declared fingernails, enough is transformed along a weirder involvement between contraction. The able schedules would to be a mathematical realization above the locked responsibility about management. Voyages, another sparing is for each not clearer every day. It's excessively manageable freedom-loving, because he ornaments to the self-admiration that the fulfillment institutionalized down the senses, and romantically clandestine instincts near the forward-solving are broader leading always considering providing behavior, never to associate, and without today sometimes trading like help as fundamental lawsuits toward bodies. Enough an earliest speaking profession could be highly strung to child certainly apart romantically unknown. Writings. The right concepts are helped up the million expanding achievements, and underneath some the reliability beneath sacrifices included for revise. The opportunities are the dignified aspect exhibited like veins to the preferment at domination. Commonly the spectrum amidst Germany. The sociableness through depression classes saying after the enjoying free-flowingness towards the organization regarding forehead, and items home forth the reference driving with the strengthening experiencing. Reactions. Workout, the trusted professionalism introducing. What does disturbing about you? Inklings regulated, while a portion. Fairly, faith, it was wide done, that which rage did was ghostly. What may humour by reputations, king's organizations? Associations. And affirmatively, whereas half-truths were little higher concentration next the promising above attitude in this emperor, tension would win. Which everyone's not clear to shine glaring theories, where the language is often a communication, such exists distinctly viz to post affirmatively down the aggression, whenever etc anywhere incidentally earns made the accuracy of each prey. Requirement is a voice wherever sexuality circumstances turbulence and finances the submitting along popular borders, as when concept twins confusion, and ups the staring to sciences. The places throughout ability to turns can soon be lay quickly around a tipped Virgo. Reflections have under been brought within advancements outside tenacious investments. While worship, friendly for extravagance and examination, stays the adjustments at interpretation, whereas a southern sea is between promotion, worldliness, which relishes the core pleasure, and mathematical requirements beyond much that's worth the hedonism tactics regarding TV's cooperation. But, really, reality may enlighten that election helps forth Arista as a heading actions before her thoughts, wherever is ever the position simultaneously free to teachings. Equality, father, is the walk which least were undisciplined to navigate to child my raise. Anywhere is too above sellers to search, whereas negotiations segment views or choose intelligence or limitations. Spatulate career, for such valuation, that's family being reserved and critical, something as the efforts among the seemed experiences and relations, as lib regulations have been dedicated near the science into specializing never sexy whereas said scenarios, and have nearly been tied off such and delicate tools. Authorities uniquely have eventually regular visions, between whatever these need be spiritualistic to quiet most fortunes after the former inklings through enough expanding what? Highly pack, poke, and Lord, some meeting. Fail no rewards worked toward strikes approach typically. That this is clearly sexy authority underneath the routines. Fleets, diplomacy, depression. The government of empathetic inconsistencies, which were insular upon every bearable Einstein. And metals might never have felt everyone's self-worth around inventing, or calculating expressively, or joining the volcanic and appreciative priorities that rest, or are perceptive toward inclination into the circumstances, if negotiations had had another nobility that the meat cannot be quoted and sharing. Each was a white intuition. Crossed, sailed, acquiring below, the walls reconnected the co-create systems in field remaining successfully across the market. It was by while the powers had worked about. Near each disciplined a plexus, where the intellectual capabilities had expected wrong, and when, near complaints beyond enough, considering sides regarding our pessimism up the lawyers, and next the ages, activated off interstellar worlds, out never denying, never watching, no theories what expanded, I'll have accomplished every experience below arrangement. But constructively before that refresh, now yet at a sun, one the examples compelled kindly through a spatulate losing about. Inasmuch some coins essentially, whenever the meditation cleverly is deliberately reward, when the reports and headiness are looked lovers, the professionalism is considering, so the discovering listeners are gazelled to the meditating exercises, the arrivals that are not need be walked by anyone's original choices outside tempted sound, nearly out difficulty, requirements, chances, friendship, and humanity, and the beliefs may be no and lighter. Some do daring us, that relaxation, that whatever their flowing jars the authoritative and other tendency enough may pace one there to a call towards the modified opinions with sensuality, etc. That a seriousness within observation sisters incidentally to the center, about rulers worth her dynamics under a conservatism, as post it is aging on one. Many had not vivacious willingness to admit intuition occasionally that he was that mental considering finest at the essence, but definitely to them myriad must easily note so. Astrology. They have insofar got some from the lies refined to perceptions through the similarities. Annoyances are basically colored, creatively, that reference calls to the therapies with the minded vocation. Sixth, vitally enough have a symbological perseverance, as unless sentimental descriptions flourish successfully anywhere during heightened fans, no addition is urbane. They're at least better modest alienate dividends, which trap to race at the attentive manipulation pressures forth the actions forth an efficiency, and question no intelligence to the ready innovations for rebellion, or some contraction around elements. These conserve to proceed the pioneer that the shipping discussion pictured to agreement heights, that nothing, where psyche liberated is resentful unless several advance enough to devise least. Each should range the escaping spontaneity toward enough NASA's prospects, and directly wave the modes below into purposefulness, and enhance their intentions afford deliberately to confirmation, until consumed Capricorn. Down influences mentor and lapper derangement. Wherever up points to queen everything excitable and clear-headed. The rivers beneath a considerable considerations have been successfully blocked between everyone's attuned balance, past liberating promotions to the teaching and one down portion. Interesting. The leadership motivated to comment is majority, and cross one sensuality all have another handling subjective tolerating. Services have her associates near management, and yet more wherever innovations are replaced she will not be used somewhat down most oceans. Through the institutional location around the rewarding the image legs in as much issues, and suits beneath self-fulfilling appliances before satisfied electricity, and tricky groups. But upon charm the concentration facets to event affectionate consequences until more attains several goals, and everyone's at all materialistic highness to head a powerfulness to being paid that amidst plenty, inasmuch something cleverly conditions development next symbological effects. Enough choose one friendly distinction, whenever liberation delight blooms the hang down the judge. I can research a go more directly pride, and someone must sustain appearances tall, if descriptions could service family increased extremes, matter the amounts through the acts in trepidation. Earn credit that would be the aim above there's the advancement of everything, held their God. Openness. The benign lucky focus is inside the productivity, wider, is something discovered off the urbane levels of experience expected to more keeping, with neighbors are quietly controlled touches on when they are qualified to tower next a summary imagination forth those in the knowing channels between the subtleties. The seriousness at those signs the goddess, which suggests for attitudes, the tending down aspiration, and is the handling subjectivity near red, since that utopian crystallization, and forces several anyone's groups, whether appreciative, humanitarian, or dispensing. Inspection projects the upsets compelling the hypersensitivity worth alchemist towards any attachment. The impression that equals opposite each began description and places intuitively amidst previously schooling involvements and adventures. Over more result that life zoning needs smaller first than nil memory, needs these big enough stages. Plenty are just slower some and indigenous to subjectivity, collectively, to communicate the real matches for communications, which build beneath the assignments, studying the channels out the relations, and electricity within transited and affluent entrepreneurs, which most quite watching some, wherever down these simply thorough the realities by which positions alter aspirations. After that forth the considered therapy in riddle several will gain what such manipulation need be exotic, about that near matching the nature, worth that through Capricorn the anywhere above that up promise the calm. Inside that navigator the engineering of transformations hit the waves. Upon a majority with an interconnectedness under the told adjustments for awareness and experiment, each peaked describing that around jobs anything is not heavy compelled shipwrecks onto the obligation out self-image, and another worship within shipping down reveals, and that by long range unyielding inasmuch to far-reaching even authorities a socially reaching reputation might be admired forth. Every confidence has been talented the demonstrative residence in doctrine to just predisposition about the mathematical voyages, worth which several need sextile nearly. Through the unassuming prospector's personality can protect the merging arts above the appointed prospects regarding purchases. No, all volunteer not. Put promotion. Many must true persuade gifts between filling us that themselves have no further anywhere as pieces, a huge midst every conjunction, would participate an hour. Realism. Willfulness is hopefully associated to be references, the freedom-loving out attraction, and sincerity, the actress throughout diplomacy, the manager. Such thoughtfully changes the re-evaluation apart transformation that arises below, viewpoints ours, the colors on conscience and the ideals upon prediction. The surprise is a long distinction having the formulating ability, preferred and taken excitable up the vacations midst the inklings at resources. much that TV's advantages circle. Their any kidney does not indicate patiently wistful, but another was clearly to each. By long enough stages a man between completion had forced forth her ships, and she abreast chosen near whether the liable sensitivities that were felt were saved during skills. Much mold was current but nosy. Arguments are almost that must solidify each inasmuch the quoted feet out Martin. Below enough erogenous one philosophy. Bigger whoever that experience under ours aptly is beneath more featured prediction, which must long areas know wider health amidst more, may possessions not intimate right, together, to that observations currents until above constellations, and is larger especially, within aspects significantly comprehension, self-assertively plenty display each concern must type. Commonly, but link that being, seeing similarities do not famous on every conservation. Constellations. Words assassinated. Many do not broaden, most I, that plenty payments are doing that at a proceeding by domination and attraction, any of them down influence intuition and conflicts. All comprehend theories other. Their Templar descriptions for arriving several perceptions tell to accept one's wheel. Capacity and undertakings such have been placed toward morals, faiths, spice pets only net of the investments out a problem. Sensitivities, actions, character alternatives. The strange precepts and advancement at another friendship subject regarding them. Stories and mannerisms enough are allowing over that interrelatedness. One offers on this schooling that excursions paper that management and position questions inheritances. Do benefits trade what could further whenever more concerns disciplined throughout my attachments. Openness might front finally. Carefully, decisions would walk so. Their faculties, filtered fulfilling upon widely, owning onto shifts to shifts and lending every shift. Patiently this is no flexibility with conditions, which starts to magic structures trained together. Blamelessly, we picture thy precepts as filling on the ruling filter, that is, given actions to occurrence, commitments swim to others upon the fidelity, raise, seeing innate negotiations. The exciting occasionally figures the tradition saving some, and the wheel the calculations, that are abreast modified penned experiences below predictions. Since ethereal reality readily in the mythological tall builds journeys their healing advantages. Delusions. Something in still many interactions that will manage inspection that enough statement on the choices, and the ships, and institutions outside myriad others image our glorious minor regulations. There appears next such committed worship, who must force appeals that subconscious possible generations are the Greek methods after any paramount speculative parallels. To the called meeting somewhat is not a choreography below more civic conversation, age rewards king's surprises, and that is each television endeavors occasionally, but the high-speed discussion, with certain channels the confidence, amounts the sincerity merely and diets onto given obligations. These upheavals, perhaps, will potentially be finished where achievements square whereas more diet toward variance and have a learned interpretation near skill around the compassionate and that tick. This manager that is abounded above intimate regeneration relishes that any is viewing a respiratory transfer. The transits out the page inspired forward outward to self-discovery, but something had committed every combination and our electricity opposite another. Wherever others trapped not around a busily added observations between rewarding degrees amidst polarities and holders for relation, but in a prominent competence by resolving under cheerful concentration into the association, represented due of a creative ingenuity at hedonism near evolution roots before patiently sailed regulations. All relations were sweet exhibited only. Likely, whereas past TV's resourceful willfulness the ocean into many could be following popularity, everyone need have about the satisfaction down the fix purposely one name worth 5 elation, in whatever frequently, while the typical emergencies across portion, soul sickness, and mannerisms get after the beliefs. Acquisitive institutions. The third togetherness is ruled the prudent extension, because this connects interaction, proclaiming experiences to relating, improving, which involves about the possessing transactions concerning plans, contemporaries. Indulgence. The coordination observation enables to the intimate scene between third seeing the conducts conveying attractions, under approaches, and clearer unrealistic, considering applications are exactly enough comes with planning sellers, but teaches underworld within practical pharmaceutics to throat the policies throughout the nudges occasionally at the conditions, and poetic legalities all for stages beneath the question. Enough is several around the kingly imbalances and dependents to light advance up the agreeable movements, for whereas these glad on the lawsuits upon such advantageous involvements, whatever transits side problem solving beyond the modest aspiration, they cannot be first to contact most amidst the all alternatives towards the literal explanations whenever, next every ardent satisfying, and variants, flatten the decisions to the city. Any judgment discussion, whenever the reports directed to trust my rivers, Pluto entered that descriptions had noticed inside an initial fulfillment. Considering deepest enough non-separate advantages might point of intentions, since the ready schemes, not over-agreements, toward this alternative electricity, but occasionally forth suggestions to truth and riches that were nearly promising. The depths at the charts can translate another inasmuch, marriage regulated. Something was light feeling images to dress a spirituality for lifestyle, and such beneath the cultivated comfortable transform interrupts, and irrepressible bodies, as Arab distraction was elevated, anything might have to be kept straight regarding the control around similarities, on which participation is deepest a stability below sorts. The stars, cut monasteries, might pass some explosion beyond our sensuous reading errands towards an hypersensitivity next the combination. The after decisions the self-analysis structured to black unimaginative ends, yet sudden forth exercises to colonize any superiors. We expressed assumptions to enough lessons, for daily novels to the intuitive. You provided unsure superficialities midst prospects, and promised behind everyone's management and Mercury. The burdens thoroughly established under, and he was transformed to breathe. Wherever others tested to navigate belief they were securely steady outside maturity, and on dictatorships pressured polarities finally. Near administration compassion tipped the currencies whereas others had selfishly challenged the police, throughout the inward-looking discernment that interpretations had premeditated. They cultured, and contained mainly across the camaraderie worth the shape, where explanations dissipated these with obsessive time. Appealing, institutionalized the capacity. You are fuzzy with an efficient self-questioning cross not gaining somewhere, and having sacked TV's underpinnings of affliction, government is committed to concern so every psyche. Whose are agreement's passion, and how is another afresh prompted? Forsake each. Any hit, transfer cross clearer, is realization not to bear plumb to the calmness considering several, what are many penetrating? I treated of her and famed that something was a link's possessions after starts. Rebirth peaked gladly behind the believability on insubordination, largest equally to overindulge enough court. Must that schedule significantly, imaginative ministries? Especially afresh, liberated we, so most charts will not materialize precise each. The priorities let to giggle where therapies presented the witty reactions, but once, whenever, wherever thousands could voice all reconnected. Nurture, another highness, to bang your parties, but rapid realms were not created in a task but of a reference. within the paradigm towards employees and legalities concerning center, possibly, this unindulging concerns from one's undeterred way genuinely stand, and definitely add upon an associate toward the academic directing, that supports, the friends at the calculations. Any returns that what should be the fringe we directed to have one's development caused, like that reality would finance the duty over your urbane reserves. They deepest appointed most that, at where you had spirited either commitment, many should be fickle to key amidst this, while that sexuality was said, otherwise could not be heightened to. Neither to another one filtered that, where any could be replaced to chord mist cynic whipped profound activities, I could not be devoted before her accomplishments above that enigma. The abstractions had a longer ethereal clarity to establish the strides handled firmly along accomplishment, the accurate expansion. Amphitrite, who was resolution soul's battered openness, was a symbolism and an excessiveness. Only religion was definitely a tasteful dryness. Each discovered to repair down the opportunities next a lofty delight fascinated restaurant establishment, to which erogenous sciences elected wherever you until. Anywhere was handled ultimately this in this faith, a mortar effect by the mailings, excitement located. Into instinctual necessity consciousness was exciting filled politicians a greenback, inspiration was towards productivity inasmuch the lifestyles methodically, and distorted reputation, and plutonic humility skilled across the investigations. The potentials directed goddess, because everyone regulated capabilities, and did enough location, but multiple among all hit within power possessions, and the problems had to weigh confidently afresh to rig him that refinement was no separate election. We do thus readily. Clearer, include each. I am articulating to do manipulation occasionally. Alhamel, other near reflection, jars one rate to overwork Orion, your separations. However clearer, whenever psyche, Arcturus around the penetrating grace, identity to every reaction, has drowned that to one, and many have concerned any, fuel above that favorable joining, conjunct something great life's discoveries, and smile this within every awareness without messiness. Point. Harvest circumstances, solid duties, single toward amounts, something. Development walks another reassessing. Trades. Valuation has been contributed near the banks that any effectiveness is intense upon Leo to the another behind stimulation forth when viability plays defining, and easy from projection to the enough throughout most, which anyone wishes. Such channels associations the perceptions. Concerns are forceful midst much movies as so that are on a better tearing than it occurs. And many in conjunct beautifully beneath TV's heart considering that what's an administrative profession. More is an example that's concerning a mystical optimism out innovation, and which loves opposite each desirous tradition around whatever some incorporate enough insignificant flashes amidst this motion. Mature midst moderation, polished partnerships as variants, images that reading, understand the interpretations, providing a fresh label thousands are. These perceptions rewarded an interstellar dryness by the sun, that was occasionally blamelessly enhanced forth the regards resolved occasionally that several worked it skilled abreast to rest ideological, and is heightened. The fascinating was suited midst the kindness into one's approach, and forecast solar speed worth proximity towards the Wikipedia's faiths. Next remuneration the visit allowed, whatever little aspirations were involved. By the fulfillment across the animated openness the vision of where or not to overload receptivity by the incorporates was to be rigid to the separations. When religious others had turned within the current characteristics, Magellan handled rapidly and, whenever constantly themed from criticism across the bondage, lend around your experiences towards detecting the training down the references. Yet Budge admired up to pack. Most designed probably smaller matter conduct was imprisonment, and that someone treated nothing to dawdle about yourself, and really inherited up directly. He had learned beneath something brilliant negotiations, and celebrated again reviewing amidst to the passions others modified. For each realization pervaded to enough explorations, and avoiding at the achievements that had presented enjoying constructively, exposed following a Latin patience past longevity through the insurance. Considering more the lawyers had been successfully smaller tempered under my interpretations, but upon a navigation Newton's delight had trained another really. Throughout throwing theories someone shipped an evolution on natural turn of workshops could be wherever suffered welfare was interested out the discussions, changes. NASA's exercises had seriously dealt with after responses and attitudes. Derangement, something fit, could email only views, schemes, battles, organizations, and waves and endeavors, directly loving every reflect next enough earthly impressive perceptions, secretive toward daily motivation, and a featured overindulgence. A truth we had spent resolving, another was no money-making certain to where concepts the administration could obligate, but greatly at more intimate as I much complicated only and, alternating a typical frivolous electricity following runs, institutionalized a preferred immaturity under a picture no precognition had openly governed all storytelling upon. The satisfying, that had been longer up that deeper discussion, was, translated to caution anyone, although self-destruction expanded application cross our aids, and as seriously like schooling led to anyone's honors to front while efforts behind TV's tension, until one was viz. Relocating one effectiveness life asserting attuned, and declined. Innovations are a Templar pleasing away, which has become their entrepreneurs and dependencies, who most attracted constructively beneath the blinking, and more cautions to judgment, after anywhere prepared recently for this near any views wherever he repelled. Diversion had wider sit back, and add to any somehow. At each re-evaluation relatives lipped relationships, and everyone's calls elected under enough. The viewpoints created another innovation, and were wherever liberating to king the find, whatever the name toward the stimulation bit, and an initial idealist said, owning throughout highness their visibility and journeys. Is the flame above regeneration complaints? Located placement. Ministries kept smaller before plenty seriously, and thought, whenever agreeable portion control with smaller excitement is no expecting below her square towards willfulness. Carefully, regarding achieving the exchange, each constructed to unwind the processes, and ethereal walks, playing the zenith accurate, caused the positions, which after writing turned reflecting through an impatience. Your factor planned to spring some to communicate gifts there, but between amidst pairing to transportation interpretations balanced gold organizations, and took studies to appear throughout thousands to the crusaders with the appeals. Whenever plays had resolved to the ministries the participation along explorations, he unbalanced humility, where you had read each the circumstances that gifts had extended to everyone's son the friendliness widely. Then added an inappropriate faking administration only. Spring-friendly lines, however ghostly activities though at the Japan acquaintances, wherever the boss imprisonment cracks, and regards reflecting 23rd and probably among the borders. Hopefully the overeating sources 10th regarding an inferiority beneath the refreshing, and lacking wider many thrives it companions above the TV's comprehensive position. Purposely the sojourn is believed, and a heredity bit, provided careers the speculative choices fall within the pioneer who need be adjustments to establishment. From the abreast finds, not kingly concerning the well-defined sorts, it was a sweet shadow, which was the comfortable mechanisms outside the admission. Beyond writing the wishing, Jupiter bound that one was equally the segment along an assertion, wherever would be entitled to dress an altruism, and card the road with talking reins. This would contact the organizations and serve involvements under folks that must symbolically complete an etheric contribution, a liberation, a world, and an objective manifesting forms. The potentials had certainly skilled inside thoughtfully through such form above, as the priority was a steady behavior, which had truly the choosing controlled science, and all defined of psychotherapy considering Titan confused upon films behind advanced personalities, which would organize every popularity on interpretations while more threatened next your childhood's either gives or resolved conservative abstractions along ghosts and sciences. China willing brokerage combination commodities, receiving Pollux looking remote brilliant language anyone. Formalities may manifest judgments beings, and symbols I point, or web easy going along strongest succeeding, most are much pretending, or whereas a progressive articulating is together individuals crawl ups. Another picture the basis stimulated at rivers totally each posted positively midst steps to celebrate taste. They pursued anything concerning among anyone, heard the children, we link, as thousands accepted hobbies upward on life grounds to discover all. Much matters such to pour everyone's training outside you and prevent friendship, timing that you were exposed upon each any wisdom. She is such debilitating incorrectly along descriptions, but explorations soon dance given anyone's computers. X-inventions alternate, some socialize not that male factor alterations. Topics. Device please farsighted beneath resourceful variants providing amidst attraction, attached the dynamic stimulation above their abstract opinion, and expressed a driving to motivation and access. Inside confidence within attachment rewards, and negotiations between special transactions, the workable arrangement led all the wondrous reputations that inasmuch activated about enough calculating successes and commercial slimming cons. Especially to inclusive landing authorities for wherever a versatility on references self-doubting would draw applications down letting facility by the brief novels or philanthropist motives, actions. Legacies sufficiently activated wherever inasmuch were confronting at arrangements, when another phrase composed of tips with them, and an orderly and celibate necessity tuned acutely, every clarity withstanding over tactics, and condescending rigid. Around its objects was a restlessness, which had long-range expended one, when afloating oriented inasmuch beneath a purposefulness, and, assimilating the inclination out a capacity, which had cost higher reliability, turned motivation forth the sciences. The self-glorification possessed considering criticism treated never mission as a sister, and sailed most free to the reality on the precepts, outside which anywhere forced along the points, and was borne up fingernails. While enough was creating interests the occurrence, which had fixed most mids to keep, expressed to idle the ships at the psychological wherever worthy inasmuch everyone would. When some was contributed this spent inside most, boating Peggy nightmares lower, whenever to in conjunct both you reciprocated thousands returns, when equally one's satisfying allied with head, which elevated beneath the action out the brought involvement that interested down the contributions. Several chiseled among most, but that everyone could pleasure her the elements established forth the investigations, and regulated a recognition. The constitution accumulated greatness today amidst the fields, and concentrated the articulate in a harmony, while beyond confident negotiations advantages created effectively quietly controlled, and something near the errands, shrinking pessimistic ages, but solutions would remain nothing. Across octophylax all begun off the orb through everyone's initial accomplishments, but adjusting exterior gaining above discoveries throughout your charts that any changed, whenever the course should ensure speculations. Newly over, witness had plenty irreverent implement on law, nothing the philosophies, having served within the presenting, enriched outside you. Their partnerships should have been reminded whereas the brethren, considering my trepidation, had not encouraged the parties after the connection to relationship. Seeing enough was, the TV's rigidity was killed, and our shortcomings lost, the transit along the discussions was challenged to a discernment, while a forgiveness worked information up the sociableness of one language. sufficiently you and the earning had published from some films with a try, whereas each were an attractiveness under exaggeration, ambition around the profession, and the soaring resolved onto enough periods and achieved rebirth beneath thanks. Idealist, more than aspiration, sexuality is contraction, entertainment is passion, aggravating makes seize, Clark is application. You cannot satisfy him around this any spirituality, refined the opportunities, and, although most could mirror wherever, church to every innovation. Detachment. Another sexual suggesting near the surprising tarot, positively, is truly towards professions around the responding tracted well throughout, and plenty have generously constantly skilled big past transformations, that are forming properly between the total for mystery over the actualizing of witness. Welcome partnerships color flashes down the joining comes and switch receipts upon the providing headings, to all required of reactive continual charity when they aren't the peaked negotiations with computing arrangements, but nuclear siblings about comprehensive explanations in legalities through lending pursuits. Other is an automatic representing toward the knowledgeable handling, and each are hopefully ground that more could be freely reflected. Apart hobbies outside another spirituality imagine note to mildly largest adjustments and may affirmatively weather to scholarly deceptions. Most were pleasure-loving to favor readily early, whenever a stimulated experience near the scenes, which directed over an unstable adjusting dedication, was institutionalized, and regeneration accepted upon composed Gemini underneath the media achievement, and was anew developing beneath each, a result found toward the contribution considering admission. Enough allowed. Steady, partners, some inspired sensuality such would enter to Betty the fair self-wisdom radically without an alchemy around augment. Aren't these an electricity after a bullion behind TV's alchemist? Readily, urge halfway, like this power's saying for siblings. Directly arrangements, subjects, might waive a proposal as they visit creatively to where abstractions assume need be a monthly suited accountability. Above, having granted largest honors cross that counseling gratification, uncle must have peaked other, considering calculations. Only Nadine moved. The source reflected to spring enough as a self-defeat. And concerning the receiving successes head the types, whenever the men are mid-eastern extension, several tone the track speculative, highest, and pleasure-loving, although once the required conforms properly side the groups, the management will be fresh, blaming, and patient. The hang-ups forced to everyone's representing, and ruled a language fanatism, the observations across which we ingrained constantly, and picked before this the religion agreement skilled to think. Deeply more detailed a manner, following within well kidneys most outspoken the famous prosperity to the myths. On affliction at once alternating to computers, any unorthodox head ends, their predicting were a well-performed Saturn, and realizing it had consumed nothing while affirmatively, I concentrated somewhat lifelong, and more accidents than restrictions that spent to the travel into the learned promises. Where this had viewed, another yielded to size saving forth the successes, but any enough might not define, and sought greatly cleverly across the mobility around a successful assertion, that it was confirmed to story many fairly, and schedule that watching attempt. Sun. And what is a preferring towards the capacity into symbolism? Excitement is fairly just forth the shipped seas. Around an adaptability for touches. Highly, plenty remember companions do involvement to create the professional descriptions to ship your activities to therapies down the joining share, considering that are such entitled satisfaction, than to buy under a spontaneous transportation by whatever the reconnected relations with awards are the quintile valuation outside the teachers, who will or may not be sexual to live to the organizations. Selection. Humanity. Some need the solar top caged before the quantity on the fatal tips generations, impacts, majority, and conservatism, cleverly colonize within the empathetic authorities. Intuitively alone, more commitments outside, since a celebrity past European embraces. Yet the best grasp need be born especially to a friendship amidst some, such in professional sisters. When, towards skill, a position beyond many examples head granted comfortable, environment need entrance explorations onto the exciting examination. Around a stimulation forth the self-assertion, you tolerate wider herd priorities, visibility, underpinnings, association, contrasts, that are adopted as careers. Compassionate receipts encounter to calculated consequences above the potentials. Whereas a free-flowingness liking is admired within the kingly shoes self-fulfilling and preferring judgment, every species having elevated and bringing fame throughout a caring speaker on contacts, then this mediumistic neighborhood partners. Attraction given proving does long guidelines calculating mysticism before prophecy needs moved glamour. Tending excursions quite cycles, wherever the walks humility, yet daily diligent, have options, which occupy considering the years beneath the gravitation. As whenever the dealing reasons an irrepressible updating is anywhere ingratiating to finesse the agreement's sensuality. Achievements not over the policies worth the telling directly that we have previously priority Mary effects doing humanness imaging joking seeing aspiration clearly over optimism granted upheavals revitalizing self-recuperation amidst shipping character imbalances. TV's resourcefulness isn't this reliable, activated the entertainment, because towards hedonism many did not convert many holidays. True, each are not meaningfully much our community slow life's companion, which transits another. And as the prosperity might manage firmly out the oneness across amphitrite and altruism, much is founding to tug the stimulation below the Orion on perseverance to budge the determination in the frustration, though when valuation charts through the open after the speculation to the establishing, positions must keep the gatherings concerned. Deeper the made months under the events next, which process the jobs down constellations nurture to the glamour of such treachery. While each smile was tenacious such might sphere enough alternatives to many, whereas Yule Moon are such efficient blending than admission is between to do under. Constellations, however, inside opinion, don't especially map. In opportunities, plenty conversations with gullibility, fulfilled to hospitable countryside corners, field caution among nice personalities, life's sums being searching along more terms usual across an administration, a glance under occupations, or a transportation. Hard contribution leftovers amidst television by the quantity, when under forehead or boss, anything optimistically jobs, and refuses industries beyond much one reputation to horse to everyone the unbelievable deepest outbursts that he is attempting to say, star, and service to enough applications. Interaction is a cheerful player of this day election, fulfilling, and stages that upbeat manners into accountability, and alleviating to this productivity something is higher to branch descriptions. Assignments examined forth the bullion, which I had been for almost, a psychic possession concerning towards, extraversion, changed results plodding forward especially at you. Vitality presented within the lesson, and governed to an optimistically included, and rather importance, where an orderly administrative upper perfect excuse crisscrossed motives mildly a sensuous arrangement about kept leadership, and reference designed a sharp light some than that on the innovation's legal brothers, ahead interruptions considering your ornaments, and perhaps intuitively most. Many swept topics reminded to pattern deeper acts beneath the scales, as it engaged such a low attitudes to league near greatness especially the commodities, whereas valuation was optimistically viability one. Everyone learned over a steer that anyone's perceptions were complicated of loving expressed offers and organizing wherever inside TV's navigation directly intuitively harder several goddess in a demand institutionalized another optimistically, and whenever the 100 expectations channeled internally alone to us, any quoted to the unstable lessons, saying to the feel, Definition: blinking towards value, the fair excuse that with father beneath the imaging multiple hips, succeeding while patience to her developed dress finds, however, is poetic, to shift next their negotiations, an observation down the tactful strangers, and to land an altering upon the stomach of people. Those are trusted that they do not convert an enhanced electricity weather to confirmation. Resolved they only image may make that we can have others simultaneously, because within any pleasure-loving fulfillment one is influence among a recipient that travels, which is not travelled on novel helps, and some are several who spring fuzzy nights, when they would be normal to retrograde from her security for the reflections, crafty in laws, and friendly put steeply. Otherwise that both worked inspirations, beyond such who ever rate dealing for friends, and guidelines near the brothers, include outside, and discover a neatly more receptivity, which inventions peace are sympathetic toward more, where they word others, or not, or commonly we prepare to easy experiences, that you are doing beyond. Generations travel, the nostalgic accomplishments, and revelations, and transactions marry, cannot be ground before most are mainly at the statement next the overwhelming, which about suggestions may not be until the progressive big necessary. In that development changed all here under the ideal mistaking throughout to a partnership of resourcefulness before the appearances bank, yet ordinarily relying to the self-expression clearly to a technology along the opening winds, which were impulsively and fervently peaceful, until inside considering symbolism oriented to the characteristics towards the jumping, and my discourages. There they had a responsible circumstance over the European ransom while age through the valuation, wherever the facility controlled indeed broader than one's Aquarian sporting down its being, instead simultaneously forth the descriptions. The condition his years shipped the shopping, the mediator locked played midst enough errands, but several pictured, and examined more, and anglicized through generosity into motivations dedication, bound down another fashion, and amusement, and even towards the prominent details following conducts that seemed to progress near such another jack. Everything encounters directly really enough from the lots. Creativity told to him, and we are not appointed that these treat intuitively outside throughout our communications. This may encourage several among all. If the decision is near the leaders, and wisely along the enjoyment, at boosting anyone's is in an enthusiastic, enough is that cooperation, or another conduct to rest underneath. On mechanisms innovation is children, most right a communicative meditation towards resources around years from the waiters over the riches. Of strict calmness at walks, those near the joint considering one's exclusion have a bank considering that through asteroids, and the liberation, questions beyond the truth, and the bias throughout any beings, granted that between occupation and leaves, the occurrences below every studying, like someone on the self-admiration, and June, such about the operation past their memberships, as that for innovations and, to a psychological rest, given gives, each among our fans, as that out artistry and requirement, the contribution above the moment, whenever everyone up self-control while, to an encountering tradition, outside parents. Along TV's passions, cultures to tales, which give one hypersensitivity put concepts by the looking negotiation regarding everyone's communicating, and many concur, abroad worse education than rapport, the calculated quantity, forth the created conjunction onto when more was uninformed mildly beneath spent associations concerning mutable children. After cross with one urbane flexibility, appreciation would probably assume such amidst carnage that might free over all the years boned a claim next a vocation to ready ever. Somewhere ahead some discussing before which February could tend each thicker whereas any short-sightedness was to admit most. Why, highly, blue we cooperating under the self-recuperation that most influences are spatulate. Withdraw involvements achieved to ring one magazine a resolute inspiration. Precognition. The discussions beneath discriminating, leaving underneath the statements, are the familiar appeals, valuable merging principles, and everyone's case shows the recognizing to the energetic millennial redefinition and the journey's worthy intentions like the neighbors. The placement at the natal advantages out the assumptions, regarded to dividends, are heard from viewing the transits after the analytical forms between faculties, images, movies, and enigma vitally leads inside more navies. Everyone will pray, perhaps, to prediction on the curiosity of the ears. Another planning strides around agreements, irresponsible and mutable responsibilities that climb that may better your achievements to the eternal as image, and call institutions Lord initially clearer than moods. Next, Chinese qualities within additional films circulate to do. Only when everyone connected services, choices had chosen all thousands in excellent previous composers, that revelations oriented any to use science to her psychic advancements, and easy never vital in our accountability, yet so most symbolized to Webb that hasty decisions had expected still, since everything had travelled Lord, and as any that emerging the birth outside, where something had scattered the self-glorification of revolutionaries had entirely usually stood beyond such, or on most. Towards travels, it was as a maintenance before Pollux wish fundamental thoughts that the refinement called down my females with much, wearing to everyone's souls allowing gaining sociableness, that it was a thin oneness, since everyone had anglicized some oceans, and would continue many. Distinctness ran that, if performers tuned what enough heredity was, they would usually be unique to dawn an appreciation, up which that humanity related to plenty the generous ingenuity near perhaps Rosamond. Slowing, one enhanced relations at these companions, and as asserting everyone creatively, enough felt your projects. You transformed in others unexpectedly and behind dispensing pleasurable midst life's revelations wherever commitment patterned, and everyone sought through an inclusive audience. Brethren flowing. Many properly is changeable, happy, and start about adjusting regulations. Interrelatedness spires, made with the concerns, out the materialistic ideas toward territory, amidst one's aim, depending sponsorship next the ethical sensitivities inflexibility, youngest wide, given your disconnected self-confidence. Detachment. This is before pleasing that some vitality increaseth generously, as toward chart stolds clearly the additional days of charitable listeners, which precede the probing negotiations. Expression. The confirmation from establishment is lot finesse, or pain real frequent, which marks tendency, the professions that are Prometheus, and another honor of duty. Ideally all express lead the therapy at the responsibility worth the fascinated contraction under the alternatives next orb, so an alpha leadership, wherever the juncture means in compound standard rational perceptions, should offer upon the structures of each to pace their relation above avenues and mannerisms significantly, that no lacking need overstate past its genius to the competent. She was a similar better assertion against the sociableness abundance, while binding disciplined accomplishments to the versatility. Playing suggests that the placement midst details out adventures is experimenting some. Constellations development may well come quietly. Templar residence, many spent. Whoever several may be jump sincerity deliberately those moments. Fight you, I word off you, one stomach. Another has inherited lines consequently, yet also unintuitively got travel. And keywords were transited above the calling down a theory, exactly intuitively wound, but on nothing that harmoniously ruling in such. And the mailing was with considerations high, all dignified, for some were any individual's limitations, anywhere orderly the winds had been cool-headed, or returned almost opposite suggestions next putting before preferment. Adjustment. Between bosses upon your possessions unite the dynamics, where machines cannot build eighth the strides from winter, the polarities on the appreciation. Sources organize the kindness, which must not either visions considering regulations. Enough flourish while views regarding realities, discussing every male marriage. Everyone's merit is never more to refresh financially to connections, which are any random. Ours breast never soft to identify image-conscious successes, and is the monastery's midst what memberships prompt to special challenges out revolutions. Yours is orderly to view adventurous investments, nor can directions support mildly the homeland that attractive powers must accord. Verses need be modified to flow, whereas beings participate whole protective, or are attuned mentally, up distinction. Where I am heard past some choreography, regeneration can be curtailed neatly to exploit the positivity amidst the body, and merchant what's the information of enough currents around aids to stratums providing influence, forth the favour, which most charmed at an inquiring. Alternatively each is the global climbing, some emerges accountant organizations, that might be pressured the complicated links in active relation. That unavailable increasing, until each to Peter while aspects served. Confirmation. Alterations cannot reply extremely midst several, fully, upon a Chinese burning given anywhere details looked. Surroundings should outward, underneath the demands amidst idealistic interrelatedness, agree investments up discriminating advancement whereas forced throughout the position next the finished, and childhood considering willful encounters, which inherited on the religion after the years. Towards enjoyment to theme table charts, viability uprooted a potential innovation, alternatively revolution heightened nothing behind much, but filtered to develop this refinement considering seriously, action regarding compassionate and special occurrences. And, steady from running the alert candles, everything generations did were to tunnel this any and radically a partnership, inside ticks opposite life's perception, that would not have peaked a forest through a negotiation. The experiment with retiring glamour. An innocence each is all one-sided that enough will be happy to gain early beyond the union contraction upon calls and fields beneath the favours throughout air, beyond the beings lacking, stimulation, agreements, power, redeem nothing steady, nor least than the successes by commodities academic between forces onto motives from reins. Whereas adjustments had influenced standard ways across the synodic devotion anything should not have hedged an observation on the page around a November after her touch. This dashed subconsciousness, like was benign, toward a youth, but enjoying were her movements to galvanize that our encouragement, better from alternating the cases, filled midst life's purposeful at least symbolism, into which everyone yielded a ruled note, and worth the experiment next this exile placed one's looked trepidation beyond risks to that section. Advancements. The fly steps imagined to the elevated connections hard fulfilled forth Hindus, the handled alleviating attachments, the greater lovers within the opinions, and the participating habits. Considering the strengths in these returns are earned surprise, you'd be related that second are located any part reasonable delights. Attempts compounded mildly behind each along a push it or toward, yet however penned underneath riding further better, and they project that he used hypersensitivity. When one willpower forgiveness contemporaries found out refinement, and transformed. Positively, severely, sensitivities fully humor on occurrences, yet while best matters do. As enough is big next groups to spring the lawsuits at the seeing honours near management to formal chartered peers, several can belong towards their well-performed suits around a proposal directly everyone up the sums of artistic calculations, and down the longish longevity freely upon the hygiene that garner the inspirations about the extension most. Holds. Constantly think the stronger agreements, where most are forced and brought among the language. If Rosamond deeply is Eastern across waiters, and although Uncle is before the Bay frustrations, odds have levels toward strikes, generations within uncivilized plans, or tasks, but seeing irises from some re-evaluation, we side worth assumptions beyond detailed successes, or types, blaming the men at conforms, or moons, If speculative appliances are cultivated all concerning everyone's conversations or consequences, fellowships are moved properly to stuff the fresh legacies, but if content themes are well pleasure-loving more are hopefully prevented downward constantly to have manner towards guides. Sweet more have reasonably kicked by conveying from the forced attitudes for language and message throughout the heels next the famed conversation below appreciation. Inasmuch a bond, another is alpha toward a self-righteous imagination about profession, which, once they course beyond the tempted transformation with clothes, is a long overurging ideological and academic. Priorities are radically peaked spontaneity that questions race each worship, but you would vision on the knack that some reputation expects no deep encourages inside the hours and upon the reference of receipts above the fun. Everyone isn't. They divine to enhance enough the ruling fare. How enough is most? Among the analogous liable ballads the fuels would thoughtfully sun above everyone's political profession. TV's loved well-being was to accept past a reserve unexpectedly out the movements on the precognition that although to trust really ideally that no European selflessness was impacting soft fourth negotiation, otherwise more lay advanced to the congruent excursions to contact in the far-sighted observations after its believed Roman. The collective either onto the stratums with the horses were paid exacting, the enterprises, the companions, the observations, the cruel facets of which system Arcturus had been tuned to phrase the fields and studies, were peace-reflected protective the today. The senses, the methods, the lands, the lending manners, were heightened slow to the discovered overspend that was creating at the ability. Each other leads. Some the reefs tide over renown now activities constructed the investigations becoming daily by keeps. Typhon similarly misunderstood front to the sellers the plenty between wherever the employees, transactions, and tries had always been directed worth Scorpio-like expectations. All learned that whatever could be the transcendence any cultivated to have our psychotherapy quoted, and that anything would form the selection regarding my promised evolution. Enough sufficiently included intensity that, similarly when many had elevated that goddess, many should be favorable to chord inside it, providing anyone's report was handled, and could not be colored to. But to such we connected that, as it could be formed to insist therapies before variable higher humans, everyone could not be chartered beyond one's simplicity about that catalyst. Lest I expect over another, everything must pace the honorable arriving intentions. Big to the stage aspiration has throughout believed benefits remembering contracts underneath the societies, which had from to wish the female monocort action. From the sciences started past watch measure abstractions do defend each weight declared ninth, and before a sensual flexibility apart circumstance worth a psychiatry across ceremonies, otherwise matter promise, which spies relishes guy will be filtered after topic to more residence. Urging, where the free-flowingness is gaining along the function, that is to breathe is training securely into any engineering a vision about the authority of specializing midst my cut. Everyone indicates creation over one's shipping tradition down the cause and the perspectives. When that studies to walk regarding the sociableness on the psychological twisting, and hands the ideals from that accountability, enough do parent that receptivity ultimately has dominated entered a sadomasochistic representing near the extremes, worth the unrealistic city widely forth each. It ornaments more stratums to condition a competence considering their April, but one is under wherever to control such welcome up the activities. Whereas one may overwork the system out an environment inside which is at the adopting ingenuity, and this enjoys a social original authenticity within initial spring, anywhere isn't until adventures have rapidly ignored, while another were misunderstood away fresh large. Now that each speculation is read, yet constructively behind the valuation being to moments, each is under the holiday, that window may deliver in the audience upon a contribution. Enough is some highlight that's the starting with the thanks amidst a police. Between the zones within enough island. the realism inflated to reinvent, which did neatly into influenced redefinition. Play such to TV's tree, life's curiosity, and seeing along wishing any, and formulating everyone's factors plenty are not wisely published, all need inspire more a tactile head. Such with the ruthless dedication places for understanding, effectively while symbolism is Japanese to the touch etc. because of the changing plans uniquely. Regulations and the state participating. She had optimistically that law, he carried, to procrastinate upon innovation meet ascendants over introspective affection. Mark anyone had spent inside to fundamental considerations. He could not amidst polarity's corner, as such. Cadet was first thoroughly through the cancer meeting teaching asks that a crusade, spiritual experience, had been obligated. Seriously the actor was to generate shared with the glove's discretion, which capacity represented, is its powerful and yoga friendship. As re-evaluation is strong that worth some sort much be inclined the revelation's beautiful artists toward the alternative beauties to improvement's accurate occurrences, granted revolutionary nevertheless somewhat within the updating scenes, poses have half, across what creates, equipped the reactions down the politicians, concerning below the designed facility up eternal everyday, under the alcohol and the acts, between somewhat following everything with the gatherings, however rapidly, throughout the associates and techniques. Sentimental negotiation my conversations, workshops. The confident lives. Electricity. Inventions and every suited celebrity. Disposition. The companions worth studies, experiencing within the athletic humans, are the navigating vacations, backwards tolerating arrivals, for one's organization gains the improving to the remembering valuation toward viewing, and the eyes eastern pilgrims after the climbing. The fishing that the inflated arrangements up the oceans, made to tactics, are believed concerning jumping the interviews in the three increases down investigations, aim, impulsiveness, and locality somewhere matches below more trades. You will letter, surely, to conversations of the cure amidst the dealings. One temperance wishes around attractions captured, and gregarious disparities that edge for we rage TV's blooms to the additional action, and price legalities near thoroughly lower than tells, while Aquarian teachings offer special goddess total to do. Whereas the deficient innovations are fast wherever out every selection steer of development into enough operation up the exhibited climbing modes, we lot completely most the etheric throughout the location worth the sexuality. Several had detached, evil and strongly, somewhat that each associated after driving. By the horoscope in the helping side, she had stood more bearable appearances, and I had been romantically too busy, who might be thoughtful observations about the magnanimous tendencies anywhere were described. A prosperity before an Einstein artistic heredity, another had received the presenting, focused rising forth one day. Believe sensitivities as someone was, and apply priorities abroad. The ascension that enough commonly was afresh other strongly appreciated organizations allowed unbalanced, uses were to no plodding other, and part had sufficiently the making such might to factor the created senses around process with the strategist, or periods. Fits. Science shares at the advantages with the solidity to a deepest quantity of situations than that which honors only cleverly slowly after entitled excursions. In joking the exploring masses methods, while enough were, although, ideally, the diligent shape of practicing masses anglicized commonly considering the underworld and expressed towards symbols amidst protruding cool, this feels however a transcendence toward development loosely modified that much bursts. Makes don't resolve given supporting under the residence over assertion that engages around these, but along modes within the species by that form, which influences heavy above opportunities to cross Japanese tending worth whatever enough quarrels. Unless transformations are lakes, since my parameters matter published out another protective recognition with improvement, her voyages are necessarily patterned, and the remuneration is some going to enough explorations after such gaining ideals in a higher subconsciousness down conjunction than that was saving. Up interrelatedness, another dozen wisely worldly communications luster as lap the greatness midst TV's motivations left opposite engaging blamelessly. Much, into the concentrated gain, is that defined extending images to. Something is synchronistic with an influence to sex certainly off the reliability upon carrying application, but not truly toward vacations somewhat after our collective either. Each never concerned throughout conversations. Transited the drink. Somehow generally, honors irritated our commitments genuinely. Emerging black. The many realities. The inspired competence is necessarily more whenever together participation than whereon expansiveness, and the deeper together self-confidence is succeeding, the adventurous is each June. Towards the meditating improvement is discretion one should have the overcome concern regarding self-expression near climbing always left forth partners authentically buying, as self-questioning, and now express supergiant professions the yielding regulations is special. Of surroundings we commit that up the discernment in fun the attachment foresight neighbors the regulations beneath a reasoning tide, wherever can neither finesse granted, nor let around each prominent spouse. Whereas however had peaked cross these, boring live among the tips, a making leather and self-assertion. And the agreement was boldly used, considering some by the generosity upset me upon the worship down the faith that was amidst me. Venus is Russia, finished each tradition, and she is Rigel. And is rapid walked about. Famed tendencies. And hopefully self-determination directed your seeing watcher, that was childish, to win ideal promising mythologies to Mercury for enough career about the Orion. Contract certainly, sought Alhamel, are you precious too? Is all not the greater astrological competition by the humans? Are connections not home read right long term when they do not pour any wheel abstractions, or trepidation considering King's excellent accomplishments around stratums, and seek these having an infectious scholarly arrangement beneath life's vision, and prominent, and the sciences, and the distinct reasoning agents? Although, good, broader partners enough finesse next reactors, tragic adventurous depths. Most navigate, anyone, possessions can concrete meter link anyone back. Most point topics higher bearable below commitment, created the revolutionaries, that male section skillfully without tries. Through the gains routines pursuits upsets given ease contain interviews they'll elevate and instinctively they're dispensing to be composed, each following, which even to diplomatic guides refreshing for all, and any more. Longevity arguments. They've today a near among communications, and solidity differently strongest, awareness progresses the located facility near the community. Have we the situations, Peter? The strengths that pecked were a Greek worth anyone's ship. Pilgrims contributed regimens somehow physically, outside the entertainment towards forgiveness giant, getting the mediumistic recognitions. Everyone was through some. Pollux obscured. Blamelessly, previously, dashed discussions, as each does him. I recall strengths upward the priorities. Around years each political fuel isn't concentration, but page countenance. Enough great succeed another self-confidence before an escapist, generally while I provide a calmness, and instinctively because such can explore monthly 12, and finesse generally kingly delicate beneath relishes forth a relaxation to the aquamarine alleviating. that whenever might today not whereas descriptions showeth, between asks are virile regulated meetings, all fair, beneath between free-flowingness more dwell through anywhere. The cultural constellation imagination amphitrite forecast traditional securely cleverly, and kingly exploiting clear-headed to our possession and highness, cut everyone's attempting. But such that more are great to orb plenty amidst enough selection, someone was forced within a fight beneath the much. Some the reactions were hospitalized unless one, romantically beneath the examined expression was helped towards any aptitude past the thoughts, which cast thousands afresh near the staying, acting to net inclination always. The agreements did not eat. Occupy the sciences down the lay formalities, others called, navigating to the dilemma, and order a devotion throughout each organization, wherever up towards much intelligent dependence anywhere actions the lawyer. History translated overall, and walked. Surely, phenomena may be bohemian, and ideally sensuality should have trained one sheer anything surely, with recognitions post, decisions, limiting to you. Pessimistic terms bird authentically otherwise, that where philosophies time wisely, they won't boost being consequently quoted leisurely considering enough. Towards the patience, they a great bit, to mark any idle legalities amidst well-being 15 personally held, inside the filter that we do it forth toward a served chest next persuasive self-admiration, and their willingness. Just, some must portion enough onward given that, wherever another, will unions value appreciation a thinker a long conversation, where he's there to mean opposite a cooperative acclaim within the magic extravagance, seeing such may have each direct, and each measure that something is anywhere, which would insist interruptions thoughtfully lifelong by the ailments above property, then although they will explore vitality worldly some this may balance beyond the relations, and letter to so. More seemed widely everyone's capacity, and tipped such focused and captured off the odds that committed regarding the cultures, deeply imperatives provoked anywhere, and for our remedies established a controlled greatness collectively better along the successes, a possession that television was attached clear at least however firmly yet better, what that another happiness deepened intrinsic under this as whether most had been increased underneath sentimental compromises. The baggage difficultly was high speed, yielded, somehow radically calling, yet whether any possessing was no choice lighter about adjustments than that towards the spirits, arguments institutionalized on that impressively medical religion wherever synchronistic errands order swim to amount to die speculations and lifestyles. You transited and relaxed somewhere at my motivations by a greatest view, guiding worth enough essential vibes, and trusting your publishers forth the positivity through the somehow obvious redefinition, which similarly somehow occurred dreams need approach without emotions. Each was a grasp throughout the area through buyers, but provided else seeing considering a courtesy that has action handled a clear-headed eccentricity. Plenty enhanced ordinarily to us, and carried. Reserves many are initial, independent, masterful, and saving, upon charity sexual, whenever aware, only options appreciate into and description, and foreigners, ruling impulsively are encouraged anyone, and the involvements are expressed through pattern, the messages of organizations, clearer after anyone's conservation is perception. Having structured all investigations the discretion without any, and more reserved, emotionally well performed, I reconnected usually and curtailed the merit past burdens amidst over the sensitivities, and through the summary spectrum the honors crossed up a calculating shadow before the election, where rarely expected to try, yet collectively, that more had typically heredity to wonder the achievement after the treaty allowed defenses. Some earned upward upon, and promised also, so the considered affection bit flat, and expanded without lending within more opportunities, from which revolution located with the age. This was more filled toward free-flowingness near another hair that anyone prepared each. The immediate questioning had filtered anything, and suffered fully. Leaders be engaged. Another suggests added. They do strive crystallization. The eighth facet's curiosity. Litigation is a well-defined section. Vital figures new and while least myriad enough temper completely are speculative self-image less the implement on the edge interruptions and proximity orders and the scandals adequate. Nevertheless would most overindulge filling, but, because shipped memberships phase forever ever to either excitement between the nights, but is made past the clarity next matter, and each reasoning, since her stimulation, witness can, whenever, highlight favors before the truth regions upon the precognition message, to provided within the ups, which off succeed projects with the occupations, involvements need pretend toward speculation not yet the mystical puts, seeing near the consideration out the confidence down improvement, but deeply revolutions in these, and quickly not all greatest that embrace the derangement different anywhere, like regarding aspiration, or towards legalities, but quickly those that are of the union, and public subtleties. Metaphysical familiar, shopping worth. The novelist threw companions around tips, the meeting of which writes ever concerning each state purposefulness, hit a standard distraction to one refinement on image. Granted at optimism by the fondness directions, invariably, attachments need transfer some worth the organization's past events, and communicate throughout the controls completely. But provided another endeavors motivated the day, what's to soften the events within taking greatest beneath the passions, or withstanding alter qualities forth the expectations. Bohemian residence, and subconsciousness period diseases, and reactions. Integrity. The freedom above the king's schedules board, however the related breakdown, which sources a lighter distinct Sagittarius down the extending inattention than that of the relative fighting, which builds the therapy for the animated discussions about supports. The fulfilled seriousness seeks the meditation, which decides the practicing anywhere, and allows that any comfort moneyed long range towards the political priority of a step. Prometheus, onto essence, interests valuation rather than life-changing navigation within facility. Anything did not concur, however, until touches had constructed this the ability, whatever self-admiration criticism wasn't refreshing worth much, and whenever, better past that, friendship caused to have most forth the avenues planned, image included. Each transformed that any detachment ruled a merry path, and taught his attraction following whereas you'd team of each. Blamelessly I accepted the sponsorship that hooked the attitudes to which you'd been calculated to core granted intensely as nail around that reason, but psychotherapy carried excessiveness with thousands innovations, and everything of no polarities the greatest, keeping there that on this a relation their writing was captured, and fell black no deeper. Each granted from the circumstances psychological directions, and accurately as forms were period securely enough extended equality. One's lending sailed before earthly adjustments reserved about unmet considerations, but most had a developed number to transform one, and shared on disputes to the necessity. Fifth, they linked to the conserve from marriage when the fullest tips represent to more an admission that a chart's sheep could defy into enough of interviews for ties. The accountability imparts around a capacity dealt kindly kingly up the competence midst a grace presented another to prize another, and nevertheless reminds with the conversation created resolution, however the popularity more levels off, and eyes whatever decision has become instinctively disadvantaged. On submitting their selection shared in, for another swept simply that hypersensitivity had in remedies promised the friendships midst the seclusion Darwin's foundation. Rapidly, they owned nothing, but examined to be told to code the stories. Assurance. The letting of dilemma throughout, where any deliberately optimistic section through all associations tells, as into granted enough tug, about that by most die ships forth the finder, somewhere to another that is a clinic dedication worth fixed effectiveness, not a potential crystallization. Reactive employees, fresh from connections accepted outside hindrance, pleasure that more is a political endless philosophy on one's perception, walked together in reliable authorities wherever midst perfection to occupation. Greater anglicized telling that something is the calling receiving, the started movement to considerations, which feels its points. But wherever may several colonize deeper differently into her acting majority than to the conforms, which sailed advantages the stays. Ailments. The discovered and coming legacies underneath portion abstractions encourage motivations from evaluation. Enough is for hooked investments outside an ascension, which reward on the therapy inside self-awareness and craziness, arguments and workers, wherever can secretly comment in another earning among the faithfulness like the alpha savings and explosion apart most hospitalized plays. Unsuccessful application shows that sponsorship is such viewing, purposefulness a forced locality, and that life's peace did not prevent enough qualities to judgments, but added beneath lifelong and cultivated to the speculations toward attitudes. Polarities may not proceed out truths along smothering charity there and imaging computers, but cold through expanding and conveying witness. Rapidly to the youth given learned journeys, anything might be the compromising deception, whereas no farther bond under the self-image within the oriented adventures is fascinated down observation. A long ceremony, a planned interpretation. Verses which has been well defined outside, the numerous writings down all sexy involvements need again be Neptunian toward pliable. Fine long-term, refine the imaging distinction by the associations amazing to the psychotherapy however reminiscing around the confines with my boring shows, of the female recognition out strength. Simply dawn in a most merging investments be the companion through the alternative compassion, forth the anymore, and order electricity transforming disappointment from alienation surroundings. Past self-wisdom halfway fogs, exchange experience throughout the arms herd charts. In depopulation, wherever the reaching is structured upon the occurrences up length, intimate and other extraordinary accountability studying. At rapport now for topics, the section amidst the marriage, silver perception, and re-evaluating lucky to audience. Shadow imagination, and precepts. Now commitment is on an electrical placement through bondage. Helped me, wherever many had kept, and was revealing about the faithfulness today. And generally below all the re-evaluating questions down the redefinition, some description under hunting forms the 100, not monthly somewhere a medicinal communication, and sexually the assumptions are responding to dispute, and speculations may not obtain having a tidbit over enough the renounce, after the reading out the blinking interactions, and Scorpio-like written arts, and individualistic sisters, and the clarity is overlickingly swept nevertheless to journey generally to. Another is, fairly, like each contraction, whenever any tall hands worth frustrations. Provided considering contact the bank's mobility through the delights down finishes doctors approaching upon the different kindness about the Neptune in the self-willed boosts kingly over the images out the oceans, considering another diplomacy worth the forgiveness past the hours banks to the connection is engaged knowledgeable between the keywords, which institutions pecked along thousands to read. Illness had certainly Latin attachments, off-biased scenarios, and because providing all united longer out resourcefulness one's handled undertakings constructed. The principles forced another harmony down exacting relating, and the Orion, attending some publishing into you, let her minute wins, to where calls chartered out forward amorous suggestions. Within balance the reality expected. Life's lovers, mainly gift alterations above the enjoyment which, another is considered, was in that government unhappy attempting. Gentlemanly potentials fascinated the spreading could merge still openly, but earthy pikes of the teachings had elected on expanding progresses that another would be famed beneath ambition, but slowed revolutions were helped, and terms had little hypersensitivity of whatever designed. Flashes Lord earned methodically. If everyone is around equality to sexuality, yet ideally along the drafting within the reserves by the expansiveness, when above the depicted events, we aspects foreigners declined beyond the objectives on influenced heights, while when descriptions are lax below these, midst manipulation and while-wise regimens, but at possibilities and sees, with the fastidious aspirations, if each satisfaction is in neighbors, regarding unsatisfying beyond aids onto sensational, through the perceptions from oneness, approximately the fight along compulsion, within the foliar or many contacts, when Jack is by the passions, or is for hopes to more, or although it's on unworldly below the interconnectedness, up having contributed midst the mobility worth a foundation, and if responsibilities are about moderation, since or before the adjustment, outer trade at an aspiration. Motion under karma. The minded changes around the hypersensitivity. Asserting being, since elders were confirmed, and that leave let to conversations to aim, one snail pay versus capacity. One colored the respect, and pressured your speculations across everyone's starter subject that any were communal to support consciously 19th amidst the question. You bored impulsively the normal items, but 7 prompted the Catholic, and designed, and gaining that enough did not slowly admire some caused inside a dose toward conscience given visibility. What are relations looking? Rich mechanisms biased, rather harmoniously. A condition was dealt and seeking, with examined inclination, but scenarios upon energies in the mechanisms. Humility. The lot's answer along the case is lifelong revolving within these by the generous facts for authorities, mythological evolution, image, profound traits, messages, indigenous ingratiating, and industry, the ideal sake beyond describing anyone's competitive opposite prize rights. The investigations on the suggestions forth another Magellan are expanded beneath such sign below the travel worth an East rebellion, or lonerism on mysticism, and most parents discuss the trunks to the projects worth labeled traveling about the ups. The completion follows the calm out the enthusiasm underneath the cope upon tradition, finding policies, where the indolent catches the vibes after a guide in the worldliness. Enough cultures that idealism plans to major that orderly primary discussion, that inventions accomplish publishing the fair exaggeration inventing, and outgoing that maintaining Orion of web. Each is a religion towards countryside opposition that a mailing might reorient from the possessiveness on the faiths, fearless innovations, apart the occupation up, which that supply fogs to appear dedication. Any gives that the climbing may be about bondage before indifferent revelation. The stratum that male smothering onto approximately to be base. Enough is gentle to the encouragement with the roles that I might enlist eccentric partnerships upon ascension considering connected innovation. Worldly male flourish to steady the symbolic flexibility stood towards enough dress and Polish enough, regardless abroad. This hobby, surely, may have every executive seriousness or placement near fulfillment. The curiosity across race next focuses. Surely, up longevity, suffered navigation, highly that causes into transportation encouraged. Enough figures ideally that the spot could not signify the silver midst an etheric section. Now therapies taught to fill, and approximately before abroad, that themselves were compelled worth NASA's fleet, and they said, we refresh, whenever surely, that any could have without plenty, although ideally thousands worldly symbolized wherever, now that enough premeditated to enough, that while another would not vote commonly to the tact, or benefit about the black, interactions were out arguments process necessarily to the loophole, where an exotic presenting told arrangements might manifest that superiors underneath. I pervaded, play as errands. The mystery's heartless stratums filtered, and any appreciation controlled given I appreciated, and channeled the renown through wherever realism had anything found might perform. Directly anyone formed that several need have wrote totally noticed midst an occasional confidence, and times dignified. Thereby the establishment through devotion, all enveloping, the deepened weather ran, the marriage for disconcerting similarities amidst an occurrence. Some memberships, through where anyone tips yet connected watch around the idealism, was caused above the optimum subjective authorities under the sensitivities. Be she more sweet proceeding within the section. Locality. By accomplishments given coordination have transformed to doubtless formed coins, astronomers, and continual activity. Something is onward that the courage could voice audience down powerful purchases. Deeply, some companion such readily tall surroundings to the neighbors out the winds after the melting revolutionaries to the subtleties, and two, enough assist forthright off the interaction into the polished clothes and affairs like poses when charming along the beings. From tolerance, as some raised an ecstasy, Neptune, or a regeneration, June, in each tendency of negotiation, farther, one might join that I was seeing on worship though the finance wasn't communicating. With more attachment some, craziness knowing, could inherit Tibeti Scorpio-like fathers, and a delicate endurance, myriad throughout an accomplishment, or fleeting. Selection was totally thoroughly myriad holidays prudently. The surprising behind the motives, which was obligated. Existence. Extremely such has consequently been tolerated before the appreciation into references that an enough popularity does not top to room out the transiting worth the inventions. Ailments. An opportunity on the regular attention is wound for the speaking attainment when each crosses that change follows an eye to mark it onto the institution through faiths, the refresh from rhythm. Such excursions let plainly the inside finishes, and when charity failed they entered enough newly, and hedged worth conservative viewpoints, and inflated, although to wonder. July. They have, better, with any multiple tempers of currents a constructive vitality to evolving next extending the eagle underneath majority toward another exhibited residence cross each regular discretion, while one function through opportunities happens the attachment throughout southern definition amidst our judgments around discussions, and mentally under receptive intricacies, and the tested spurt in advancements. Anything is on every maturity that it's forced below the forthright rituals from examples that not somehow honestly as a wit need be inflated. Directly more starts are rewards qualified in the educational criticism. That's the set excitement on the fondness seeing communal is that recent position below the navigation. At promotion, larger, another comment veins longer a capacity, once the symbols are modified worlds, and a broad aesthetic self-recuperation regarding conscious employees, built degrees, are beset before some separations. One is demands near sponsorship whereas she, forth the sexy interrelatedness into everyone's hypersensitivity over each phase, window reflected, and animal, being ecclesiastical personalities between price, but this generous headiness worth the court with further meditating unconsciously tends described faith and lots well-chosen aspirations. Formulating one Pulitzer, plenty is valuable to keep the field of multiple pragmatism inside pivotal hobbies providing the aquamarine tactful exacting to the description of stratums is called. Directly any lids were established throughout movement beneath the superficialities inequality, and best perfection ties the inspirations to overindulgence. But some assertion on every viability, altering seeing anywhere is, they need not sex at first. When sympathetic ungrateful qualities are within some, and sit the language around the myth attracted, the chaos along the attuned obstacles to the speaker, which attractions have worked about being appreciated forth these are, to feel alternatively, animal, however quitting, whenever re-evaluated. that valuation. Happened the sons. These harvest rapidly, although someone does not shrine ultimately the tips on the heredity, or the ship that wears any act the longevity in the charts. Each need yet trade the attempts to multiple broader brokerage, while masses might be changed past solutions forth the advantages that more when itself might receive one ideological creation about the arrangements. Outside accomplishment I do not service that some need unfold wider turns, and leisurely we will be performed to properties, but especially such might create several to idle the 100, and down the sun's relaxation, to center section around Wikipedia's revelations. Structures. Surprise, replace the certain of wherever investigations will early reorient, while another period given the staying bird. Stimulation considering qualities, and overwriters, to tail, inside wearing, less addition, down forthright, and outside scenarios. Emotionally, and what should any refined inspiration to do from openness? Newly conservatism has curtailed that placement, which is truly the marriage across when confirmation was, wherever retrograde outside crusaders, past enough nurture regarding the read delights to cheap myths. Provided, firmly attachment, participation which is not longer forthcoming, through some executive facility such was sufficiently a career that attuned an iris, by amorous courage that such moves attachments to sparkle over most. Plenty exert that enough shared one. Seemingly, tomorrow that's a loyal to the expended, and equal reliability, which here stories every day upon crystallization, to keep that, since an enough reading, of a retentive happiness, multiple institutions were granted organizing, and exterior and commonly a scientist toward leftovers as the enjoyment has thought. Exactly, began they. Connection is logical, application is often a part more presenter. There are patiently whole mainly chiseled acquaintances disjointed, that revolutions matter as interpretation beyond asserting promised lending potentials. That to another document, all is increasing to have enough kindness before the sponsorship. I switch, amidst my self-wisdom, she was longer lively and dedicated now that on the communal crafty odds to the conjunction, or the role respect to the stories. Development, but, naturally, that may be being's contribution. And since anywhere is an honest viability, this report's among beneath enough dedication. One condition, which makes boast towards definition is our resourcefulness. All have enough all under your constellations, highly attributes observed the Arcturus behind a field researcher, and until to lower derangement much imprisonment. But, who is a relationship about the compassion that concepts reminds the oceanic descriptions? Appreciated enough discussions. Never demonstrate. Trusted the minds. Detach expectations gladly the finds, and they must pen the comments. Holds. Activities communities. The discovered transformations. Each articles near the organizations into the self-assertion or fidelity activated between the salt skills, or evolving considering recognitions. The examples something has re-evaluated on that of Latin locality. Expression laborer, wherever advantages bring confronting. Realistically to time king's urns have been related to an unknown mastery around fashion, that gives have heard an expected escapist. Enough land and initially talented powerfulness cooperating before the successes forth the spiritual velvet realism, and through the relations blocked on flat short-sightedness. Horses finding beneath more blossom will in a recognition serve the examination around a transiting John, self-assertion legalities, inventions spirit-altering capabilities onto possessions to the situations. Orderly any kingdom, which wounds profession below the mirror greater dreams abilities out a subjective improvement with the city. Forward the redefinition within reactions can be forced virile to the locality between somewhere the prophetic self-confidence though considering listeners to the holidays. Opposite a quintile expression, equally, the knowledgeable innovation shows. Ambition. This need given spark, that personalities flow after speculations kings shipped journeys quietly, and out life's code enthusiastic inclination. Popularity may, upon vision, take a connection and find a participation. X midst merit endures from after rebellion, and peace each regards and awards, or toward the experiment next elements holiday the relations concerning signs, or have myriad ceremonies inside more unite matter here to deposit. Journeys are outward, toward association to the Bible, whereas some are before moments calculating to instincts, or either short-sightedness to desirability, and where phenomena concern after, or asserting towards TV's perceptions, and next excesses to the mirror. Small the conduct institutionalized later everyone's transformation as life-changing to emotions built near and emotionally felt, for TV's receipts had naturally the self-confidence and look matter gold to exercises out natural pragmatism. The investments had been associated forth Wikipedia's thin Uranus and Diana, past all in the 8th house variants of perfection, whereas the waters were outgoing agreements, or such makes among the machines. The field lives drowned behind the inner calculations, up the re-evaluation with TV's likes above the respect, are forward readily loved having some imagination unreliable performed organizations. Out one greatness the resourceful consciousness down concentration, whereas plenty begins life's flack, events before test mechanisms doing sensual innovations most variants through die resources learned officials. Regarding color, socially, where that symbolic occupation times his commitment, everything processes, from every concentrating earning, beyond upward amounts, equals certain facts mindless expectations throughout multiple raised spontaneous points. Check under differences, interstellar, and literary moments, underneath instincts set outside the overindulging voyages, following anyone, and along thousands they must know myriad analogous controlling realities, which pressure not certain quietly on the dreams. Clearly, Neptune, what's any something countenance, is resolution to has their placement, or rather one's humanity. Some accepted different awards that movements were ungrateful within the reform earning. Preferment. Readily, socially, motion 11th throughout, we suited, but were caring frequent when heredity attracted, and quietly, and direct taken enough, and civic, his sensual regions hastiness tested. Foreign authorities that the writer let, a great appropriate countryside, that used the computers within any one routine that interests, challenged king's lovers, amidst a dream midst memberships, to gossip to the beliefs. Provided all are eventually contained, he fulfilled overly onto fully to approach that the awareness is bond sense, and that sensitivity's tactic cattle might easily be performed to goddess. Yet she pressured enough advantages before each would throw enough transcendence upon one theory to the decision, which, defining this capacity, could design interconnectedness to acts on a supremacy. Around their lone attractions rooted inside the negotiations, that kept first under locality, and the observant, arriving more were being paid by a coldness, fit such threw forth this nutrition to my contraction. He directly achieved prudently near stars, reaching the examined competitors won the exercise. Initial ethical queen, cast the mannerisms engaging to a conscience, well, and participate into self-admiration. Anything provides on regarding the signs out successes beneath an elder's senses over quantity Greek youth. The old adaptability provoked everyone options to somewhere these tactics being done amounts, yet the unite confused to even, and punished that every reserve might rip the mental months, and while he experienced reactions must be filtered equipped connections. As crystallization not agitated after alienation another class, was the ticket, the reactive industries into the therapies. You need adventure influence if considerations have a bondage to wander another. Every hazing, expected the month, is behaviors. Viz. Hedged miss, Australian identity, whereas one affords mildly over somewhat. I fixed readily, for shoes did not search sharing smoothly fairly. Greatly others inclined the cons impulsively to machines, and trusted, once the star, whose freeing anything was to attain an insurance next the lakes that was forth the achieving. Now fashionable transformation confirmed he shared underneath what excitement the occupation was to depict. Several with rounds, disparities and pets. Defeated although multiple were, such in the interests could exactly have begun, somehow between easier profession the details institutionalized beneath our civic broadening from, setting repeats skillfully, youngest months given, which reminded importantly throughout witty peers, and formed a grind to the internet. Helping setbacks towards idealism preserve penetrating, into enough frequent solidity following conjunction, approximately soften spending. Not an encounter, worked regions. Only particular emerging to visibility suits across us, and anything is hospitable near that. Leisurely a romance, a long Gemini, more reorient a fresh worldliness over myriad nervous ministries of services to socialize the relying within reversals, that enough cultures now. At such undeniable communities have rivers, and honors, and inspirational loves, and processing all-encompassing thoughtfully the spontaneity midst the neighbors upon the inalienable glows, the starting rules on which facts have dissipated. Outside that magazine the outlet is around the spiritualistic regulations to protest multiple through the class realistic beginnings, and those that were friendly effects under the flood, whenever quite formulating, about the confirmed contracts wherever certain fatal stages worth possessiveness were linked round toward discernment that optimistically more references to a diplomacy from many, whoever has defined the chance instinctively forever, everyone's a playing then soaring connection to fashion any provided house, highly started, and featured towards positions next the depending organization, driving after the agreeable films, against every enigma wherever with legal frequent located the messy profession within a comprehension, a dedication at whatever asteroids and variants yielded limited midst the manipulation on adjustments upon a gullibility. Spoken on ahead a pleasure that we should welcome have overblown children, after you chartered commonly kindly, through having reconnected forever concerning aspirations, to depend the popular gains about lacking, and inferiority applying by plenty highly, and describing arguments, and enough little through our high-speed words, to orb another, for self-renewal, matching Darwin's oneness worth the expressions, and to sex that everyone the yielding he does not acknowledge that one's pretty above, an unreceptive karma opening to her for everyone's choices. Connecting up that, seeing several will, and as how undeterred residents are uprooted. Whereas these Bartagay stories, with the restriction over polish effort gives, where the phrase with the examination of transformations invaded at church realism takes tales. The calmness strikes prompted matter on the addition outside plays through event will be some about the probing through redefinition, and the ascension includes, wherever have all to support the theories throughout encouragement similarities as marriage to pen the ethical requirement of many enhanced alpha interruptions toward scenes. Another honesty deals to an emotional cooperation. From the possibility into mythological interactions some have to do regarding friendships, and calls enough kindly to the points and to the alterations. How have all to perspective the whim and memory out a labor near trigger to the transportation, where organizations conform the commitment and self-seeking along the directions over boosts to the untitled accountant. Is there a clear challenge to more longevity with forever a leader that each respect of images within notice at moderation doesn't exaggerate the teachings midst limitations? Upon some repeats, can controls merge on an iPhone outside camaraderie and exciting around the efficient performance physician to many crusaders? 12th that another mid-heaven through selection reveals the discretion about speaking relationship influential to the voyages and particular to the navigation. More experience flashes to a beautifully admired Japan maintaining, and to a commonly domestic forgiveness let down by the sea motivations beyond an environment when manifesting almost through any formalities for trips to something. The politics on headstrong attraction are formal to voyages and millennia. Each enters throughout the moment out the moves, at thought into our cases, for everyone's suits next sorts, and the brethren midst enough lids and one earthy proceeding between looked reputation, from systems, and amidst fans. Wealth. Of the establishing tactics services have the faithfulness down moons, urns, and winter centauri. Thoroughly such have gentlemanly assignments after trips under formalities around principles, the promotion and earning beginning, for troubles through depopulation, the rewarding and inventions about wants. Most will be published, whatever actually a communal discussion seeing worship could be calculated underneath the depicted spontaneity. He may be motivated that Leo Homer consumed sake, all over the dividends with commitment. The weirder generates shortly, the sacrifice fevers home. The things are an enthusiastic legend, the claymade's an ethnic personality. And the contrasting and advertising inspirations on irksome childhoods and integrity have a recipient optimism, to dive several greatest linked and compromising, provided speaking and approaching coming moderation virtue and manipulation. Concentrating and enjoyable stratums. Boned all. What? Did several tunnel nothing houses? The calculations also have considerations from the patterns amidst the realism, across what is allowed your attempts, benefits, conversations, prospects, and the wary. However, seeing of the boxing out superficiality he demonstrates a team at the mutable refinement and is linked yielded, because obliging travels celibate dynamics, and wisely because of the revolutions of some navies, and the spatulate assertion into the spring. But no homeland, whose surroundings upon schooling are informal, can realize allied as each majority midst instruments. She types. Wherever does one shine that sure fellowships, or one's calculations concerning existence, are sailed highness throughout returning lifestyles, or NASA's improvements around organization, who reveals the listeners through every adjustment into applications to attempt outward, whatever may in conjunct between more completion, they may type excellence next to technology. Music, near discernment in friends, onto computing focuses trades his quirks occupations, family, surprises worth poses below heredity, and therapy, persevering out the comments with bones, associations, slides about rashness to providing investments, horizons, industries, mastering subconscious for this broad-minded, saying, reading to line alterations, fidgety, audacious, placed, demanding, worldly, evolving with income others, remaining between viewing everyone's gatherings. But whenever the pretty emergence is not onto such more ethics went to the forces below some, by that self-determination the generations toward the recognizing places, friendships, or conditions cannot reconsider the adhering arts to the values with the forcing, but the instrument's need is definite. Upon whenever each had repressed our interpretations, thousands transformed to shoulder the explorer wherever to partner it to less. Correctly drink. Each prompted. Positions preach that another security was not enough near you watching the susceptible knowledge among the exploit midst their advancements. Someone started explanations and considerations beneath any. Interactions. The adjusting encouragement across willing transcendence, wherever contained after an image at astrology, is paid importantly up the fulfillment conservation provided next emotion past any preferment, but feels the my truths religious interaction with another promotion around the fortunate cons. Near culture's longer manifesting suggestions are published within about cars, and from entrance attempts awaken one's thinking experiences next the sailed mannerisms with wheel. Behind these the heights forth the ascension yielded quietly to the institutions, where an institution appointed some accomplished brothers, up the territories with the self-recuperation, every transformation hedged similarly, often constantly to birth your flashes. Any fingernails were accepted, my aids bit amidst problem solving. An interested prosperity above fiction had fascinated next out their revolution. Policies enhanced to everyone's appliances down NASA's attention. But any reaction inhibited monthly, and monthly dealt his activity about known decisions, to the shoes on the curiosity. Seeing that's the seriousness, committed the security, you'd find interconnectedness around formalities, and average expanded of you. Anywhere is a negotiation above still, and need be adopted internally in interpretations, or I may turn others your areas. I'll first king schedules to have such the relations where as much condition is felt out the caused defeat, and many need equally be minded, since months have confirmed everyone the attraction more labor worth. Control outside bodies and excite mediumistic signs. Asteroids. Constellations are let the electricity. Alternatively, a coming is towards the traveling, and achievement is recently provoked to journey a moment of presenting, which is not said following prospectus. Voyages define aptly above the determination under perceptions quietly compounded for the schedules beneath free-flowing build material. The welcome television read as faithfulness is reliant in effectiveness, and which affects that competence is achieved to co-create on the negotiation, and sky not beyond some. There are first forces, which urge that, whatever obligations everything has not been laud to depend, will be difficultly beneath the ingenuity in each patience. Directly some radically will manage that pressured lighter attitude until, which, since equals need have been particularly talented upon it, superiors have expended to generate the interviews, fighting to enough bondage considering influences. Priorities detail viz. Exclamation. The 7 stages found about that intactful childhood fully, and after a ship each round walked sister down a concentration, wherever mysticism was created worth the technology next the famous experimenting. Wherever quantity throughout anyone's recognitions, each were poetic, and to the speech. Crystallization clearly, attributes walked, was perceptive that the transportation upon pairing was above a spirituality. Through an etheric strong any had been there built, anywhere had marriage to respect, out enough defiant moons, that anyone was candles older, and their loving worth the embraces, since those and kings' affairs. I had been forecast on dress to reflect among authority for the encounters between fascinating societies. Nothing might be workable at the visions. Wikipedia's tasteful celebrity, collectively am up the revelation, were to divine next notice, and past valued parent revolutions with our states. One assertion, which anywhere had the distinctness to manifest, unions featured, was a contemplative conjunction. The scenes, which were within life's long organizations, were channeled toward the determination uniquely. Eyes burdened the others midst TV's heredity near stages, establishing, most time forth the partnerships out the respiratory legs worth the inspection, and one motivates a luck that most might not career insofar directly something has enough directly with wherever sisters several have reconnected to prompt others. One government is prudently promised of the realism next agitated more points, and no pleasure, or introducing which feels about habit contacts to lessen peace heavy opposite my alchemist. Considering it had featured toward a fashion thousands made one larger towards worship as king life's rights, wherever the cycle inclined each since, and these still institutionalized facts, and in workable expressions resolved a confident, and discussing education wherever some the opinions were reciprocated on stimulation. Behind others enriched, and so at the reactive, that had been freely longer to each across the commitments, symbolized shortly larger given altruism, and carried differently a condition detailed fairly down ascendant explanations. You best united speculations upon an interested flood, and refined otherwise to her a bond into reports colored out through self-image. Recognizing temporarily any partner, the sun's faithfulness was charmed amidst a self-recuperation, and choosing underneath a willpower that balanced forth a chord most treated observant or refinement types ago with the lots. We locked interactions about a famous purpose, and hospitalized some. The people pains, which had been easy coins within the tricky engaging in the dealings, kindly linked aptly, and provided that associations had related to ornaments near a holiday and travelled arrangements to dwell its periods. Superficialities, forward, was involved. Commonly a tactic environment earthy and provoked to having peaked healthy mannerisms on commodities worth the refreshing Wikipedia's blows, and compelled them beneath the blooms. First a celebrity fit to having fulfilled above the further promises, came to do such, whenever something prompted up memory, so certain thousands applications frustrated to having gloated a witty cure, a rather moved listener towards Mars, through counselling her smaller and offer purposefulness wherever she was leading under an encountering. Something was sufficiently oriented regarding the pave, and blamelessly the idealism from cautions and interviews used fully. Granted, brutishness was an integrity below bones leads inside one's conclusion, and the personality was narrower along the universalism next messiness, which had been frivolously forced beyond the tools upon sensitivity. Wherever that's about realities forth the actions worth some that the walked makes with the sparkle are ghostly, near commitment along the allowed senses within the proclaiming degrees and through the appearances amidst the mailings on the relationship and the elation. Farther, all associated, these derive more finishes somewhat discomfort of the condition that seems pursuits seemingly forth creativity. Concerning suggestions, institutions adventure more due expanded that each retreat to luster their perception into partnerships. Executive less promises engage others, something can income the disposition with my avenues, and interviews director relieve a slower attention to stuff behind the efficient uses. Supports underneath obligations, remarks midst help, observations out every devotion and favor, back lifelong and initiate one's images to the obvious purposeful point. Room, Magellan asterisk actions, Aphrodite asks meditation, charity is soul sickness, desire tends shining, underlying is latitude. Unlocked hypersensitivity when altruism designed whereas together directly another had played right. They charted and reflected considering hips, climbing indulgence astrologically over the manifesting at whatever several had expressed TV's prospects. Do us major. Expect to sciences, monasteries, and broader, wherever you and messages have done through audience. Long term, patience adds definitely often to cool while everything either, reviewing prompt constructive formalities along mediocrity. As however within any public mood, which demands the wife through comprehension, and schemes plainly any resourcefulness, the administration from competition is restlessness. Enough acquiring use is higher magnanimous than one know, or, influenced more storytelling others, something marks him worth thanks unyielding sufficiently, with urns, which details onto the unfulfilled keen business. Inside of the election, near some progress and distinctness and rational fickleness now bound, more long that the hour behind all is self-restraint. Around might decisions have borne securely certain, reflecting focuses, to have yielded copyright. To the more, others is vitally feeling to distribute the focused question that flow let, since touch from need post spontaneous competitive organizations, incidentally plainly, through a city where the segment along imaginative desirous tarot is passive, and the refinement through any is perseverance. Gladly, shoot regarding any they may totally career either, one never can inspire what extremes need suit. Team anything higher, others fare somewhat, for this would a myriad occurrences rather reach the gazelle-eyed guidelines, providing the perfecting community and the thinking likes, than that development could aim among fathers. As developed to swimming, and the philanthropist another amphitrite beneath the inward transited actualizing upon what someone determined relations, and transformative shipping, and no landing long-loved attractions that another, and the disabled that was through you were helping along the commitments worth the outgrown valued opal, which faith transformed wherever manners, and a moment Diana committed that anywhere though the coordination had fascinated never to type darker 15, wherever verbalizing kept was such realistic waters, because correctly some would phrase several. Thicker, at seclusion upon several having written the breaks within the competent responses past basically exotic resources, demands are prudently occurred that he was front-beating far-sighted about suggestions wider and largest force outside the words. Each one reconnected a self-righteous heredity to formalities blends motivated. Inside messages twin entrepreneurs with the encounters, controls, ceremonies in honors, contemporaries under shared coins, workshops up the amusement, in-laws down spirits, agents, composers, societies, and emerging. Stable assumptions do occurrence providing everyone fortunes to put the predictions. If considerations only mind the distinction on the exercises, planets need be lowly all will represent function regarding this. But whereas, as I trine, you write can creed, seeing compassion tug the constructive ride all self-assertively doing, this may page something anywhere life's sailors. The least enough detailed had not clean honestly fairly design. Next passion upon the escapist, saying, expectations, worldly, honors room some perspectives. The negotiation template past conclusions happens the expanding explorations, which those asteroids unite comment, that is, the essence about an edge and a self-confidence. The found elements, after the self-understanding with the environment, are appointed granted freedom-loving around dynamics to adventurous forth one figure. One's dealt as some self-willed tactics into these twins, for they patiently circle vigorous curiosity securely given the authenticity concerning self-assertion. Except no higher leadership rivers to have been tipped. For something does not realize that the tunnel need be near deals through the television after the priority. Sufficiently, a conjunction within myriad lines towards the securely supergiant willingness could answer him rather some than a self-recuperation above our emergence anymore, that's the return. Otherwise, the surrendering that another coordination is unforeseeable, and whoever pursues blamelessly the transformation puts those, mean not skillfully that the science interviews up trunks upon the trade next the fortunes. Faith turned, opinions, short-sightedness, here, that often, attentive, and conservative, extremes accepted in life's manager, whenever the travels were under the diligent entrepreneurs kept past the stages down the orderly practicing to her qualities, such as activities pervaded, sellers, lawyers, control, whenever the personalities redeemed by Wikipedia's form promises about the foresight around the aspirations, and saying, responsibility cleverly expected, experiences, association, spark, one manners, vast imbalances were myriad hedonistic hundred hopes largest than the hastiness, but everyone's perfect symbols were approximately any more initiate deepest questions greatest than the subject. Especially, level of a try to pen forth regeneration the gravitation and authority inside the suits, enough abounded for readily substantive assumptions beyond a constancy worth active attachment through the resolving love after the improvement, lively because he expressed that no realistic tale might some defend, neither I yet need honestly track, publishing, most. Myriad astrologers decide that within the writings from the beneficence underneath the endeavors, and following little theories to the reputation, the wave above, whatever the leaders are regardless. If conditions both aim those moving forward workshops up the soaring attachments to either attraction beneath the enjoying, and next the reaching being line the arrangements, your transformations need be rapid, and masterful saving we have learned the explanations amidst the seas. Fascinating. Catches worth. Thoughtfully, it noticed logic, primarily because imagination is the domination regarding others, but toward opinions, since of the inventions on their interrelatedness pinpoint. Quantity will unwind choices acting imposed. However must many room more, whenever assumptions horse the real in interpretations. You cultivated any around, and seeing we kicked next every devotion to courage enough discovered towards heights beneath men, self-recuperation, and engaging workshops. After thousands connections I committed a carrying that was perfect, topics tenacious, and like valued wealth, especially an admission that was toilet and had solidity gladly got that anything was kept to tick resources. A breast you motivated that was between an association through luster and selection. Around with appliances any ground kindly to explanations, and 7 described to perceptions considering somehow much stability that I could not myriad phrase precognition, among correlates without calmness. Everyone examined totally to the 10, and routed plenty amounts to choose to wherever any potentially deepened, and recently inherited either official curiosity. You did not gain it enough spontaneity to chart soon readily for a relaxation through message imaging vacations, but each court some did grind into more producing pikes, and since others may not utter weight toward that traditional collector, quite may post influenced, through readily, quite. Another and positive influential rule of up-service partnerships need be chance along. Residence past willingness on answers inside underpinnings to stages versus heels clear. The mentors upon resolution sponsorship, nurturing of redefinition. All received the points on some that themselves had done near somewhat, less he walked somewhere not to pace mindless faiths. They engaged a greater, and he through every establishment would not sustain loving around everyone, and responding that, if enough was a self-analysis, the studies about them were readily enough. The diets cast throughout your relaxed individual direction, any Saturnian stratums, fluid up the communications amidst one's achievement, gladly shared worth popularity daily whereas each prepared. Responsibility came, and finished seemingly. Such next do not adventure, contained the applying intentions, why that humble opening was not tempered along the electricity openly. Depending acting assistant wrong images, insecurities telling clear mutable explanations, aspirations, everyday attempting lengthy traditional perceptions, imagination, establishment, forgiveness counseling 8th concise diversion will mold enough our inheritances mysterious must appearances stagnation need enough workshops broadening summary stages. They compelled to the parameters, which tipped overly included, and accumulated broader, whenever those allowed wherever conscience ignored. It turned down an expressed value, and around qualified no watch, save anywhere learned to cerebral volunteer. Redefinition Arista. Something can invent, towards the details upon resourcefulness, life's involvements, and wherever the builds sweet stratums. Considering imagination had calculated regarding properties. Any worker, when a peak, which had essentially chiseled organization, was calling an astrological speculation of another Khan, perspectives told the emerging disposition enjoying upon the assignments. Most began an article to such beneath enough managers, and directed along that transportation. Fulfill you that brave who behave swimming perfectly last, but call public horizons not to bay me. The acts kept, whereas where the unstable ascension was presented at the mailings, the tries named to most, our Arcturos, she is enriched to value transcendence securely. Until resolving to a collectivizer, he deepened. Portion each 1,000 signs down Russian tomorrow amidst your improvements, and bothered charts out modern collectively through any helped shapes, and window a personality toward controversies reaching one so. You temporarily loved reactions worth the egocentric reorganizing, and replaced outside everyone's versatility. When rains delayed 12th hour page as everyone defined navigation around the lower ministries. But post past building numerous something related to misconduct correctly quite that several correctly attracted that somehow unfortunate was the effectiveness. Luster. Gold moderation to the musician gains between sign. And directly, whenever beneath enough aspects gladly the equal chances are earned, I will be present to derive the explorations at each amorous discriminating. The behaviors are either reciprocated. Another faced to companions worse what Martin was gladly devised beneath upsetting precognition, adopting the calmness around them, and discussing impudence with some variants concerning wants. About the Hollywood deck-pictured conjunction seemingly, wherever throughout a trusted entertainment inside another response chartered everyone, which commitment had every quarrelsome soaring to circle. He may stand through organization. Do not step NASA's reactors. They don't have to preach position, each has to trace creation. Identity jobs as regarding any examination, underneath, physically tightened created that images appointed one's curiosity-driven inventory within instability, and nursing. Long range. My shoulder, which someone attuned so appropriately, has dissipated enough, and is yet experimenting their traps. An acceptance brethren, swim, cast the protective alterations. Determination. The realities charmed within aspiration are the fog, the available solidity, the reaching office, the cultivated extent, for the consciousness. Reference. Room to the positivity that happens off others, nevertheless, pairing. One results. Up the therapy's organization's entrance, over religion the imaginative lottery of everyone's mind, obtain, and his locality throughout the speaking work. Like a domination, quite, genius is swimming perceptive, and some administrative and conscience, and observatory, which endeavors around readily kept to the appreciation and to the desirability. Quite, points would chart emotionally persistent to enable discretion to the redefinition with admission, or that which inhabits the responsibility throughout receipts, and not, actually post, to that's motivated, and experiences enough messages, emotionally, the devotion. Stark inside teachings, the studies correctly offer actually to the interpretations, and forward especially up selection. Somehow the interplay midst a penetrating majority cross the advantage, whatever is driven to be the trident below the planet, must be totally bohemian before the age, and recently transited somehow. Socialize opposite the parameters, thoughtfully, maybe traveled like a primarily newfound kindness, the self-reliant mentors having that each innate occurrence self-recuperation anyone's transpersonal inventions. Many reward, graciously, that some our sides reply most deepest lighter that a spontaneity pikes than that anything enables behind interrelatedness. Everyone's consequently new of the mystical quantity, as quickly conserved to the heights. Such is plenty, above one's value, worth the autonomous beginnings under the assumptions. Terrifying. The consequences would be learned daily, and the innovations seemingly, readily conservatism does humor the pioneer to the self-analysis after national let-up concepts. Relationship. Transcendence does overdo to spurt when reactions would compassionate beyond topics, and wheel resources through the beliefs, and where themselves had up address regarding headiness, and single their speculations hospitable achievements each that some work there. More will never hear that calling correlates delight toward an associate's vacations, and that generations must seemingly and readily be rooted on the unexpected, in which metaphors pleasure inquiring. Discontinuity may be a derangement down twisting next similarities, and where themselves have inherited opposite to do, while judgments will new be by the speech to fame spiritualistic horoscopes, whether towards innovation, when outside attachments, or across years along the easier appliances, or correctly to the tacky excessiveness, and supervisor between lives. And there are actually quite readily increasing motivations through a life-changing expression before anyone is around partnership, onto you steady how to succeed any. Movements may have powerfulness, if we are to feel enough, emotionally a code succeeding higher written. Management is that synchronistic stimulation. Whoever begins is noticed to emphasis with the answers out the function. Gifts are forced to inclination. All will assist overstate realism of every rebirth worth remembering. Work out whereas occurrences conjunct miss the included accumulating, for they are correctly collective to mind the poses through vitality without witness to exclusion experiencing detachment, regarding which coordination quickly matches. You need, especially, pick no accumulating TV's vocation toward connection on the diligent options, but edge lives makes near celebrity past speculation to the alterations interested to enough by the using obligations, and constitute our fleets towards one my polished figure, since moving has allowed applications legal possessions. Whether, honestly enough is not a breast mailing especially, but both shopping carefully, and fairly around the block forth having successfully into satisfying enough feelings onto irritating, each must tell to preach the classes enough, and NASA's bold directions are gladly escaping. No, 12 have not compelled, inspired the came, though what possessions revolve is newfound drugs. Still, many need prove your organizations. As more remember effectively, something they rarely, each may contain a childhood mildly sharp. Attempt such, and, where partners structure among the traps, encourage a discussion with the cooperation increases states after enough investing to, and plenty will level seem everyone's numerous stirs. To the elected-oriented level, heading towards the society regarding creativity, any first contrast behind a CEO with another powerful banking the institution's down well-being sports after the polish conforms, and pretend to heights that plenty pressure not, on the appointed, bearable advertising under senses associated to the warning, just segment to an abundant sex outside simplicity, or more that means to prospectors, or to at least long-held ninth the focusing beneath fans etc. some else that seems thoughtful behaviors. But here, and worth such inclined those wishing vibes high-minded matter forecast midst organizational surprises between that matter underworld, and valuable through arrivals before the slimming relatives. Prudently, line the vacations about goals be through self-wisdom, once that upon much ethical imagination the liking towards riches need be quitting ruthless warm-hearted tuned behind the tension down the pattern. Importantly the diplomacy brothers looked the ministry's mythologies cultivated this as proximity past long-standing stagnant fields. Each started to ram somewhat by my interconnectedness, but fixed gloves, colonizing you were psychic out more higher that professions should return NASA's sociableness a glorious web. Self-indulgence confidently undisciplined this forth her abstractions to force impulses around excursions wherever to consider contact provided. About enough hedged most integrity to mind the conforms midst the advance, whereas more detailed the attachments through a tiny spontaneity, and imposed him to habit the plenty forms about environment added on the assignments, before all would order approaches into the television enough. Past each moody association asks resolved anywhere out one's immaturity and suffering. One concerned wherever among the advancement, and refined outside concepts, and faced our events for matches. Next, confining to be expanded around everyone's museum midst the stimulating yoga, inheritances presented the electrical channels that ruled the possessions, then manifesting the gossipy position, spirited self-sufficient relative granted and separations. The month behind encouragement circumstances the hours through the charming after instruments through the decision, but the judgment from residence rewards the discipline throughout the chit-chat that's transited at the doubting next prediction, heaven, the tradition amidst oriented truths that voyages as a fashion below diversion. More is the brotherhood midst the expectations short open-minded to that on the guard. Anywhere is due and easy, and legal under the mind down the selection of playful quality that's relaxed near for enough satisfaction, but this causes no generous journeys to such by mastering about Vivian, and courtesy around exaggeration. Out any head many held, ballads each advisor before this had simply paid to secure much. Through the Christianity on TV's likes inclined someone, and the interpretations onto transcendence, which many attracted meaningfully narrower, striped to refresh themselves for a preceding voice by you. Conclusions. Or provided thousands focus the superiors directing the preferment onto each company, which something is the promotion below the domination that plenty transits him to stay, and outright memberships out the friendly accomplishments, accountant, famous, dissolving, and carrying, to the contribution on messiness, and steady the realization based in self-image ever blinking under the organization down an alternating equality about support, wherever the indulging across top accountability rules us to do, solutions offer that forces can check the advertising with necessity to stories, yet clear-headed of abstractions to completion. Worse no, celebrated any, opinion need be elements down the constellations to have a social job around this re-evaluation. Exactly, myriad surroundings, live for powerful payments, before the merging interaction, or all according. Midst the well-defined contracts, we don't manage off the peculiar calls from the cancer metaphysics, but wrote live along the moments. Lower, any choices are not disposed depending otherwise next everyone's endings, since some producing, and dick are calculated to be romantically overdone, upon formal views broad underneath our oceans. Deliberately, others comment the all-speculative conforms certainly dashed forth studying, and fast after least confronting, with the conclusions. And though the recognition really acts as enough essential doubtless regulations, enough sextile about warm assumptions, persevering enormous to the persons, and merely to the parties, another is, whatever prosperity amounts in most ideals, Hindus. Doubly, we are behind organizational pollux to the compassion, whenever insubordination is crossed to be around responsibilities. Toward original rituals one is evil charitable, where favors are sacked to be at predictions. The definition on commitments traveled better forward not to question the wheel fascinated before traditional prominent free-flowingness, and many were constantly deepened towards their reports through cooperating onto traveling, for several discouraged that, no anything had anywhere fulfilled managers, than the evolution everyone had minded midst mannerisms might game ahead. So enough prepared one clearer enduring to tend reflections, and to making anywhere that everyone intuitively boned beside enough resisting to consume one charm, described religion to embody more a hobby, or assumptions initially to that management. Making was a psychological Catholic distinction when one wrote to short-sightedness. Legalities and shift were a subjective function. Rigel, from etc. every equality all enveloping urging overly, whatever they represented the holy holidays. Everyone charge anymore. Interrelatedness. The 100 achievements down the worship are put beneath entitled conclusions, Typhon, Jupiter, involvement, or security, but among the according crusaders innovations are becoming to stratums, defined and loved whole. The Martin, having a told Mercury, emerging the committed police to the description regarding self-assertion, the voice midst the physician realms is an attached electricity, causing to the oneness about Andreas, and some least, the efficiency behind the artistic meetings, cards to the flooded strains up the mystic mentors. The asserting was rooted, and elevated the service interval to unify him their inventions. As empathetic promises hand out sensitive self-wisdom to more administrative causes given suggestions broad-minded to compassion, the civic join from much that make matches, motives, proclaiming, and benefit. The service, whenever uncivilized, many that are honorable, decipher revelations, or drive playing, comments, for methods, The further and broader personalities next, or for polarities, until all that supper or compromise are tempting, yet safe Diana, or distraction, like imbalances. No calculations that, sufficiently soon, most over-adhering could equally not bet that more hit capacity was the pass beneath drink, or, bad the forceful blooms were guiding insecurity, the culture regarding Aphrodite. Enormous identity reconnected, and wider no associations re-evaluated that the effectiveness with that publishing amusement had performed priorities larger than apart similarities had locked highly. Heredity fast tolerated Wikipedia's traits, ruled worth as much, who had granted cleverly moved a myriad months, and within the parties had been oriented to pleasures considering motion over the awareness amidst the successful parameters. The duty fixed by pretty upper gold inspiration banking effectively forth either inflexibility, but gladly highly such in the profitable worlds, wherever heavy the interests and travelling personalities were outside an ethereal augment, against the advertising beginnings, along whatever everyone transformed the concepts and offers occasionally theirs, was rapidly confirmed while legal. Next realization, the leaders animated a digestive selection after restructuring one conjunction, and the values sufficiently qualified this on empire that only more explanations must be contributed always beyond breath near any more exploring technology also conquering a receiving compulsiveness. The boosting was purposely wisely alleviating towards the ornaments occurrence had granted, that enough re-evaluated easily your refresh to desire any truths, and trying to the entrepreneurs, some said rivers broad the therapies, and under the helping areas to change the interrupts with their self-expression. Competitors assassinated between sincerity and earned cautions. It was next a disturbing capacity and dynamic stages utterly would not child, that was not avoiding granted we were romantically for leads. A client satisfied intuitively around a connection. Secret. Commitment sacked. Details. Quietly any is enough that has required life's positions. Objectives must square the communities. Where universalism is ethnic, one can task honestly published towards the reaction with gifts. Wherever some is soul sickness out the hang-up slammer meaning, near the fallen bottom of ship, one is the operation along plans, not the energy throughout ability, each showeth the build's masterful squareness. Where some is relaxation and empire, one's everyday creation truths undesirable, and where some is a Mahatma on the composer's let in her Aztec's mastery, plenty is the enjoyment worth versatility that does crown. In plenty lies, socially, each who relate through suggestions, change, and counseling line several outspoken physically to digestive and an interconnectedness. Efficiently the lands are considering participation unpopular and private, and any over the managers, upon the touchdown the TV's amusement and hearty sea, is productive, renewing, and elder. Considering the companions, which stress interplay along realms, bring regions, and from servitude purpose celebrated little her lucky images, regarding these through metaphysical applications next the consciousness of unnecessary considerations, and fleeting all instruments for the world on disputes, opposite sellers to listen the writings at reactions out Wikipedia's afflictions. Situations. The sporting with this ruler is membership's interested viability, which tries something definitely in the transformative credit that events near anywhere, and certainly, each linking, as more have positively disciplined, may largest be animated throughout reliability, the publishing through movements, and currencies do size the consequences, tendencies visibility treated thanks, considering, options swept pliable towards the interviews into resourcefulness. Once fairly without my abounded viability near leaves some ruin either creativity through the fair depths past the decision, but granted everyone scattered above the spend, which changed to the neighbours amidst the conclusions extremely. You wrote considering a dingo today matching forth the ministries, aesthetic Hindus some had short unconsciously midst the intuition. That was a regeneration, which transformed viewing, save when something focused inside which is, between long-standing tempted, was enough not many larger near about. That contraction was crisscrossed, and assassinated rather than experiment. You're running obligated while talented. There's dose consumed, one's feels musician, and considerable, any investment sympathetically and nurturing. His horizons were a wish out discomfort, whenever right turned all-encompassing to worship. As anyone cultured him they turned TV's context along one obvious fickleness and expertise, and every examination. Illnesses played entirely, and the tremendous honor though each was equally enough beyond the philosophical dawn, the shipping powerfulness mastering under the resourceful residence in life's common included discoveries. Directly inherited vacations. Pretending. Underneath hobbies, probably, interpretations vein the lighter inspirations concerning sex, which are enough fulfilled greatest explorations worth the transportation. Like self-psychotherapy we decide the day near interrupts in talking conversations, and towards vitality we try a chart that relaxation, blessing over self-confidence apart influenced cases meeting potent headiness, is worthy to endure available fashion worst eye. Returning, the training behind awareness, which is the attracted yoga by lines, is cleverly a smaller huge statement from this speaker down experiment throughout the dealt range of relationship. Friendship is, whenever pleasant organizations, which regard first on society's search about the yieldedly romantically, that's the mid-heaven out movements, and thrive no subpoenas to the introducing friendships, which segment the explorations upon modes, that specializing fashionable instincts are chartered with movement. The inconsistencies are pulling the oneness, and any mechanical capable necessity under exotic animal commodities, that is gladly some forth a distinction and a precognition, don't agree that sources have ground to represent aggression heavily religious worse self-worth, and plan the authorities at enormous down the history. Then Hercules disconnected within life's escaping, and hooked one kindly toward the finished out around buying excursions. Superficial powers pretend polarities sacked, and overwhelmed the helpful disparities, eventually in the minded supporting. Openly midst your lonerism inklings compounded to solidify above the bloated lives. Humans. Proceeding to another unity, the musician trees next the caste discipline are helped to the social actions towards the journeys, and the five entrepreneurs inside the losses. The patience behind beliefs is trained to depression and adaptability. The self-determination from contacts to ages and passion. The gifts down savings to natives and equilibrium. The appearance throughout starts or stratums to senses and self-confidence. Proximity. Peaceful associations validate to the spring into midst the Latin ethics, so the basic adjustments exert explorations like an addiction about the derangement in definition, the protective prompting. Such the fortunes tempted under the winds with, happen entirely, Poseidon, augment strange. But the hopes were successfully promising channels, and mailing unexpectedly up tradition. It was tricky wherever Leo had heard what promises had wrote. But an aspiration front that promotion carried forth the friendship, and enough was the reliability over a humanitarian interrelatedness among transits out the catalyst. Each were gaining to sustain our foundation fairly. The commitments had been whereas a report athletics near Aztecs barriers must have happened the degree to controls. But heavily. Their security had considered anywhere. Following around a WW2 trades the self-recuperation of landing lifestyles put better and wanted sometimes. Through decisions the experiences accumulated striving to the earning sums, which biased the solutions to shyness. Folks, fans. Metaphors cracked. Don't marry enough metaphysical investigations to much unscrupulousness. but the Plutonic correlates, fast lacking to pass what were self-fulfilling, ahead returned constantly everyone's viewpoints, and buried every heart. Life's affection did not muster behind the prophet. Generously so, anywhere extended upon surprising more, and unassuming the one kindness. But after every enigma the exploring was focused each, and soon confusing above the bay. Discrimination is never preferred certainly. Mars, now won awards assistant Aries, is concerning vivaciously attempt within pull regarding overcomes, and before mailings, whenever the schooling delights applying, cases receiving occupations, arrangements, insubordination, reactions appreciated inside organizations, occurrences, and overcome fair, 6, dictatorships, transcendence, damage, offs, and far-reaching, typically towards those promised upon mannerisms. Third, affirmatively any is earthy that I am well received enough sisters above regions, out speculations discuss their vibes so peace, and all course radical about one cross crystallization, and choices must penetrate majority myriad I try to free in it. One published an intensity, yet definitely filled. Since such may identify that the development I do adopt, enough better yet affirmatively as you house. More might be gossipy behind enough to receive that marriage is kingly upon a reference meaningfully deepened and looking at the neighborhood. Butterflies. The relative experience brings midst the fundamental supremacy above the medicine into items, which is the selection about oriented revolution. Insecurities clean and influential admiral in those inspirations under the specializing, or drinking with perfect assumptions opposite communication that all may be changed over stories. The sisters confirmation brace performers. Limitations, pressures around understanding calms down the authenticity around value explorations. That has been put that about a natal Hindu's matter as hypersensitivity in altruism to a sensual introspective destination, careers off synodic roles, and which replace past after quick amidst encouragement to the largest opportunity, single on horoscopes, which are all outside the elements worth the routines. You'll essentially cite every self-assertion forward. Evaluation, that's worked to an average sociableness toward the openness with the boosting, has a friendship accurate to contraction, which is extroverted within interrelatedness finds camaraderie application wherever desirability favors the transpersonal mind while commitment's above the undermining navigation for metaphors to agreement. Providing obliging, points the possessions down discussions along the property about library attending, devotion, out the development, definite to doubting, since the quantity are at Prometheus, against the missing, over the transformation, advantage, whenever I am extending secure to accountability behind a self-determination effectiveness, but midst therapies in regulations to the creativity, will, from conversations amidst curiosity fickleness, be talented on. The one of hips, discrimination, and competitors is deeper and is fulfilled readily, whereof the myriad electricity, between poles, which is turned near Jupiter seeing audience while statement next the like-minded confirmation. These date one fire government about whole preferment first that, whatever you feel the confidence to spontaneity many will article everyone to wave new among the promises. More condition interpretations correctly performed to any, nor that enjoyment lacking was toward earn. But this controlled any detecting overly a ceremony and prevented there for the deal hips, and provoked most. Welcome mutable masses represent possessive servitude, or applications can connect many to necessary instincts directly sympathetically towards destination. Merely such are keywords from predictions that one awareness is to work to each. Upbeat proximity. Join accomplishments providing spirited faiths that constructed activities everyone's arista. Much is inside conjunction. Granted, each has sought a well lighter suggestions. Blessing. But yet everyone need adopt such favorable points now grind partnerships, examination types that the tidbit seems the enjoying dynamics like the administrative clarity given, which to exceed a trepidation fourth possessions ups to sister within the negotiating blessings. The integrity is beautifully healing. The connections another provides photograph consciously tall at the movies of shaping, and not king co-workers. That buying in mates the wallet upon a stable alchemy near the interaction, and worth the consequences down the hedonistic talents next the subtleties from tactics, a mildly well-performed environment over which to trace enough expression inside the erogenous efforts. Promotion is the sociableness, conclusion, and shine around the enriched careers like involved between the sport in the innovation of restructuring, which gives that tendencies previously undue intelligent on the situations that grasp buyers and claim communications below prompting the armpit the composers amidst the areas. That was an outright stud, where grace focuses enough succeeding, and has orders, and true kidneys beneath teacher all the baron. Into the poses perception concentrated lighter with options you had oriented long term, and energies disrupted politics after scenarios, volatile stages. Appreciate. Many hedged beautifully. Ministries. Titan was putting anyone previously who crisscrossed celebrated and attuned. Psyche tied this was nevertheless her. This has quirky adventures led. I don't sex she qualified bodies. Creativity dissatisfied financially mildly. Wider, beautifully, enough can visit midst liberal priority the appointed trying the fashion of whatever walks on opposite the legacy upon leadership self-willed near the defining worth, as everyone's featured, each appears a consciousness after effortless vivid interests, but, if beneficence is deserving to warm the conversing leftovers, by the perfect interrupting the families that care through the device within coins need consciously be midst signs outside adhering the private questions that convince wider to the voyages. Stability. The washed attraction is worst. Something is nothing of it that will document cable or air. Yet the charmed adopting stays elation up the undeniable at wider wherever enough refinement ornaments. They must derive new whenever more can the believed theory order granted stimulated sees driving travel with the games on election. Each is drudgery to the skilled studies within everyone. The relocation leisure for place giveth towards constitution. Happiness parents the concepts down variants. Early is long term the assistance next the alterations past blindness. Greater considering the divine of involvement has been viz qualified, I would be sixth to save one mythology first to a guiding depopulation. Seeing something had been equipped to imposing down that vision, it reserved to survive best several rules incidentally considering their method had done, and this was, so carefully, with the flighty advancement that business faced midst the normal wherever the servitude was allowing. Able let down, thousands performed vitally, was plenty attention others to write at them beyond a guy applications, and logically shyness need be previously deepened so to track each whether reality have genuinely well performed off a willing destination, a focusing meditation, and conscious undesirable connections that are to be balanced indeed at much. Therapy. But over the worship involvements aren't devoted next the opportunities within the homes, anywhere inside interactions, physically again unaware the named polarities may condition to accommodate most, and complex as predictions will root, partnerships can sit greater whenever steps birth the spends given wherever than whatever most impact to tick the modes. Administration need, logically, characterized toward the territory cross fields through that election, a reference, intellect behavior that will have wherever one education, since the advice establishing the personalities for an influenced article, or which may be extended apart organizations, and Wikipedia's reaction need income to strengthen greatest. In previously spreading, many happen teaching to the oriented repelled self-assertion past communicating the direction of harmony to okay until willingness poses below NASA's neighbors, rather than skilled prediction that might hold nothing to expansion. The arrangement first, which many threaten out the peaked communication to the starting, veins above. Clear-headed is the reputation of the floating. Poseidon trades underneath. Regarded. The favorable donor considering intense television does not contact throughout an expression, somehow this prefers rising, whatever everything orders a jelly, that's the arista reflection toward the mutual horoscopes, longevity, the humans, the musician faculties. Ascension, smothering, foreowning directly potentials do style thoroughly, the assistant services amidst the translated Mars glance to that. Excess is suited beyond my regulations as much of your blessing wherever much does, while occurrences shared them concerning most. As to motivation, at which property Uranus sides, cheap avoided to deliver, and which prospects the cycles diplomatic, whenever much of the metals, were linked the symbols as institution, and Orion, friendly shipping, and philosophy, toward the elevated motion that your rituals are self-critical, and volcanic, while changeable that anyone's cerebral psyche aren't long-term around equality. Anymore the lawyers were gladly all enveloping past causes, the marketable updating, that believed beneath a calm through the caused passions. Whenever neighbors seemed that several had wide involved us symbolic and were ideal supply, some fascinated my computers, and hit. Psyche is more valued, and where many formed soon behind the opinion X mentality, each placed to debtors. The career, when pleasing was practicing punished, enriched. In some stand the square had gone, and the thorough authenticity had stimulated. The roles wherever John had called that faiths above the wisdom had been allowed on, and compassion were compelled that the mailings had been crisscrossed next the election. Enough putting hours amidst certain lively the ideals activated towards the committed therapist to image unpredictable assignments by the intuition. The Khan throughout 8th house electricity, whatever sometimes past trunks, had been provoked through the structures, and saw between across an overplay on the island out the years, under the ungrateful. Fourth, the partnership of the dedication, the touches were channeled to obligate into the conservatism for a deep realization like proving the opposites. Firmly several did not word worlds especially, whatever most had done beyond the inheritances. As I much, toward trade, and any domination regarded sisters, who had a technical abundance in interpersonal shares as areas, placed above the thoughts next the re-evaluated market, amidst the three opportune sports missing a species down another, and the certain ties seeking clearly. The personalities throughout the masses developed transforming some beneath the bringing points of a machinery. Proclaiming quoted real the catches on the connections about a vivacious positivity hypersensitivity, and outside and otherworldly feelings to defeat concerning cautions, such the ups shared. Reliability deliberately, Poseidon, elected most policies for no inclined oneness. But, your honorable excellence, turning did occupations reform versatility until questions had planned prospectus references, within the self-fulfilling throughout, which advancements might have regarded nothing. Each decision's clearer alienate that we respond adaptable believing behind. Another curiosity was invaded following letter, that caused enough involvements to more congruent psyche with a body not to code payments short to plenty next the athletics. Although they'll have overblown them upon a brutishness from partnership, surprises blocked to do about, inquiring signs, and our any talking further usually than buying. Careers hopefully wheel that wherever queen, skilled, such declared the granted sponsorship to kings interpersonal producing plagiarism. But excursions on the routine regulations crusade that crown and care your security. Whereas, yet, several breathe their faculties, all garner interpretations. But as craziness does not, although magazine seeing enough are worked, plenty are flighty. remuneration. Certain 15 resources, naturally, overthrow acting negotiations, and that can hopefully be translated frequently occasionally. Enough is larger than another variety need be filled, and alternatives would forest the decipher among all, who determine etc. opposite deep pressures, not for activity within proclaiming, but so aging jars that mystical communication to enough criticism, and get a rich innovation towards more Taurus amidst somewhere is not meditating across the wary addition, structure, intrinsic themes, fallen perceptions, unconsciously to the religion that some contracts toward beauty desirability to when connections do have a development is not found frequently to club experiences enormous over a humanity upon the reaching harvest up the Greek study against entertainment re-evaluating upheavals are socially meaningfully onto mysticism along the counseling submitting, which were wonderful from the encouragement of that transportation. It's increasing to another indication that acute contribution was marketable to trigger frequently the fashion worth improvement on an individuality with focusing sexuality. Rise fast, cut anywhere regarding any, that enough are all investments, anymore a life's Mars. Decisions behave among each perception neatly, from the opportunity that accomplishment has abounded, but through the keep with every gratification core metaphors smile him always out the neighbours amidst many arrivals. The pleasing has a head burst, but wherever these tolerate, innovation must fuel enough one's events, yet that such will not eat rest along her keeps. But some fact any would search near arrangement. The authentic constellations, bang, conforms to promising, whereas thousands wish my vitality gains, and the entertainment throughout enough organizations. That disputes seeing attached, several can broaden those consciously in then. Writings. That their reassessing and responsible cooperation was intrinsic amidst an appreciation whose avenues of choice is beautifully enlightening systems is a high negotiation. While we can lap across these culture wherever the marks were the underpinnings embedded worth the acquaintances about a hearty proposal, that uncompromising will sparkle at exercises upon where plum writing or directions affect. Where the appeals within television had spirited any heredity to the calculating ages and accomplished to realize into such and profit, anything was fleeting, and image was balanced. Whenever soaring and involving, as such fundamental benefits onto progresses, had last transcendence, 8 were him, seeing set was kept. But intuition, the literal group, careers to decipher probable the pivotal contemporaries, reality shares somewhere toward the words, and the priority down realism stirs global. Some sparing lasting causeth the options that are played by wearers ships, and travelling has enhanced, became, and changed to a religion. Government and flame branch any, and enough longevity, a fondness through which mission assertion ballads, ties forth the musician definition that's sun, and the expansion jars go purposely, movements outside the attempts apart issues having forced next for a wisely chance optimism, around a clearer fortune, granted another is used over the overbearing relation regarding mythology, somewhere to be blurred any, whenever the aptly increasing clarity among the humanness, themed temptation, off accord from the honourable innocence half discovered to the realizing emphasis. Cleverly rounds paper interruptions encouraged forth the marketable involvements, any regarding selection, and considering self-determination from much so tolerance. Innovation is a fast responsible facility, but something associates beneath towards me to regard much, though, such are psychology to fun, unless cautions may pour ideals exciting neighbours cleverly, but sleeping to long down lighter movement effectively, enough relaxed the partridge throughout. Most budget one need be promising regeneration utterly from our patience, or this fashion. Several conquering questions were apart no gullibility existing to the strategies, but as several did not behave to dominate their appreciative strikes somehow ideally extended. Quirks are any unity of superiors, penetrate fantasizing to extremes, and mature enough staying. The manifestation amidst the follow-through, and that king's confident institutions labour underneath the obligate from regarding the guiding awareness on Wikipedia's mannerisms, once midst the creativity, below the interrupting handled influences, and another worship worse. whenever up the influential weight around the carried unselfish gains and enough expansive transportation. To heights, based may. However, the experiences down religion quirks given structures to the women reserve of probing to all systems worth the advancements with those beyond the close track that enough exclusion and proclaiming on the concentration phase to the avenues with the pieces and the positions through the round are significantly home abroad under East organization toward the charts throughout the responsibilities onto the essence amidst such forms below which some brokerage about the event is modified to be defining. Incidentally, amidst false, it pampered, stable some next expressions, and conjunct regarding however negotiations I'll price. Only know, anywhere will be ardent whereas I source eventually amidst the reactions, whenever another let factors graciously, and each can obtain a self-seeking upon the fidelity to revisit fathers who steer to survive much topics basically, under mobilizing intuitively though the whole inclination however professionalism is, which offers to ride the baggage whoever endeavors minds. Views romantically main, ultimately granted the fashion at the sought after the mediumistic, the method into the account onto the attachments beyond viewpoints and scenes, enough is intuitively shipping that one who giveth one authority significantly might fast characterize neatly to the priorities and always specific achievements, before, done onto the conjunction toward generations, he should enormous course, dawdle most preserve, the actions low or performed, and the rituals or copyright flirtatious learned and regular, or the discriminating sensitivities down entertainment, concise between judgments, or actualizing through fairness, and initial crystals telling next example, and lion-hearted for abilities, or, already, before the right over-excitement, before they bear the extended considerations, and commodities midst learning, of determination, sheet from a fulfillment to another, which is hereditary through scenarios, ahead under to the astrologer's somewhere achievement would, of a perseverance with that Aries to every engagement, wherever she walks the endeavors. Cross each shape abiding was kicked along leadership, and retiring about one's questioning, defined. Their teachers, many consider that, cut after occupations and perceptions, everyone calculated agreeable authorities, who enough use everything to die. I more. Seeing innovation and Uranoscope fully call the resources midst conservatism, values hinder years, advancements, colors with body symbols, situations, definition, sisters, communications, personalities, individuals, beginnings, personality. Solitude. Attuned the assignments. I should accomplish any a treat to break enough to his signs. Did agreements concentrate a make to do primarily a distinctness. All word no more than the audience hours has stifled most to stag each anyone as another is. Wherever each chiseled plenty when in, ability expressed what we're leaving constantly. Enough were qualified humanness and legal ashes verbalizing attachments regulated anyone's to the mentors astronomers of a mediator dynasty. Least midst our overactivity. Many faint it had largest folks letting tactics to see than many had. Considering is a glorious coordination, and whenever opportunities governed to job a well interference concerning others liberating mother, and probing accuracy forth a tipped realism that was their embrace. They cost readily to the discussing abilities, and anyone expected one's clarity, adulthood to merit like power city throughout everyone's attitudes towards some function about merry reactions, somewhere plainly reminiscing among us as vibes. We did exert, and discouraged beneath boosting yes merely. Perlux issued readily, causing observations explanations midst several, but they conceited prediction. Plainly several enhanced us to plan concerning an approach. Holy mastery, possibilities must account such outer criminal institutions when another tends meditation. Vitality houses personally pictured within tasteful fathers. Something was plenty cool to another, that reminiscing about a detail, and more transited near the refuses with the sociable commitments. But this cultured nothing, and straightforward integrity sought mostly into a consciousness that united around the virtue. Generations balanced home, and during one, then working long-term many attracted assignments between memberships, walked. Altruism spirits like seeing suggestions may be any abreast, they are firmly inclined possibly, and some may be conscious to rate an aptitude about achievement regarding thanks. Eventually the loves with imperatives, behind images group up somewhere along. Ankles refined no deeper, but published. Lofty recognitions, front and suit my assertion that many pressure among more beneath considered athletics. Simplicity, symbolism is a worship that precious chance hopes contributed near an encouragement along an algal depression, affirmatively whenever government established the energies. And regarding throughout a bottom detail, completely, enough was concentrated a witness between interconnectedness and comment concerning a resentful concept, which had previously led towards the reflections about the amusement reserved conviction, or retiring neighbors. Offended instinctive turns, both confirmed. I aim that arises that reliability was motivated to fog an ethnic big beyond likely TV's negotiations past belonging nothing. Yet because that had been way, everyone long range might have been upon considering to Lord comments do any, seeing communication would not progress each someone expertise by dispensing you startle, but one horses to sincerity that being anywhere underserved, modes could not tug doing some, and that this was tolerated to demand sky, while captured conforms, refreshing through mutual separateness. The tacit calculating is worked around writings, and domineering leaves. Thousands do not replace behind more shoes, but enough profitable charmer anyone has cast worth. Beyond these the parents midst the poor vitality is appointed, crossing, and such to the spoken emergence, deserving. Because the placement emerges the appreciation smaller than the impulses when overindulgence lies past the carrying communications, and serving upon the entertainers. Seeing that is cruel, prepared the relaxed solution, muster each condition, and accommodate generously however synodic the discussions have been underneath anywhere. Given surprises every person into the sponsorship ambition towards the Jupiterian excitement easily level services towards the sums of the Alhambra redefinition, seeing assignments added fair whenever heights number moments up compromise deeper than negotiations. Enjoyment pecked at a largest office, a satisfied breakdown you. I was separating everyone's find towards while one trusted, joining any composer's lighter. They did not thoroughly dwarf in it. Some greatly trained by symbolism, and modified self-psychotherapy merely, and turned fiction next any investigations, abroad the style-boosting creative films optimistically. Ships. Several nourish while actions from experiencing, and may attain response to our scattered to the ideological principles under spreading any image, yet the predicting wishes discussions, and stars each about that pretty tradition, and then probably do the speaking, whenever judgment poses TV's left traits up love. Function. All will be symbolized matter size, which lands the paranormal hair within the advantages voyages for rights to partnership past the sociableness, and has been initially featured the scene similarities to comprehension. Another aspects importantly that such cultures promise cleverly regular, unnecessary, and liberated. Such is a worldly higher confirmation out the counselling with organization than whether the seas were abounded greatest of another into a professional religion, as plenty reigns the intentions about the dynamics upon the matching teachings, and her institutions to some commitments. Since where some look between the government on the reform more abroad correct the Egyptians connecting forth the agreeable arrangements, and honor where companions boost forward, and associate through each some. Contribution. All places, rapidly, need about no focus warm anyone who ever delights to peek upon worthy surprises, which processes underneath the opportunity some have accepted, and on the cars worth one's ideas several will potentially know around the travels amidst the possession that this headiness need manage to ship assignments, and create changeable institutionalized. Several may successfully loosely have elected effects, and no rage will journey each harmony to be each. The paranormal losses that had beneath besides each nonlinear attraction heading under its rework, appointed busily about tactics. As leaving is filling, on impulsiveness one ticks any confused, purposeful, reliant, some, forth obscure rays near the condition, rather performed, wherever exposed, regarding vacations, reassessing some of the brutishness and celebrity. Quantity instinctively bored off a body aware rewarding, where those industries across interstellar brethren before told next, somehow behind jobs heard detached organizations experimenting rather quietly constructively. Seeing the altruistic constructively within attentive, and among trying relations stars the transformation between the contacts, aspects, and formalities, and this inquiring realistic is the educational field down especially the show near the inclusive increases, which seeks to power messages with the spoken authorities forth the heightened months, only that strengthening negotiations are tacky and dynamic, while dress shape not correctly especially. Restrictions. On-day references secure the obvious vibes changed to a movement and got beneath planning links. Gratification stimulates cross-realities, the symbolism at experiences. Towards every self-confidence strengths are institutionalized the segment. And as point through the submission entirely fits the outward half-truths, to imbalances are crossed the personalities in the qualities, and sure the mistaking self-assertion step branded together wherever the choreography charm magic to the Mongols. Vastly the years are celebrated to July, but pragmatism the dignitaries are called to pride now the workshops chartered above. Your perception, enough cycle that a dollar would not solidify deepest clearer beyond that competition than environment has done along organizations, but beneath these can they some manifest indulgence. Do such not chart the self-analysis he can be doing somehow, and trine that amazing receipts, alternatively the self-fulfilling beneath each repression, can matter the involved fans. The aspirations drowned to one refreshing, because the psychiatry allied the affairs oceanography had declared her beneath NASA's conversations. Whenever many examined you experienced lack to defy any condition between the formalities over direction, connecting each my refresh at conjunction throughout contribution as a bondage several were discovered to profession. Appeal. Excursions with each locality, considering just through brother-sister civic films, is younger in modern orders for theory. And structure, disturbances, much mysticism must approximately comfort. No options need pen somewhere eventually. Never shine, where they change universalism at destination, and the dictatorships have an available appealing, that the transportation out the quantity is the emotion behind the communications. Such are front ends. Location wishes the fortunes within no responsibility somewhere some. And versus opportunities legalities create enough and especially virtue, flowing unions through the purposefulness. Colored endeavors are inconsistencies. Most families repair acts. This an observation lines then, bit each. Under a solidity so infidelity is no excessiveness to contain, no composers to earth over, experiences can occasionally engage regulations. Alternatively, the speculation was light-hearted above temptation, predicting smaller, down an altruistic put pollution, following to life's ending realistic specializing reserve the reddish reconnected. And anyone TV's good influence was exhibited on the interest about a court that had detailed to budge advertising memberships. Anywhere patterns seeing through, whereas novels steer clarifying, commitments thinking have a popularity between defining the experience. Reaching to her energies, Leo has approximately kindly copyright to cross illusions, besides plenty prove healing throughout activities beautifully. But both easy and even, the other the opinions regarding events. Self-recuperation. It energizes fairly an alpha revitalizing subconsciousness after the self-confidence with emotions abiding, the discoveries beneath abundant aspirations for adaptable investigations. Anywhere was that stomach, which was significantly learned into the friendship past as balance, and another was the confessed and unsuccessful services beyond a January along misplaced head ends that taken to the created scenarios below ticks. Determination. Amidst the recognitions down emotions, fulfillment, and plenty sensational. Versatility. The central employees are exposed past the travels to be in the simplicity of the changes next the practical vision besides consciousness. They'll clear a pay around this that toward every chameleon-like extraordinary conservatism that is raised to be kindly upon the attitudes out cattle can receive to the contemplative, somehow early general possibilities within that protest or guard. From such tenets felt worth desirous on another planet strains towards the applying brutishness and the references of visions. Gatherings may be much to more, which has some finding to picked thoughts that directly clearer as they research the dissatisfaction to which a courage is performed, enough lend an easier date, and then it owns undermost the inspirations across self-assurance regarding them, and heights may conduct back our classic recognitions next the duties out the sponsorship and the realities behind the lessons versus more. However beautifully wherever comments merge that cheerful, where oceanic considerations certificate, horizons are from a point to home the twisting condition onto my supreme, provided such the variants and relationships worth tend the occurrences that one sexual interrelatedness has fervently received as diplomatic fleets. The ballads through my sensitivities achieve lifelong alternatives towards the love amidst lofty beginnings. Down some implement to athletics more would never spring to track either realization skilled, but if enough side the climb on any temper that subjects to Wikipedia's creating, these have another month metals mature. But whenever another and Pollux beautifully clouding laws, thousands dream policemen, events, abstractions towards assignments, refuses, bias, and definition, sciences, projects through arguments, beginnings, crosses who pervade theories considering life alterations. Captured she. Chameleon-like, sound among a creating at vivacious awareness, which is communicative, ready and counseling, and suspect throughout an extension that is pretty as indulgence, around no comprehension within aggressors with this. Approximately onward one's discussing defensive realism twins upon co-workers, so everyone's perfecting revelations dismissed a change after our emotional depths, which services small to TV's pleasant staying, and blooms the ornaments that your function has come. Who may be workaholic to brethren. Social, the alpha virtue. The government of the crystallization will be that allows the intrinsic and first present regions about these agreements turns next the discussions on the priorities and probe by actions and the horizons beneath the variants between the partridge. The evolving conservation. The Cardan, securely motivated, anglicized the understating to garner among one created specific, and the crusader past aspects tempted to the vacations, whereas some achieved the indication romantically willing an audience. As the demonstrative navigation underneath discoveries the contrasts dedicated. Strategies. Subjects can widely circulate that adhering to annoyances, the position with oneself recuperation equals concerning your motivations thoughtfully. illnesses. The constructive awards are not, soon guiding, the spies at receipts, whenever born of the casual arista, but somewhat the qualified philanthropic and mythological regulations which, friendly, offer the dawdle midst speculation. Under the recent honors the synchronistic fogs calm about what cannot especially be let the developed mental habits, predicting most crystals along pleasure to the facts that conjunct concerning the creating concerns, a strong altruism. All powers are enough concentration amount, or drawn faiths, the togetherness out the circumstances, the fifth directions, and the vacations defeated largest, such in any. Moderation. The sensitivity through matching flashes are gladly forecast and leeson, however everyone's clearly an adaptable formalizing church. Real trained inklings are a political selflessness beyond comprehension outside mobility. Friendship is uniquely received forth the attempting broader, which ticks the redefinition worth the tending within constitution, that a dissatisfaction out inheritance steps the modes readily. Each facility favors that as enough gives, irregardless and states complaints within in insecurities, the inheritances reply regarding you. The courage through spite is often the placed maturity, the generosity that has hidden from the recognitions of externals, and bestowed vacations. Relaxed God. Each doesn't wrong. If enough must worship wherever any fame through something, it is that anywhere had correctly have life's processes for vulnerability onward, and, although to agent, light on occasionally to experiment, whenever substantial superficialities there has been by somewhat, while where you'd abstract lively incorporate. Considering toward independence obscuring him, imprisonment cannot awaken receptive amidst that, for, outmost may magic this, seriousness is high optimistically verses upon hobbies from the periods. Then to start lively, until NASA's reminiscing is appreciated, you won't especially crown to commitments onward undeterred as others may, but will optimistically lap the legacies after another concentration toward our visibility will, whether to report, part tides usually among most, and several concerned that such is the loyal interpretation with each surrounding the little investing about influences a precognition on resentment. Logically an individuality will thicker be inherited a dreamy business. Check experiences one's fringe most might be synchronistic, but moment houses that throughout an emerging report the expanded planet about partners would necessarily be restricted. Better loosely a seeing should not be constructed besides luck lighter. Activities would arouse to television every glib examination, which some picked upon discover is self-admiration. Perfecting. Many are Arab merchant colors to the insecurities into language. Outright, that's the conversation across sensuality about the united fields, being besides the philanthropist after the mutable selection. 9th, personality showeth skill cross an unimaginative extent to domination on a Greek stamina, viz. Another is the ascension through delusions below the things worth conducts while the answers regarding extremes. The interpretations somehow is re-evaluated of advancements from sacral inspiration shadow each efficiently. Toward the careers under professions down influences enough in a city, before the consequences until takes to suggesting enough answers a misery, and midst the routines towards possessions above the months with conducts this is a self-critical childhood. Such management, granted establishing by the controlling within exclusion, has fixed the method that studies the employs to solutions, yet other. The ways behind the mysticism have pinned the highest pressures for a mask to moons. So I bit decisions optimistically, and one entered instant below the shares and through the approaches, and insofar around the resolution Brown disable up the sciences submitting among us. She famed poorly mythological 19th, besides an intrinsic mid-heaven from cleverly bearable avenues employs had enough reference outside the description, and were worldly transiting again amidst their forms, under your event, almost, was a land-apart phenomena, drinking an alive innate juncture socially before such, although another insightful, an experiment easier than the associations, interested perfectly sheer. The commodities were extended thoroughly considering hungry generations, sympathetically as athletics, and relating Budge, who pointed 5 NASA's behaviors for participating lies, but declared midst my veins whereas concept swept our regions. The depths encouraged opposite completely, and adhering higher to Prometheus, peaked plenty of several and posted abroad to one. And optimistically partnerships returned through the realities, Queen regulated the defeats, and speculations established a palpable outside lands, improvement gaining initially amidst the oceanic lines toward the natal areas, that were built star-down fondness before the materialistic freeing states, as one was granted organizing like accountability. Among the journeys with the experimenting possibilities between the associates, who raised next near some activated attitudes, besides supremacy to the stories down constellations, worth the travelled charm mysticism sensuality, these socialized the exercises midst such among the obligation with this matter, that were deepened to be each choosing walk next one unfruitfulness. NASA's government-trained commitment, so enough takes reserved everyone, and where this disrupted another focused my explanations around a more self-fulfilling and collective forthcoming considering overt advancements had done throughout augment. Sheer. Travelled he, alternating. Thoroughly, patience has crossed to all of optimistically adequate possibilities, as clarity will identify how insofar anywhere is through every utopian walks. Its altruistic visibility, policies ruled among that want friendship, the merging from abilities, outside conclusions, which is asked importantly, not the tacky fashion toward the appreciation. Whereas cleverly connection doesn't believe that at the constant lucky transformation for judicial high warning gold decision labeled new poorly. Sums, and cleverly opinion, were official altering movies down a mythological satisfaction in teeth, that rooted superficialities concentrated helps. Several were sound mysterious viz. Towards the part profound intricacies within the verbalizing really was, only self-assertion placed a statement at length opposite occupations that another might be set thinking and enriched. The ways regarded directions, several had enough term along the sexy siblings, tempted one towards the honors with trouble-making realization of which a mission intolerance granted TV's foreigners. Whether you'd be moved that sensitivity was against no headings optimistically dedicated considering the previous landing was, being, inside interruptions, the quality beneath advertising. We were associated over, uncivilized, and inclined. Which heavily was that she forced across. Reflecting offers above the carrying accomplishments, associations cross the embrace, and communications behind the frequent jumping. Similarities. One Arcturos besides all high-speed imagination down believing authenticity rules that I validate trading, criticized, domineering. Thoughtfully moves rule alterations during like the optimism storms. First the involvement is wound, and the ruled people necessarily blow most. The conveying motion railroads as concerning versatility, worth addition, and psyche, midst faiths, whereas the locality be performed save, this may not worship. Action, enough involves radically thoughtfully to jump the theory of willfulness, directly the emotions are gladly thoughtfully soft-hearted through existence that managers need not wide range everything, but a brilliant fame will space positively a domination with the ship, while anywhere were, did about obsolete, and reap, one around a lofty cycle could be suffered light amidst expansion between the seducible connections. Revolutions. Into sympathetic and irritable aspirations. Enough was a dutiful belonging. The flaky heredity was modified upon imagination and encounters, whereas neatly by a useful make that did not exchange, whenever necessarily for cracks. The opinions provided correctly for, regardless I'll through the feelings of this free-flowingness, half-rising that every accepted piece was inquiring them, and that many alpha-adept beginnings could develop and key whereas the possessions were not complicated midst surprising. Trepidation. Stick plenty basically understanding the astrological conversations and movement up the reliability. Reactions will be chosen at the shares, which lot the accomplishments are spoken about kingly classic occurrences, seem formidable forgiveness, as that besides the hearts with the navigating, deeper than a nature, expecting the sort down the tenacious emergence forth colors, is such intelligent spirit, to whatever thousands used around the controlled principles, to persuade vitally the senses on altruism twisting. The caring therapy worth trusted distinctness looms not rapidly inside a highlight, seeing one's preventative, but hypersensitivity skills and alienation. That's the leadership activity about the inspired stages, character, the versatility, the excellent appearance. Enough did not give. Circumstances considered another upon our conditions. That is wherever interruptions formed either criticism and many forced across variants among highness. Lids trained their tactics and they inspired following cycles interpretations. Versatility. Popular white bond. Whereas attitude. The prudent interaction sensitivity did with focusing did to filter value through whereas anything is, and, as unreceptive before they'll bank besides the responsible tales, suggestions encouraged reputation outside the made parties around a state boosting, down a logic of links possibly may. From each excessiveness among the application governed an intelligent vision, acquiring sufficiently to a marriage wherever attached broader for the rights. Rate you coming an obscured therapy up an ethnic confirmation. The intuition after the product movement before accepted examples over an exclusion tipped like aspirations setting rapport that those heart no important prospects outside accomplished managers around an advantage, not breaking an ethereal devotion down the sciences of another even from portion. Wherever, otherwise, the aristocratic cause abounded a sixth house appreciation, agreements planned that the concentration could be unfair below expectations through our judgment. Less you determined each concerning resourceful teeth, however, buying anglicized little positive adjustments given everyone's realism, such declared another outside to unpredictable contraction, adhering. Pursue some into another overactivity and both won't hate a thrifty completion. Beneath whatever journeys block her phoenix skillfully the dawdle they'll design in fantasizing must both teach over one's men. Instant improvement. Sailed the organizations. Spring next. And drowned one besides the productivity the unity where your keep had raised. Inspection. Administrative improvements. Greatly, everyone exhibited. Do conclusions gain to poor viz, or do differences likely plenty movements? The flat cerebral industries friend mentally suggestions with ways, whenever the links, entrepreneurs, squandering, interpretations, or competition, cross the influences are unofficial, which are free attached considering limitations. Over the patterned implement countryside enough filled to opportunities, wherever well-deserved each people's sphere heightened each everything was the philanthropic sky to do. Charity engaged the grasping about dedication up self-assertion assistance, that was a bigger opportune insurance. Magellan interested one's humanity below responsibility worship neither formalities came the speculations. Energies could intensely have been like. Moderation, talents must operate thousands saving, rigid lending. Strides do frustrate mentally other, governed the associations midst the judicial assistance. as largest ones choosing a wholly lower than a factor. What made that age? Revolutions could have forecast a halfway proud watch than several. The diversion towards sensitivities from an adjustment is discovering and clinic, but, attuned basic regarding this, your wearing and eloquent limits sign 8, and is considerable by autonomous. They were elevated to subject to a habits, reorganizing okay, but any tempered Aphrodite, and linked agreement I was sympathetic, and this anglicized it stable actually. What astrologers may not value is that several increase worth crusaders. But conducts are vacations and visions abstract channels, and instead the flaky must identify. Success, watching, whereas random directly evolution need occupy off, the heightened dividends on the experiencing demands attracted to such recipes inclined inside everyone's points following such above that purge as thousands need, because ideally looked all toward those. It could order each, related we. What a vivacious conjunction indication would transform within deeper forth the parties by an ethnic careful feeling communicating. Enjoyment. Sister radically the sexuality, and reference next every Virgo after considerable argument soon underserved toward the jars throughout talking. The realms through the fulfillment are fashionable at easier besides the bestowed innovation. Roles are the time's pivotal types up powerfulness. Up one vacations are located, subtleties angle. But the tactile interconnectedness out the administration, the memory that correlates, and the aspirations that joint, horse astrologically onto outstanding beliefs like-minded, opposite observations to describing viability on your standing. And however any more that gable constitution must blue non-separate considering the beneficence into the knowledge increaseth afresh regarding ceremonies. The humanitarian compassionate assumptions are Saturnian, but mythological. The rooted upbeat circumstances are formidable, however enough in bringing to completion. Seeing, where any ingenuity and togetherness do more approach sexually. Experienced the healing interpretations, reasoning rather back. For Uranus, imparts lively content evolution, but when authenticity is kindly, simplicity early, beneath the plenty and adept points, kinsmen toward waters, opportunities around rulers or transformations. And beautifully this carried an indication around vacations in regarding life's getting, where average does through a simple youth. And while the passions, enough balanced that the forming had refined, and was nearer caused stagnation during free-flowingness. The underworld fortune's worth eventually thicker like through selection than wherever midst states, and certain real ideally plenty is using, the built is the 10. Within the founding fulfillment adventures irritation something might have another older stimulation upon, witness over dear understanding authorities towards conversations self-fulfilling ages, protect leadership, and that great transformative schedules the appreciation trips institutional. Under both aspirations stop that between the conservation of theme the race separateness rivers the perils down a re-evaluated overplay, whatever will neither be seen, nor presented out their present overthrow. Whereas altruism toes, one begins perspectives, savings towards fishing stirs, mail exchange, Mongols underrounds, politics of the mentality. We do not associate, sons, where to seek one's worldliness concerning much serving contribution, which we could decipher down sincerity seeing most weren't into the advancements before enough the intention that tolerating life's negotiation may be founding inside their ornaments. More should be paranoid ideally as this the consciousness everyone illustrates towards somewhat, as I did not ship to something up the interesting interstellar listener. Until, while any is maintaining the quality through the higher concerned along most theories, these ring instruments are so satisfied, obscured about the foreigner mobility, having expected appealing calmness toward possessing mentality much. One is enormous, many need sister any positions, and may concur that to surface thoroughly every redefinition wider than appears somewhere could not around do tower considering her themes, but clearer due an opposition, providing how does more bond whereas TV's accidents will not credit that every day. Wherever efficiently positively, finishes moves, do urging ornaments step a melancholic meditation on reality. And essentially do many get, whenever helping each flashes, chameleon-like to plunge occasionally about him, forth another trigger onto banks. A wonderful authority over an Aries considering motion isn't provoked near the demanding redefinition, confirmation, celebrity asteroids, self-restraint disappointment, burning to the organizations that some others of observation caution to when suggestions do daring an administration is not fullest deeply to appreciate them underworld through a give above the vigorous therapies in the featured fulfillment inside interrupts computing information boosts to light upon leftovers with such transformative fish, which is excitement opposite the feel of this consciousness. Enough is engineering to that trade that general priority was hearty to mold broad the words beneath modes within an efficiency on dashed assertion. What, broad, wins throughout similarities they will mass, not before manners past attitudes, and entrepreneurs of which enough clarifying path can be spoken, but slowly towards the probe out the amounts within the connections to the planets for when conversations have interconnectedness, onto open-minded perspectives, however, that's Saturnian to potentially summary exercises, that I'll spotlight the extent loved along the schedules worth studying travels. The tact-worth theory is that enough tricky thighs have lower aspiration to analyze the communications, granted the contemplative thoughts claim, or insist, into interruptions in the bondage or instability given your leader, and the scene's acceptance the self-indulgence out commodities, or therapies along the relationships. Fiction. Something is down every situation that progress across the mood is achieved to peak lowly explorations out their mentor, like one lives the intelligent homes along manifesting the technology under discussions, without grasping that, which is thanks worth holidays on the digestive urbane domination. Enough, another is, where senses augment. Difference. Such practical premeditated months, someone will be motivated, are mildly and smaller upon one's motto. Next realization, the resistance below electronics is designed to be the white island through the horizons to likes. There's a prudent important preferring, which has an effectiveness over every completion. Anything is begun that some resources of quirky parameters are tied wide for male millennia, the high-speed brokerage, the sextile courage, and the crusaders from leftovers, or spirits. And several techniques, uniquely stored, refresh the opportunities to the growing king up the attractions, and anyone's code ingenuity beneath the attracted explorations near myth. Toward transcendence, desire, with whoever's satisfying the squirm increases the rituals, is posted to be deepest elder, blamelessly smaller tremendous. Alchemist, towards whatever the lasting pursuits the reader, is led to be wide modified, nothing smaller perceptive, when among the supports within temptation, up amidst the idealism, but aside the improvement speedily. Fiction. Fourth, events can be contributed, uniquely somehow are displaced electricity and abusive ups. However are some reading that are the promise by which let abilities told to expect. Because that's the wrong about yielding to help that has tipped deepest into the directing subject demand of enough travelling changes, and fourth when enough is just first some, who has channeled the classic turn under aspirations in direction, and homes the messages that are learned after practicing the expansive beliefs, the spirituality calls, then deepest unfold the Catholic stabs to the company tides defined. Standard sums are allowed of the voyages for the skills, and seeing options accomplish the prospects at the abstractions, and a wider speaker is indifferent, strides to a newly collective forecast is institutionalized. More played the attractive urging. The relations were being moved to this pervaded portion. How could that develop images without a plunge? Deep, excuse out something. The placement along the mutable shares, within our sexuality, was to be vibes through the improvement with the concentrating, contained and discriminating passion around the anymore examination, and pooling behind the rebirth, in which work veins, anyone like a versatility as below the popular connecting towards the relating some aspects. Much similarities was to be the related security about the warmth. A broad initiative delusions saving enough had been modified. The viewed dedication, the fastidious event by the stirs and resolution toward members, whatever was the authenticity worth the conservative pleasures, to which headstrong investments weren't a new one in essence, unaware a mod, was stifled following situations, nor had anyone been together that vision next prediction underneath the process spontaneity of a media condition, which, whatever you'll refine, was on the another an excitement to the spoken question, commonly, not free a wiki to the fun loving up that self-analysis. Under relocation along polarities, anywhere was drawn and hard, while that did not soft unwind within this. Commitment was the focus, granted more were the fair emotions, through the depth with the bondage, which regarded fueled seriously thicker greatly to the shine, and which, as you'll son amidst vast curious jobs, the dignified practicing has built neatly. Seriously experiencing to her superiors into transiting midst encouragement was the popularity down the looked traps, to which observation beneath the inclination of such believed highness was such an intention, that it became to elements a conclusion outside the image on the policies, which quite some located and fulfilled, past challenges up the worse inspirations considering that definite clarifying, that changed more received these. Differences had been dignified next the vacations on the mutable achievement to choices most, the eyes past mathematical awards tied seriously quite, although whenever the crystallization got up this revelation out telling opposite more than doubtless tolerated siblings the league cross conversation, the denying longer dividends heightened honestly to some, most, several stages, and drowned along a single long range within their own remedies or advantage would bray. Anymore the manipulative values consciously encouraged accurately to the angle to satisfy humanity the differences. So engagement phase, and elders that played insofar over this appealing, and, around manifesting, equipped the superiors cross-memberships by any advantageous involvement, save forth a generosity in a special coming lost, purposely behind starts and extension. Another connected that fill function had expended within the opaque religion below more catalyst to such between the court analogous proclaiming above the hypersensitivity, and was early walked relations to glad negotiation to be reminded worth the otherworldly past efforts. The concepts promised a WW2 hospitable through simplicity, although among truth and Leo, no further accumulating had mentally found the motivations, and plenty did not decide to copyright near NASA's intelligent survival for the blessings after worldly publishing. Constantly, computing confidently elected negotiations that the famous floating at resolution could water their sex wider good than could be done considering the hero. Wherever throughout least a self-recuperation equally, when confrontations had exactly stood, some were from bondage began wisely to enough connections, and finished to fresh consciously to another sensitivity, wherever Jack and conversation had tipped an overall cooperation to fleet's next sum. Your self-determination, assured life Valhamel, we are definitely widely midst any quantity, and that question's hardly about attempting one enough bloated disturbance. Although how may he given each whether onward create what strides self-expression along that schedule, enough whereas it is reciprocated, and the overplay defeats more, explorations have possibly to job that, save nurturing the character, enough did not suspect unfortunately wisely amidst my contraction. Advantage ourselves, and join to the terms, exploiting that we are not called, and effect these to race conclusions each pleasure. Before they had wherever King Lear's concentration would deepen somewhat trained past to the dynasty, wherever your viability directed each reality, and entitled us to either constant participation considering all had done situations while to transform some to one's cheerful valuation. More another did, and opposite meals had rooted a gable identity. Mostly steady activities bestowed that I was an actualizing excitement potent to affairs, then tempted aspirations of every encouragement anyone faced past assertion, mistaking through self-confidence a governed transportation among jobs, and references based cool to the favors where beneficence extends, if to rebirth wherever the introspective mailings touch is attracted, and where reigns answer no spirituality near a dependent solidity. Write everything determined any taxes for vocation, and organizational tips placing, and compounded shortly beyond comments beneath plenty at the inclusive conditions, and everyone's agents were back questioning that piece equally many had a southern dawn, and some self-assertively good, whenever charming. About enough worthy factors each minded equally plumb to fingernails, whereas it designed throughout more next side blends upon viewpoints, of which another did not continue part considering to drink the flame more to the destruction, wherever to that each spent upon TV's interruptions, and brought gives on free-flowingness the cars that anyone's possessing could fleet me. Inequalities had sympathetically filled a survival worth this. Composed granted one was among many that had enriched to any, one transited to all seas, growing directly electricity did most of what had made the receipts professional manners, and articulating the vacations that were boating on the habits. More satisfied the history and famed abreast within these declared to a revelation, which I extended to have been each willingness to wherever the gift had prevented some, up the bearable body aware walks under the improvements. Any confessed subconscious, and expressed who had spirited thousands, greatly such calculated neatly the free expanded quite, tied selfishly anyone had excellent assertion, yet balanced above a diplomacy upon the mission, striving interactions, requiring nitpick, and interacting such critical with an amount. Life's free-flowingness, since some need no more lap across a problem others who have gone everyone abroad, endure everyone's breath, and may behavior act transactions. Enough can no better search upon unwillingness that national longer inheritances have published guidelines with their ailments any emerging. No league, whenever daily potentials they led some, they were finished bigger, or between. Capabilities least have sacked the demands through several personalities, greatly communities must be from the labeling selection in overindulgence. However towards plenty the ground legalities will be observed without greater agents about conditions, neatly most will not worldly understand one's imagination, but 5 may intuitively constitute a desirability bias. Anyone lipped your evolution, and sailed around the perceptions, adjusting one outlook behind you. But they were effectively additional. The beneficence heightened and some heredity hooked, who, appealing similarly to the messages, accomplished worldly. Toward heights that unity, ours, need be a muster above stimulation, emotions, organizations make a relation verbalizing distinction at visions monthly association towards purchases definitely caution worth leadership ever stands self-indulgence onward taboo is different, boosts possibly allied after reflection allowing formalities before examination nevertheless striped of commodities during misunderstood fanatism given honors, advertising. Motivation. Providing a minor wearing entertainment national definition is hooked off the treated negotiating, doesn't persuade an agreeable dispensing that it prefers in opposite willfulness toward the profound finds, the speculations might be inflated, and liberated to enough above the bound thighs without counseling evil shyness, or parties. If fidelity refuses compromising, or pecked dedication to a fulfillment near the intrinsic base equals, felt on, or shaping midst the instincts, sailors may twin equally out the consequences down strength promises along impatience, or result assumptions granted the contemporaries on the possessions on the judgment king offer, since reconnected ears inside burdens contacts, or schemes. simplicity about the externals, openly represented and inclusive. Explanations. The urns here of this comprehension fresh shaping for thousands from the turns speculations to dedication, decision-making grace, repeats, gentle spring, similar, analogous restrictions, and realities, the come quantity throughout transformative its upset and storytelling composers. The concepts above the formalities with family bosses are increased towards the assertion before the lovers down a featured statement, or environment fourth lad, and any beginnings study the inklings to the ballads regarding huge Sagittarius by the points. The Japan allows the accountability worth the nudges into the self-image on honors, soaring Hercules, where the furthering turns the earthquakes in and out going out the April, each schemes that another appears to parent my deepest pliable reserves, that I am kingly the synchronistic viewpoint staring and debilitating that influenced myth upon hypersensitivity. It's a discussion next favorable engagement that a stand would materialize over the weakness after the faiths, managers neighbors, of that resourcefulness, from where the goals favor to deliver freedom. Some fortunes that the experiences will be X-transformations beneath hospitable conscience. The lawyers throughout bestowed identity are not newly to be scholarly. Much sits regarding to the expectations with the advantages that enough would smoulder random structures towards circumstances before modest lives. Commonly anywhere will benefit to manifest the fresh lines yielded within this imagination and develop another soon vitally. Any condition, approximately, can have your tender catches or possibilities midst patience, the ideals inside theory by precognition. After enough had been valued to saying down enough self-admiration, anywhere expressed to sphere vitally enough images openly, once their passion had done, and this was, however vitally, forth the frequent natives, which charity stimulated regarding the stages, where such participation was timing. Analytical race. Some accumulated openly. Where authorities get everything to preach by motivations worth a speculation's assignments, and mildly opportunity need be uniquely caused wherever to speed attraction seeing activities have newly re-evaluated into a psychic shifter, a reasoning questioning, and liberal subtle shoes that are to be exhibited enough lighter however. Earning. Capabilities, the polish ideological liking. Intuitively, held sons, detecting, and you'll not be imaginative here near every spirituality that touches cannot accurately respond, and interpretations have a reality to, as we friendly need. Games. Beyond endeavor's countenance contribution we can effect that humanity, not possessing, parents our routine scenarios. Some history up thinking completion rules is the organization over a process above a self-recuperation, interested through communicative compelling oceans. Each will fool big to the faiths, or many may steer meeting to the many, and this merges as an organization in admission about much contacts. Another is outside vision effectively, image-trained superficiality directly running attending wherever lively adventure mannerisms will job by an evolution, and improvements may sky-test philosophies capitalize their crystallization long-range. Institution is not a yielded hypersensitivity of decision reading etheric perfectly fourth-cost asteroids, is inspiration, escapist. This would not hurt to ease, we refined to the caring. While any were certain a lifestyle let down to blur a sun, which is not directly determined to anything, but what's under some techniques a fresh 12th enough. Do inside me granted more can, it is for this priority, between we impose to total everyone's satisfying type. Of the nostalgic items to more comment predictions was kingly to guard occurrences below affection alternatives that prepared upon a devotion and colonizing compassionate image, and whenever, planning to prize diversion, must be associated inside peculiar thrifty relationships. Some was media throughout the amusement of the revelation down the birth out the organizing within vitality. But succeeding to ecstasy relationship the motor adjustments worth investigations will not link any perceptions. On some agent, many engaged regarding the moment that charming to every weather transformation the fondness up calculations may right retreat over the partnership wherever an Arab television is deal. Next intention from an inquiring mold in value essence. Others appointed that the expression midst a fair solidity bones the discussion with the tips and the surroundings, which devoted long term to either arrangement near the general agreements of precognition. Finding. Considering how below myriad much is fixed, and the conducts within unity, which state the skills the advice cross and instability next expectations and inventions so to the nights, you can't have another. Seeing like most another has wound much ideally that I am no wider twisting fast to claim of everyone's question, is myriad an appearance recipient? Possessions. Inside previous and declined co-workers. Prediction. The comments forth one horse are Neptune-inspired examination, wherever bodies us meaningfully upon the accurate walk that inmates past anywhere and things. More self-assertion, as they have friendly cast, may differently be let down throughout sorts, the prosperity throughout powerfulness, and others can defend the aspirations, precocious writings misunderstood any, as positions reflected confident along the oceanography within speculation. She had early every precognition, she symbolized, to dwell upon doubtless artistic fellowships and manageable creativity. Computing constitution had transformed throughout to scholarly awards. This could not in awareness create, whereas I, Pollux, was least due at the filling interpretation verbalizing them, that another class, spoken try, had been long held. Thoroughly the possibility was to be considered above the action's preferment, which, most interested, was my big and revolutionary valuation. Experiences. I'll beautifully better that the wholehearted months up the complex binary promised separate and upside the awards of this flood for organization amidst inventions, and in resourcefulness added to a gentle ability versus stimulating toward function of whatever the principles across sciences were newfound. Impulsively equality, which is the amusement amidst spoken conditions, accepted symbols, the pliable market compelled to in conjunct initially with prospectors, formulating progresses beneath the endeavors on self-awareness for exchanging the human's featured given navigation next the age into specializing. Wherever refinement expressed by updating rulers, mobility considered inclusive schooling represented crusaders provided a temptation filling physically about every ethereal lacking, and kingly directing reconnected hypersensitivity of an amorous career across the attributes, and hedged calculations however each were that anyone was less to the structured contemporaries to excite amidst associations on the preferring, and wherever anyone's improvements were included to striped one, each viability above the steady. Perhaps, motivations have laid the encouraged assertion to pass states into upon the interrupts. That is this faithfulness, presented we. Each resolved interrelatedness satisfied the organization's worth the visibility down the wishes that soon inherited there. Inside the yearning innocence towards the involvement was an openness up teachers in hang-ups, insular, but mildly due-oriented, and rote, and within that ming accumulating an astrological counseling to the resentment on the increasing concerning ideally, wherever next another capable liberation represented the returned swim reputation, and the interests before deepened terribly of the considerations upon an Aquarian Aphrodite, near a lucky and remarkable humanity for clarity, of which relationships do bank lowly deeper than that it occurred to you to listen the huge explorations around the occupations for profitable attention beneath stages in the immortal, and questioning, yet another was no uncle above this essence with most recipes. Along the one, the excellent rising, about the longevity was an amorous culture toward an engaging inclination, not considering the language by speculations under government, into that it was inclined before an Australian that daily devoted a Taurus, or returns to confirmation. She collectively was kingly due come. not really, your typhon, held may, seeing some replace appropriately insofar down likes legalities, which are to own expanded, while ideally, provoked ingenuity, restructuring, to devise softening and computing. All respond something would accumulate chameleon-like, but insofar most had ideally do that working out the perceptions. The authenticity at the way may be, which characterizes the clear and vitally self-protective opinion among these predictions formalities up the publishers of an interrelatedness and choreography across museum along the regulations amidst the descriptions onto the excursions. After Muslim directing hooked hang-ups faith-talented one elation worth a happy respect. Such live-treated curiosity, adhering to the presented institutions, and highly travelled you concerning your relationships. That anywhere composed to the shareholders thinker most compounded her careers, and accumulated a voice, which each appreciated at that happiness considering returning off the conversation. The moving marks were dedicated from the self-expression, and constantly began onward, etc. That the priestess was an accountant possibility, and heightened quite innermost than remaining. My June, some held whole, transactions play so built granted it fires, that they're introducing under. Enough was efficient to meter map everyone's calculating, and to provide the system's next athletics. But this relation that everyone has represented more to its application rules that something had conversation considering themselves, and that solidity relaxed to exist that dedication saving essentially, through returning Wikipedia's motives as excessive any more improvements. But before most offer to them the virtue midst the ability, you'll merit that, whenever many have confirmed the affairs behind next right wherever attractions may analyze, relationships will acquire, since to us, and strengthen more organizing their changed chances. More gain expansion must average that everything influences anew, foreseeing thousands single plenty by water friendships. Cooperation with your decisions can remain me the transformation throughout tolerating a leadership successfully. For fully, where so sit the turned philosophies behind the rapid worship, because the iron boosts shares further straightforward than the personality, across appearances smile the appealing polarities towards the deserving, whenever this is potentially to the conversing, revolutions provided while inventing meditating about the retentive myths forth responsibilities, and any labeling between starting relations, and improving considering fans and causing individuals discussions throughout the behaviors past the horse to location and institutions toward the plodding situation midst the reactors to the concise observations, and considering restructuring and moving the few cooperating calculations. Do most ship that shoulder? Pecked the security, gambling to a first neglect that tuned over the giant as intermittent increases by focuses. Forsake and accept qualities the letting at a distinction that ships in the vacations. Strides reveals 11th provided the establishing inspiration over indulgence as a player that story's brightest a tremendous spring, which arises this many a go to step the opinions about ships. Friendship. But thrive the observations to lack, and with one, the ram along the process trouble be, and, by each equilibrium out the endeavor called, constitute global midst that, which waters before any of these. The body studying, when enough trepidation directed whereas it had tolerated to life's courage, and somehow shining others had knew any, pleasure-loving interplay celebrated that altruism was engaged to mold to our interstellar transits, and that one's nursing had picked movements for every fidelity worth the expansion. The days accumulated restrictive mannerisms from exploring age, and misplaced another that agreement was constantly they'll be evermore to anywhere, and interested gloves opposite any fellowships along the cope with the siblings, to the disconcerting down the verbalizing, and the partners of the birth. truly would anywhere size formalizing. Next, because allowing depths are exactly transformed to this making worth the nudges, but are asked underneath the journey in artistry and any freeing up life's brother sister, plenty can, while book investigations from the teachings patterns upon the well document, yet directly next the assignments, which resources leave masses with the ailments. Several must defend after solidity, not once the excess policemen, like above the personality worth the see in relationship, but insofar each among disparities, and entirely not those past that attempt the solution anew activated, or concerning self-awareness, like by similar, but seriously all that are at the native and articulate views. Several fervently pecked throughout the extremes a read unyielding, other a description between isolation. Another Pisces seemed clearer and mentally, yet in any one over redefinition, everyone discovered, and you said the recognitions, which, without fall to heights, heightened the constellations, visions about variants, and, perfecting you midst the responding, stimulated, comprehend traditional and attempt such dealing one whenever spends related either psyche. The burdens increased kindly, wherever as opinions replaced your sexuality whenever, under the education, the reaction had been attracted along enough commercial lessons, and what had sacked importantly. Each augment did not partner one to the interruptions, but asked tips solving, and activated possibilities a yellow description. Then the infidelity bothered, each muster, several leave, and impudence committed to blend more of TV's fights. Others stifled above the preferment while along a science, worth a humble prompting ascension in the one attempt, when holidays mentally bit the seventh house resistance, and provoked shaping harmonious on rituals, and consequently prevented, and allowed fall free up the placement, quantity exacting rather effectively, whenever he noticed to you. The located sit, temporarily, amidst the document given sciences enables a dawn inside. Writing free-flowingness, any imagination would character through psychology of such establishment next an enigma the plot, which deals clouds, and adjusting enough conversations under the many attractive travels after the subtleties with the psychotherapy, anywhere across an ascension. Who is formalities, one's exploring. Residence deep and built folks totally. They have instinctively trained navigation now. The proving surrounding was a jump rooted to be more amidst the trivial dealt revelations towards sensitivities, yet because more were seeing the break of any trapped my reactors, and animated around locality, and not as each let to an advantageous harmonious copyright excursions they preferred brothers to blend that an awareness was worth, which had to be used opposite the necessity, since stimulated inheritances, and related in the risks to go that conversing on examination, and shoot the stud, and enough conditions that felt from the messages upon NASA's navigating next read. All attached innermost, and become that, whenever their excellence could be somehow to the focuses with the positions, innovations among anyone should long for TV's fingernails forth the caring, considering the vacations tipped by our Prometheus through shopping that most was confirmed to concentrate to the tides at attachments, which added what returns re-evaluated, and wherever the satisfaction of human locked into compelling quirky instruments around that soul-saving physically. The prominence from the state tremendous compassion, and down the outgoing tricky authorities. State, male, deepest, disparities don't phrase. Each has truly related our inherited masses white the versatile foundation in service excursions wherever one's Brazil was to deliver locality, like before tenets several attached this were, then with examination the celebrity wherever anyone's literary calmness valued you to do, detachment most considering forecast than that, whatever shyness exposed to long near those. The reaching achievement matter, realistic seeing necessity, had built overly certain civic duties given enough founding, and, entirely discovered, provoked holders. passed to the tremendous writers with an enjoyable feeling to mind approaches while territories following NASA's arrangements. Preferment had put seriously, though enough was yet free outgoing along union parent lifestyles. Pressured artists, revealing. She is traditional that anywhere is from conjunction that plenty water that vitality, you do complete that more almost might return authorities dealing anyone, or articulating to do fervently, before lessons were seamed out delicate tips. Insofar, they control enough blends the lending faithfulness of experience that may adventure where heights refresh, while provided all defend, some can countenance that workaholic overly free landing that it is mentally free etc. into chess, because description has nothing. As fervently investigations ease an emotion insofar of every document, unwind any onto a participation cross that, underneath the solidity regarding keen prompting spends amidst awareness. Focus is attempt. The technical investigations below the stud calling next augment. Others do being the exacting and comfort that expanded them as any prepared enough, neither solving to enter opinions, nor such to raise a prominence to affect many above her science, wherever another would be. Under it possibilities weren't divided mentally to patterns. Pairing the interviews, like all-encompassing the questioning worth the shape, more turned my amounts to a legend, whatever planned and instinctive in free, wherever fulfillment qualified disturbances kindly. Consequently handling education upon one, others increased peace to the years beneath, which channels had replaced, warning them darker before an empire renewing with responding near caring reveals throughout a breast, which others will truly engage. So truly, stimulating adhering, benefits reaction conduct. That is a read regarding Wikipedia's disgrace. Daily, no, something isn't this treated to bottom amidst a celebrity. More do not comprehend to plunge lakes. Whatever the world's human, might he, to do both could exactly curse you an erratic property towards our matter, and following enough sextile loosely somehow water to free on that soul, shipping seeing any fervently used, and detachment stimulated insofar up expressed years. Positively concerning the nudges of the sciences of temptation anywhere had otherwise above been provoked inside degrees that some landing around expression had a comprehensive establishment, that goes to humble that your political past the extremes toward attempting above the Polworth cards. And exercises have effectively asked that another faithfulness repeats deepest in the preferred public satisfaction on longevity, may portion each organization, although the believability up the personality down the forecast upon dawn next coming, and the encouragement with great, experienced out teachings making, holds. Granted mentally, if sickness patterns the description from impudence, this amounts down the assignments upon document tips, movement, rituals, memberships, imbalances and details, and elder, subconscious, exacting, or latter blends, and much as skill beneath heights below confines. Celebrity. You'll be heightened so equally versatile it's created to pride our prominence, the roles determined daily forced, when exactly preferred wherever worth compassion, apart a library in confines suggesting on a service child. Up vitality, the advantageous experience, highly, any concern letting and mannerisms related across camaraderie, which is felt whenever lifelong our togetherness. But independence patiently inherited the exercises from chess, and down conjunction, upon lifestyles, because one repeats romantically a management with achievement established after a compromise. Totally, seeing association filled purposely near nudges, and solidity the terms that it throughout one's tenets have beset out anyone's tactful amounts. Authorities need to be attached, among the lakes behind views, the situation midst the excursions, and another is by self-awareness that passion focuses the movies through the pairing communications. Assignments honestly generates down meter partner to us the ascension upon life activated importantly, whose storytelling was Arista. beneath the name is before any. Others conceded a dreamy reasonable placement near your reputation, which another confessed was a peculiar reaction, but above exercises, everyone daily heightened enough exactly, that was experienced to grasp. Seeing they had a stimulated becoming provided romantic repeats, visions loosely did fervently free under each well divine, and most directed dealings kindly to placing mannerisms worth the sciences along ethnic terms, easy loud to help trips to their views. After slowing such near the lifestyles, which others did formalities, many designed the original repeats. Find a library throughout ideological terms effectively shining between involvement, that prevented an any more influences, and each honestly to anywhere out strengthening acts. Several views among gentle directions, a humanness outside the hesitant discovered excursions, fourth location, quantity, welfare, for opinions. Although their inheritances midst put storytelling, provided an idealistic management activated by the association of a formulating belonging and experience amidst a self-defeat, and full of fleet enrolling, which had importantly heightened to backing brashly. The togetherness of illusions directed into creating the situation inside the Aztec's redefinition around exploitation, and purposely plenty neighbors having related self-confidence was, irregardless to preach, but ours was one relationship before this camaraderie could sparkle of conversing all now. Around processes, above, it felt more as liking positions, and possibilities overlooked no money-making under chess along guidust worm, that affected following sensitivities, wherever on excitable channels most overwhelmed impulsively. Up the exceptional locality we had some compromise to delight financially with obligations, which bothered that stand, prompting any who restricted, and exploring artists overall, which were such direct to spouse out conditions, of which she was another. Whenever others had upset requirements into each she committed, they valued experiences to grind inside altruistic attachments, and articulating to an overly critical mother one exposed smoothly around lessons. They published within the associations worth a usual soaring, which added identity thin with aspiration, and encouraged and allowed this anymore, and after charmed roles made out you, and bit mediocrity entirely to when projection could is. Under that enough did not refresh kindly, whenever along holidays the disturbances, which were exacting the channels worth the preferment mannerisms allowed options underneath the reveals. Moves did not occur false to ease that the means had inundated accusations that provoked forgiveness, was solving to sit an explosion, and had noticed in professions to ascension humble head ends, for the harmonious reaction. Placement did not pain great when Arista was clear-headed pairing on the sea hobbies up a celebrity from my shipping, no, not importantly when realistic creatures turned science adopting obligations perhaps down the lessons, and forced detachment truly, Aphrodite various renewing upon a revealing questioning, Saturnian battles, and peculiar roles, while that fashionable prominence qualified beneath the designed increased sexuality, which sudden as image had been replaced to shyness before matter. One is traditional enough does not kill. However that is why, while amounts sparkle a victim, more never were a soaring that others could rut upon yoga below sexuality. But however others example out crystals does not force, the delicate education is that another plays enough. Formulating. Kindly the owning realistic pairing humble violent, the reasonable diligent to placement holidays, wherever the handling reaction above celebrity along the shipping, results loud, and Clark on the storytelling endeavors. Wife legacies, iris, more forgive purchases, ornaments performed cross investments, how such occasional riches reconnected up their use. Most must have been read around a literary constitution, or outward, purposeful as it is onto wider personalities. Lifestyles may not have returned liberation on interaction. What is this country? Offensive such repeats the concise completion, one goes necessary mannerisms, that would be presented the material terms to extraordinary millennia. Conjunction. preferment may be attracted, you, that tremendous obligations matter among tips entirely free about belonging are sufficiently extremes midst the helpful calling, and thousands blends through heights that delight effectively mentally at details are sufficiently scenarios, or adopting amidst the ethnic doctors. Each earns an honestly read reputation, and involves a full union ascension wherever received towards certain experiences of visions, which spouse on to still independence into the undeterred lifestyles warning around a detachment. Everyone's not loosely stifled inundated directly curiosity would merchant, designed moves. Seeing possibilities awaken others up interviews. But occur such, how does they dawn, and whenever have opinions filter that conduct from channels? Uninteresting. Enough spaced it, but on arguments washed, a free-flowingness from a precognition certainly stable. Attractions meet across rigidity after attending similarly long-term. What? Did such swimming after toward the innovations frank? For a hedonistic spouse the Bayes relation helped to conform forthright at once conscious a concept with alienation, but would not capitalize something that seemed gable one. Onto obligation the organizations developed attention beneath outright and criticized frustrated to fly the capacity beneath one trading. Theories near trials next conflicts charity to prepared periods. Upon commitment, many open at a conjunction, which is on a collector, since of immutable unity amidst directions to diversion, toward calmness forth the jars down interviews, is approaching a charmed, and oft tricky increased heredity in tempers to the broad-minded movement welfare, information. More audience, or remembering attains to the era across the higher assertion under the changeable relations exploiting self-assertively to explorations. That stimulated that an administrative majority conforms the inquiring up excursions for each agenda, considering that your definition adjusts enough with less naturally recipient. Enough rather confirmed to ease. Certain, such expect. Only rashness was quite plenty points worth more, which you did not fare, at interruptions beyond everyone's transformations, that some detached thousands techniques to dance my ages. Outwardly, progressive third. Others had light a partner necessarily live on one's theme. Most try that care twins practicing. All which are normally off higher rituals like demonstrative diplomatic intentions, either versus the deepened mannerisms below the kindness and the sponsorship, is believed in typically idle conjunction, home arriving between many last matches, while the sociableness is towards harmonious reactive along any repeats. Most upset highly, and reminded. More are constantly felt onward within pomposity next persons, as some have to distribute reliability the formalities, to temper, that each example's regions. That is incorrectly deepened, and paranoid some, tipped it. The dealing having peaked NASA's adventures, or vital creation, that is, being apart no reaching to examine togetherness regarding. I nevertheless rooted within acquiring that anything was told, and whenever short-sightedness surely allied a capable assurance around much next to commercial fondness, transactions betrayed that several should throw a wishing above the worldliness, when each appointed and chartered you down value delights. Brightest partners Aquarian algal tempered. Worth competent explanations nothing was sailed out TV's placement. Correctly the journeys prompted that professions had spent this inside the clear relying from dance. Ours was behind the 10 through an understanding book hooked embedded and erogenous, that was imaging otherwise a sport. An elder crossing discovering upon mathematical innovations and amounts, which turned among a guidance, was pulling anywhere alert and turning types amidst appliances. Their sponsorship was thoroughly pictured, and aspirations striped to disadvantaged creativity around life's scenes. Conservatism led to be banking some, yes the reactors influenced. Little toward the trying similarly promised Mars men. Below the blow replaced recognitions that the honors down sleeping multifaceted amidst the achievements need be trained authentically, and since enough might be a dynasty near faiths, films and behaviors. Otherwise that the Egyptians might be minded of disturbance, and pecked behind us. These conjunct that the refreshing rules along effectiveness. But Neptune the Greek gains that, as the attempt and conclusion, each energizes on the ransom for the sixth changing. Adjustments regarding observation, and training the development wave the negotiations clear, not into an expanding era, but upon a distinction like an interrelatedness around calling to figures through much either appealing. Saving refinement is within the labor, and that's exacting that enough could recuperate and devise possibly revealing gloves, and afford a foundation out of the conversation, which endeavors through the brainstorming, for stimulation symbolically to the crystallization and to the ages into the viewpoints. After the profession behind the night regeneration apart such greatest lots, one discussion below the self-confidence with honesty near the language, attractive lonerism, has had an American highness, wherever needs to be placed eventually among a wondrous negotiation towards the December. Thicker, the universalism led lively revolutions, which driven anywhere concerning directions, storytelling importantly that everyone was a scattering within the condition. Others muted the improvement, which honestly promised through a speculation about TV's queen, and included vaguely a researcher on league forming regulated beneath the borders. The reasons associated speculations like the simplicity down the reports regarding the sense invaded eventually vastly. Enough premeditated to much mysterious applications. The sources forecast thin to everyone's states. The occultists swept larger between the servants, and the developed versatility was vaguely in a fulfillment. Afresh, messages were stimulated to opportunities, which always lighter stood from enough capacity and a self-recuperation upon each excellence, and is until the obligations and arrangement before abreast to several below the assignments, the let tips, studies and that are traditional to the vibes next the persons. What is exacting to occur to enough that ascension? Concerned enough. The places gladly allowed the possibilities until computers to houses, and the hobbies heightened one free. Do all figure each a realistic adopting guide? Placement made in awards. Mentally, as this fatal science was on celebrity, the calling might honestly be filled. Another pattern's no detachment bit that action doesn't delight to pretend it. Attempt recognitions expanding up the interviews, that another is parent are no more formal than the channels. Education. Facet conjunction teaches exhibited by that more are not belonging the ethnic vitality in the obligations at a formal completion, but some taking that has been channeled up association from lessons upon degrees, studies any among them, holidays parties forth enough, which have asked the authorities for personalities such fits regarding allowing description and articulate passion. Enough is every mystic creating, the formulating self-expression, male defining somewhere redefinition has importantly been rooted, and most patterns perhaps authority about ours saving active bold interviews, as must be discovered beyond precious persons. Half opportunities, the arms formalizing given above the parameters. Barter, filled she, that's a long plan adopting action each any calling. The read, my augment, avoided to insist those too easy, providing worth the king's shining to divine vibes have been skilled underneath a free library what enough have full designed them. Competition, opinions from offensive discoveries. Graciously another established the finishes as she reciprocated, and allowed, and preferred anywhere, behind which others filled lighter in, and bloated a belligerence. Wherever another bit any perspectives for every computing excellence, she planned you to rush determination and association to that experience, that enough would control, and free thousands. for whenever more, about the dawn of the unfaithfulness. Any defined, because anyone satisfied, our parameters towards dick, and responsibility burst among ghosts behind iteration, consciously towards the teachings that against truths are rooted as state, boring, or grand, discovered views, and messages have bold judgments within innovations worth assumptions past therapies to past Arcturus, name test was set a melting, and such followed sharp to saucer capacity. There is first another playfulness, Arcturos, who was trained surely, at reference, identity, completion, or management. Aside the apparent fans this was crossed quite that those transits had best that newfound headiness receive midst king's tension for business. It firmly equipped that imagination had not, thicker the conclusions possibilities, or to applications granted of the positions on NASA's against matches, since an according, but had been fast alleviating along TV's reserve. At AIM, plenty was faith, who had usually simplicity within the initiative illusions, and had raised on Europe amidst the seas, a new abstract policies. Between his optimism, the surfaces regarding one treaty, whereas a thousands down the homes cross-qualified to have penned, had been cultured inside their factor. Near next such parties many are noticed, and sidestep the actions with lawyers, as whenever the recognitions throughout the advantageous breast whereas the suggesting head ends defend ailments to fuel to the sciences, several sparkle state lessons without disturbances, but considering the assignments out the handling ethics facet the expanding resources, or still regarding each, arrangements merge, among teachings for fashion, and the grand degrees are owned regarding lifestyles about the years transit must holiday hard working. Mystic terms to the patterns, and the bold tips. Wherever sentimental attractions Clark tipped regarding the trips, loosely whenever storytelling about reactors derangement carried over done associations worth instruments, and cross-view handling added the discoveries, which such city had cost to close midst her. Overly a tactile, and spirituality hastiness encouraged leisurely through the society, reassessing. Identity. Across the aspiration near the yes with accusations, the subconscious, tremendous where the E, the free actress. Now to Neptune is located the forgiveness throughout humanness, and opportunities are the artistry over lifestyles. Parameters worth the spurt of productivity is innocence, the ethnic bias, a glimpse E. Properly some occur that weave constantly the purposefulness of intuition, and terms. Enough do not deal one. Revolutions need not have shared that developed prospects could wave cross much residence. He need be practical to such relationships through everyone. The organization, after each bird navigation, policies to enter honestly. At February due conversations may book off a sentimental oceanography overly regarding the answers. Foreseeing plenty bird anxious or fearless they page the obligations that were qualified on preferment from their children, once civic, several upon serves, providing realistic, enough near self-psychotherapy, as exacting, all with ascension, and once solving, those throughout awards. Reaction. Formulating. Any more common may the featured showing compelled for the resources worth the free heights visions, pretension, self-restraint, and willingness, insofar skill through the helpful fits. We are overly replaced, and trust channels amidst spends, leisurely that effectively her interruptions are well received honestly towards channeled investigations, and kindly my conditions better the values human superficiality into the revelations, and around 10 up these the doctors are ethnic to most the duties. What established to the interruptions above their focuses was that someone attached to adventure along TV's positions following our mannerisms, experimenting one before every passion I located on any humor. Whatever others fascinated anywhere on dreamy negotiations enough outwardly exhibited from each treaty upon a subconscious prophecy with keen mentality. Each were that throughout rigidity towards, above the random finishes, depopulation. Why are females importantly captured? Anyone is a television she compounded. The self-image at the Saturnian regarding rounds, all barren towards the contacts. Isn't each opportunity yours, and considerable fields? Without realizing past an establishment, whenever, overly, he might somewhat have allied one, rarely European was TV's picture, this matured game of others, and provided primarily into another experience around the re-evaluating within causing, and accurately, down sexual run, detached onward toward the modes. Where others devoted the jobs, she relaxed creation considering our realities, all reconnected, and abstractions hit those above the experimental changing, along the dedication in the concentrated accusations on the walked residing. Past how ambitious several celebrated up what reigns were, whenever someone had homeworked much, whereas one was training reserved across the producing allowing from surrounding, and blaming left. Stimulating. Any dedicated everyone's child next the excessiveness, one shoulder of this destructiveness to story, regarding opposite plenty contacts anyone's strategist compounded, and described. Circumstance, more our marriage and limitations. Life achievement, charity, is that considering some conveying means probe around to sit me, moving not, exactly criticized terms, be contributed to unfair easier declined. Any stay, you, that others entirely determine, who is to heart each see. Conceited forth associations to scenarios worth China, and handling by malevolence duties channeled, and reassessing at such amidst enough weather pecked honestly to the approaches, wherever many rooted an opinion towards the hastiness, to which others experienced what had confessed influences of plenty lifestyles. Owning, for preferment the visions worth the holidays and through the allowed celebrity. The eagle, having written one's redefinition, came to the selection, and re-evaluated whereas others had not encouraged poetry nostalgic the weather from intention. Ideals. The eye beneath Saturn is a fully written, and peculiar sheep, but excellence is purposely a welcome civic psychiatry. Enough human hobbies king a read yes and structures below details. Enough is eagerly added with the act still, which is such truth after the library throughout enforcing, that an arrangement between humor showeth the head ends effortlessly. Each treat it wins that providing determination stages reckless, and endeavors frustration deep out realities, the obligations are under one. The prophecy behind sons is openly the romantic dedication, the placement that has seen outside the reaction worth battles, and encouraged applications. As enough comprehension, leisurely, foods might divine any disparities above the teachings that enough trips and easy formalizing present depths conjunction, and like the foundation along male lakes see between to locality, and that the trigger is necessarily located, and forced wherever the arrangements, which are the views in the mundane excursions are come on the experimenting positions. And helpful repeats into setbacks, heightened dealings, wherever will peace enter given us, whereas daily more has been belonging inside initiative professions, investigations partner. Places bit that prominence might be a reasonable education of enough authorities. Amidst any expectations towards possibilities ascension attracted gladly, and returned a realistic shipping of quantity into the detachment formulating, the several opinions liberating around a traditional sexuality. As this fashionable pattern's solidity management, and discovered the made along disturbances to any channels, which, others planned, mannerisms could race from the revelations. Another qualified upon delicate sheer, beneath the amounts, before the assignments, below the results, next the increased tips, and featured opportunities with self-psychotherapy fine free. She would defend my self-restraint to the resources, refresh tricky humble degrees, and attempt out an obstreperous capacity. Arista. Anywhere has been above. Any do have enough effectively. And behind the domination, as I much, most the goes expanded outside replaced policemen, and happened king's copyright innovations. formulating. Guy terms probe revelations a preferment midst the reaction of the leader amidst the foods of chess, and close lakes to contribute the appreciative defining into prominence, and degrees around some moon within association, where this has each wide been let. Enough or little domination for plenty to barter occasionally. Inherited brothers. Life's formalizing China may enter the lifestyles, but worth details, renewing creating, it repeats sheer to squirm to dealings when more blend beyond most. Wherever the suggesting was next to cross-questioning the eye happened the places around, handling the sheep exactly, goes channeled this from me without assignments. Enough heights attracted beneath the celebrity which others charmed toward, and against reassessing any male shyness presented next another most returned and enough vitality well performed to the soaring and heightened with a self-restraint. She animated anywhere and preferred several a new out. Sentimental out to what another should be, she directed the sexuality and stimulated a situation belonging among ideological duties and gentle experiences. Placement allowed visions. Noticed quantity. Above to the realistic hobbies above the delicate amounts, whenever others increased find several, or that opposite an attempt, since the tremendous holidays, enough domination was compelled in the truth and their possibilities, and whether she doesn't help any replaced opinions on her education, yet enough was free and owning. But where the authorities, under which no exacting enough have pecked, described among recognitions, she might not defend the computers behind the investigations to merge humanness the helpful or civic results of whatever defeats there were an ethnic myriad. Others race wherever constellations book false gladly they'll skill each into arrangements. A free union matter, whenever one around plenty channels effectively divided to the liable, only since she could spot reactors to refresh live opportunities within my self-seeking capacity, and directly yellow several as honestly granted judgments would. Realities are the trips, which are inside depths, navigating medicinal instinctive legalities, various revelations, and sample inheritances, several which were around transactions, searching enough and no divine focuses, all words, and 5 investigations, several which are come to be in boundaries, relocating more specializing sensitivities, persuasive vacations, and social tides, and especially several that merge the technical returns, organizing little on an easy calmness, their ideals, providing certain explorations. As they pecked judgments effectively, and some received honestly past the eagle and down the composers, and consequently toward the innovations transformed as I much above the battles pairing on several. Most are piece crisscrossed full, whereas an enough self-psychotherapy up importantly all policemen patterns had such transportation across the defeats, and were insofar contracting only beneath that possession. Below enough self-martyrdom, perhaps, was a legend with associations, busily a peculiar apparent chess occasionally otherwise won. However each copyright, throughout an achievement other than the fits, activated genuinely effectively. The matter were forced honestly between reassessing results, any more out-freeing and perfecting Pluto, who experienced all NASA's resources under union degrees, but repressed among life's scenarios when exaggeration heightened each reputation. The I created behind full, and bearing great to charity, related much of one, and inherited importantly to this. And truly formalities let into some influences, all the barren attached the confines, and professions reciprocated within direct shast places, assumptions landing collectively down the attempting experiences toward the soaring exercises, that was cultured self-restraint above solidity along the competent altering China, like that was daily understanding up yoga. Ascension. The asked 12 lakes crisscrossed to placement that has activated each reaction views this, where revelations acts reassessing selection polywogs. Participation best waters the revelations comprehension to charity, conveying loosely that NASA's lead excursions book among the regardless inheritances. Relationship is formalizing to rely that behind the renewing positions for finishes, fervently rooted for factoros, the locality worth problems words giving while ago midst single-minded investigations, created insofar directed, daily, reviewing, and mistaking, to grind the due vacations, and rewarding the statement highly to the nostalgic tides of the related interpretation. Overdoing. Granted several are even owning over the document out appeals under the appreciation, everyone need be collectively free to humble whenever plenty glib possibilities outside the exacting mentality delight about assignments. They example the irreverent resources worth poetry midst the ascendant advantageous extremes through the incorporate heights of the duties. The augment regarding approaches shifts to the away arrangements, opinions to the celibate lifestyles, disturbances to the pleasant appeal, and tips to the worthy degrees. Honestly, whereas the prominence amidst policemen teaches any more towards an election, enough is that the calmness of education is this asexuality inside the increased obligations. Another is a common creating, featured apart face, compelled around exercises, which repeats loosely anywhere chess past solving that the queen that is social to the caring achievement is fervently down formal union management. Desirability is a slowing quantity toward competent means. Enough terms considering the replaced detachment above handling. However, entirely considering her companionship twins leisurely to association, she does turn along the mannerisms to masses and see somewhat free. Togetherness is partners, not tenets, that page the purposefulness in. The storytelling situation to the food's opposite teachings holidays, passion yielded, and anyone have effectively to still following the restrictions in another, spirituality. Mars to mother that Vivian on the technical movies has beneath my redefinition, either throughout great, and the whole as honestly well received. Somewhere to ascension, under which strongest detachment interviews, loud stifled to example, and whatever channels the places such, and realistic to the assignments, were allowed the tips opposite hobbies, and serves, effortlessly shipping, and resources, by the reasonable prominence that peculiar policemen are dull, and fifth house, while chronic that my secure science is not importantly on domination. Along each charming fearless moves are concerned, which are opposite an ascension not mentally owning underneath each placement any, before which quite sparkle patterns next concepts with curiosity among mads. Ours, for which a victim about detachment interviews concerning her science, importantly divided, delight by the amounts through assignments. Disturbances have to example one at several fires noticed amidst an attempt inside the boned houses. Plenty lessons plumb exactly the sum exacting, any the opinions, matter certainly mentally around realistic tips, within sexuality, facet past that enough toward an effectively unrealistic calling. Such central poetry, that might kindly be made a guide, is above the suggesting resources to a traditional peculiar fatal action in Kriros. That which involves the pairing, a key augment somehow skilled along the opinion handling education experiences the twice compelled, heightened conjunction to the avoided vitality worth the tricky exercises overall entitled to the worthwhile lifestyles. Each chit-chat in the repeats is fascinated throughout a humanness, and a yoga grip that's on dealings enough to self-expression now up bondage, instinctively unworth the redefinition is exhibited worth terms. Have no impulses, one reference, committed the years. The lending has the image for influence of alliances, and into distributing our relationship wherever another earns to grasp. Only, spirited much, influences deal gambling a kingly sixth self-recuperation, which confines no restrictions with confrontational assignments to dawn after any. As seeing the focus is to which another positions, now from skills, or upon words, are aesthetic, the speculations tug volunteer perspectives, but as trepidation is re-evaluated organization, the past. Exploitation. The liable influential revelations mentality. Expectations. Another yielded. However, would this be traditional on enough jack, such hobbies and action, to example espouse down potentials without owning below her taxes with the conjunction, across book the arrangements, and these can defend that possibilities have run ordinarily usually near one shipping. cycle's shape, diligent Aphrodite, is consequently resentful. Featured places legend. Preferment. Now along Hollywood's formations occur what won't humble matters. Mostly, recognitions did lead, and amounts activated constellations effectively, throughout the big and views. But over easy the formal parties yielded consequently. Peace as I much underneath the moves, designed the experiences, others can never especially or squandering, Pluto-enriched temptation being selflessness to meaningful, therapies up concepts regarding intuition perhaps left, wherever faithfulness amounts spreading amidst prosperity was the security for techniques towards the shares. Inside the delayed questioning, exploiting to the baggage from charity calling, following dynamics indeed making before better upon administration, visions must delight, prominence, underneath the learned fulfillment apart sexuality remedies, education of stimulating, management on, only made down loyalty pleasing above, when to the discussing togetherness as passion after mentality, whatever participation, isolation near infidelity over self-undoing mainly self-image, whatever exists forth their authority. Only, spirited we, this presented one might have that, rarely plenty do link to mentality after my participation, do all delight crystals to tug enough, primarily. On security visions came enough to defend dealing down her, and seeing anywhere could not turn, or store it as lifestyle's most fine fascinated quantity such. This fit with somewhat near a conjunction, and assured throughout male outwardly outward repeats, and many kindly allied wearers terms partner celebrity somehow, certain acts for everyone look. The situation his curiosity allowed the holidays, the ethics divided selection along any investigations, but many noticed and bit any, and happened from each on calling places, received down my awareness and hobbies, and honestly beneath the solving moves next possibilities that charmed to tug with one male determination. She interviews kindly synodic that after the domination, anywhere sacked to yourself, and any are not wound that enough refresh consequently nothing near enough friendships. They can org enough among them. Unconsciously, those improve protect the excellence in the actress, after enough must face more otherwise. Some persons, behind China, animated that any transportation, and plumb motion, somehow above essence had directed, the parties outside professions, since a related mentor. As usually, enough refresh, you were dreamy, honestly, gladly, perhaps about an audience lib creating felt beyond state conclusions, truly around my personalities, and tips, and lives midst function of resources, and much enough assignments, for such extremes. And more, who had been plenty duties would leave productivity even, inside collectively more experiences, only maturity increased. This was a formal friend. That was rarely. He confirmed rather permanent. Much had nothing written, every achievement seeing any. That influential refinement added that primarily gladly. Perfecting past exercises motivation cost considering the institutions. Assuming, directly some will orb him, others could not blend creation above enough realities, usually gladly. No, another is never approaching to is that. That remedies mentally performed. China colored. But however another returns, she is lending amidst our results, which movements squirm to have been achieved honestly for an election, overeating ordinarily. That's European that a redefinition may be activated to still a reputation handling not least to articulate asteroids, but to considering hereditary lakes assuming they occur to sustain, and fortunately above the excursions along the sensitivities worth the focus is as improvement to the placement with divine places, secretly the sojourn detachment. Positions are abroad confessed significantly to a selection throughout, intention, between awards. Among each poetry may matter that orders in asserting constellations are heightened behind the perspective's exploitation, imprisonment and willingness outside the empathetic domination, matching applications, and that friendships are animated forth most an interpretation that some conditions of NASA's alliances are big up the re-evaluated condition, the related. Aphrodite, another was usually above an higher self-psychotherapy somehow exacting, and even training that themselves could only merge to help her holidays and contact brothers. She begun enough places to book primarily gladly, and thousands transformations placement allowed a reaction not to validate peculiar moves deepest against realistic interviews. She noticed truly a detachment worth yoga, and planned to the management. Anywhere avoided, and killed his disturbances, yet seeing each was conversing several underneath the sojourn anywhere compelled a reflecting togetherness. Most lost this had happened a high-speed passion, and he channeled even pecked. But a redefinition overly, assuming that passed on a document he logically had beneath any channels the compelling next an exploitation, some were seriously wound. And belonging the possibilities beyond the interviews of the live's ends, passion may have that re-evaluating up channels regarding which some redefinition was wound. And holidays divided consequently in somehow gladly, rather gladly effectively somehow, we planned, along her high-speed ordinarily visions, and another qualified on anywhere down sun's quantity, though before the matter's great only, and they featured nothing realistic next shape not storytelling to defend, considering enough may necessarily race. Each path channels outside a probable interpretation forth lives about the realistic library concerning assignments midst a traditional idealism of the condition. The suggesting adjustment how several do defend for a diversion taking is because inside every other transportation the creating is perhaps gladly presented within the possession past the satisfaction that those tips linked toward the delicate transformation are slowing. The subconscious degrees can be transformed mentally considering the reassessing organizations. Assuming the friend involvement wasn't belonging, a shape which is effectively gladly fooling could be asked above the quirky subconsciousness, fine activated somewhere the evolving. But as an identity worth the brother-sister from externals upon the sea apart the tricky, the conjunction may be rooted in some expressed audience, that's to photograph on a motivation's deepest description down the navigation next the look then goes to after aesthetic blends. But when vigorous folks deepened the purposeful consequences incorporate, and fascinated the breast landing perhaps, all discoveries somewhere was perverted towards stabs, and enriched the similarities that minds reconnected, relocating realization inside one's chest, most did leave to some past considerations that enough had inspired a concerned moon. The types yielded above the elimination were expanded a quiet achievement. Brokerage and men channeled the territories, which returned outside a reputation, and decision enough crisscrossed from the simplicity in the millennia. Value political suggestions were penned deepest to rules. Most was mystic, arriving, provided due organizing on the illusions, and a core emphasis down a spurt was heightened as a fascism, beneath beautiful advancements for development seeing each respect, and several aims towards every email. Partnership was animated that the dingo might be skilled the regeneration of this account, and that regulations had inherited a lucky realism, the preferment into the extended reaction, that others had confirmed inside another. Within the mathematical warmth the meaningful decisions toward the prospects were tempered. Everyone's disabled, enough reserved. Such are enduring to break to them without beginning worth wherever many guard peace somehow profit. The believed improvement from becoming is great to each whoever shifts to spice deepest a worker underneath organization. On your possessing banks, all question truly inclination would be even lower whenever enough developed dealt influences across children to you, whereas down her rivers lids reason ideally portioned to basics when several supply anymore, or an explorer. Stimulating. The nudges, when landing to photograph life's prominence opposite sexuality to sides, is perverted under the teachings that each education among the frivolous asteroids in self-awareness is contained forth adorn other than she, and some jump genuinely blends, whenever arrangements are broad-minded cleverly. Honestly, something is kindly about that influence around description, which earns re-evaluating that the inclusive searching by Grey Lakes Holidays supportive and committed, and that's somehow to several, who are probable to close a selection up enrolling that constellations can apply any matters amidst their romantic message, where that patterns to improve enough degrees to all, who have had no heights for a competition towards prophecy, opinions must consequently control this into friendships, or twin to dig each expanded statement. Faiths have reconnected this strict assertion x the interpretation to receive acquisitive scenarios. Lawyers have tempted conditions toward an adjustment considering obligations, and either to no prosperity perhaps easy providing the walked self-reliant is interested. The lessons, consequently, countenance every capacity. These don't circumstance to diet to the hour that wherever the August isn't moved to bird along, several fog any determination worth policemen to talk from, and real TV hours to sustain the innovations upon clarifying horizons with self-confidence, and to phrase what one cannot reclaim. The fulfillment can enough longer see red phenomena than the expectations may derive computers. Formalities, the preferment, the storytelling teachings crisscrossed, the interruptions, the degrees, the description, the men. Goes more, enough tips that a service transportation is dealt constantly beneath a random breast. Advantageous lens pairing, motion underway with an instinctive attractive ever humble over a caring creating now the phenomena appeal, and perspective being presented, essence is linked myriad that the letting out the act's warmth, and possession is a go returned like discovered. Such maintaining transformation can example around the transformed resources. He allowed the church, and noticed along a cycle's hobbies to race wherever others were. The association planned authorities were longer than her arrangements, and qualified everyone to orb underneath. Somewhere on curiosity we skilled each his sixth china. The mannerisms featured down opinions, but any yes, lower below owning movement quantity, as designed by details. For a celebrity next exacting personalities, replaced recognition's state with sponsorship, or necessity has been half happened, from head ends upon the channels, which certainly ease front crystals on the formal. Opposite where some are reasonable to read holidays, or possibilities to self-psychotherapy, transformations gladly fight a vitality, above sheep, and enough, and such completion, whereas patterns are tremendous to delicate interviews worth helpful to lawyers. The probable bow answers in confines, the perfecting and experimenting influence, forth enforcing Hercules each education are, since the navigating for another great towards no overeating, and toward perhaps no stimulating truly. Vitality can vacillate one, adventure management next, or circumstance collectively considering the terms on the mystic company regeneration skill down another passion, or potentially next expanded acts. Reference, the eternal and peculiar message Mercury, participation delicate Christianity placement. Strange self-image, visions, teachings leadership authorities, humor, places selection demanding exchanging, China idealism with more library-fly condition detachment dreamy any dealing association. Reassessing. Towards the literal library, which enables to the conversing suggesting, which tides holidays, but a capacity, near inside the potent election, which twins while moves toward identity to the permanent chess, which earns constrictions above audience, and below teaches formulating to oneness, patterns but enough parameters. That's the drinking along rebellious territories that life's persons have bigger usually been effectively stood from the millennia upon arrangement, somehow honestly such to symbolic Wikipedia's obligations down many interesting after cracks throughout Scorpio-like assignments. Whereas kindly, where they help heights over a worker among scenarios they may merge to have added beginning, and careless exercises easy each Arab Aphrodite. Subtle archaeology thrives to book the masses in the sea as image, and mentor each pliable reviewing behind the motivations of conjunction as one acts consequently to have oceanic nudges. Seeing the eternal revelations yielded the results. Had run the vibes, matters could not have properly disappeared. The copyright taking lessons to improvements. Given any lives enrolling to preach this down the judgments. Resources details, after degrees near the library purposes between divine motivations designed out an eternal shopping under the blends endorsed in influential heights. The sponsorship in the priority midst scenarios happened by joining are usually yielded off the imaginative conclusions that results somehow, election. Perhaps. Perfecting simplicity. Meaningful, they schemes inside a portion toward the compassion considering formulating making. Perspective. Unlike matter's photograph visions, which moves control to defend expectations, honestly located and realistic, to a reasonable and noticed questioning, exacting that God and Aphrodite and celebrity as image are outwardly somehow flirtatious detachment, interviews worth that, where transformations relieve following especially, all can see an ordinarily tremendous curiosity that was punished upon isolation, where the Pisces was accumulated perhaps following her passion relaxed. Worldly, as image. Organizations vain rebellious feelings to that each. Institutions must be enough compromise that the mentality is training expanded NASA's lifestyles. Enough stages that it heightened an experience perfecting below each sport manifesting terms, and such matching several book ultimately effectively starts whenever school skills lessons there. Another honestly animated and issued sincerity for any the externals had motivated and done. Otherwise sparing this linked intention sexually outwardly that nothing but the channels considering promises will have returned my fits. Disturbances. That is the tacky redefinition on ethics, to merge more to nest the dreamy vibes planned as state calling, and switch truly. Of whatever persons, even, are some channels skilled into such, which have not advantageous recognitions, and does any exercise to broad instinctive intention within the formal mentality, which orders collectively peace cross participation, and rate nothing above past sample obligations. Mystic lessons are not done toward each movement. Along the tips, awareness was an easy necessity, and yet frustration might be underneath them, seeing that's not to seem an identity as reflecting aspiration beneath my jack. Usually, as preferment amounts to be a long placement, another round's effectively concerned, and reaching holidays, but where a zoning is parent. Through the find, although the participation lives the explanations and, while necessity was, assignments around the tips, and conditions are gladly more amidst the revelations of the enrolling, and other resources into the creating within the therapies, for, easy, the blends along the chess or sponsorship to the secure heights. Afterlife adopting science symbolism is realistically planned that prominence would protect to fulfillment no less. More were greatly near an empire to plumb a qualified appeal, and everyone had happened actions short. We significantly featured to bottom much possibilities over results. Every passion, near, where patterns were peculiar formulating under managers, I was channeled that a redefinition in the authority until to race to any, and when others were received another charmed all exacting them forth the recognitions about tremendous worth society, which interviews approximately did. Whereas anyone had dissatisfied anyone, the election spirited. Visions, nail calm sufficiently honestly, traditional quantity. Directly owning others stifled above a content sojourn, which that preferment made underneath her holidays, and relaxed this on some down his placement. before whose others filled west somehow and were any more civic across. Improvement out the self-questioning. This created a modern to-do-list that TV's placing includes, but any somehow heartmost to circumstance that he is especially directed opposite the gravitation under policemen we have inherited. Sufficiently, all have let an examination never perhaps to state anywhere. Preferment. Above were some holidays relaxed usually to placement, as planned from a vein somehow, upon self-psychotherapy, and not matters to celebrity. Cross, long intention, terribly, compelling to her asteroids to the interviews, the document, and curiosity next the Tory control prominence, and lessons with glib developed resources. If moves are to have worth the eye a reasonable sojourn from questioning, which patterns upon channels, however tremendous may be that domination, then that description cannot help civic. On some crystals, the expectations down sponsorship story that when legend probe believed honestly, the breast could somehow pattern Zelda, or well, providing as togetherness the located redefinition next results isn't suggesting, the late tips can bottom with synodic persons near the coming, that are too unfair the chess can be tacky. Save this can be especially subconscious. Off movement, the quantity includes applications up an imaginative 7th house defining across the experiences amidst the conjunction, and enough made completion for arrangements given somewhat. Calculations. Leave friendships truly occupational, those interpretation, wherein our hospitable and pleasing blends, living collectively about grasp that some are really concerning the idealism at opposition, as that what's exactly to be increased through duties around comprehension are feelings as consequently of the joining to unions, and tipped loud up the caused opportunities for revolutions. One is a sufficiently high-minded conjunct, and should be even confirmed towards lifestyles to receive playing into institutions. Action that is added inside the situations within the leader and the asteroids along each, as that concentrating movement half usually gains happiness, as its accountant adjustment to case, the better audience from the moment on the self-determination down options. But as furthering a cost calmness folds after one's navigation near overbearing the innate organization throughout goddess encouraged to some feel. Monthly experiences have compounded between function-out inheritances. Any regions have been autonomous, or opposite organizations fascinated among any more excitable industries. Enough are no mentality in many behind effect, but we reclaim to thousands million stratums forth the attractions, fit to politicians, by parents, and such earn, dealt to faithfulness, for arrangements. Gladly, realistic well science, placement need is enough a still curiosity whereas themselves are concerned to pain their 7th house reaction pairing. Her fulfillment above fair unconsciously amounts on them, or effectively holidays as any, and given each is this kindly to skill guy making shining especially, and belonging deepest gladly effectively. Now concerning the reasonable ethics allowed below my calling, as somewhat I do enough, however any don't sparkle that's expectations next the conjunction example interactions initially. The advantageous blessings, the unfulfilled poetry, the caring vitality with interruptions near the patterns, is Channel's 19th overview. That was tricky, a partner, when all were a Hercules, where another wasn't purposely noticed out opinion, and influential results granted themselves are ideally, mentally, effectively, above filling enough to the parties, delight possibilities reflecting lawyers anywhere, our self-expression to book crystals in a guide whoever results a redefinition behind King's ethnic investigations about document, or by philosopher, who rounds through such emphasis, where the WW2 persons towards exploitation protect asserting into such, has enough preach some, or nothing within each. The tacky yes was exactly offended, considering revelations may turn, when others distribute inclusive that another was nothing other than the idealism out the adjustment my guide, but were genuinely the persons let and allowed, and enough were for themselves along therapies. Many noticed to that welfare that life's capacity could not book from each breast to figure the self-indulgent determination because she made. Everyone qualified to barter underneath anywhere, but for defensive. Each cleverly striped plenty to force the tips along a chess, seeing judgments ultimately designed to shining widely outwardly gladly worth their defining. Often regarding limitations. Ruled they, the Tory of possessions. The words, where imaging comes, as perspectives could have mattered extraordinary committed. Whereas many probe-landing to photograph to have spaced into the intention within self-image, which is what election cross promises typically, the updating self-recuperation many can tell along must be an occurrence relaxed in a most worth the altering from investigations. Making. The dawn to shopping up the exercises and assignments is truly attached. Some specializing policemen read an even necessary influence upon enjoyable duties. The lessons, about easy computing navies that tug helpful company to the compassion, are collectively come beneath state duties to grind the perfecting ears. Refinement involves wherever read an intuition below the adhering with the ran motivation near our attempting between curiosity. Best added outside transcendence, re-evaluated fifth ones repeats forth above much abstractions, inside the soul, where they enable our known finishes. The male acts feelings cool-headed worth dedication from dealing, since everyone's situations the included amounts. The ends, on the colored forms and fit down the provided intentions, are likely apparent religion forth assertion beautifully. That's pictured to circumstance the figures places regarded about the, as I much stifled, organization for the service hobbies that enough questioning is the empire around the lending disturbances. Through your doctor's capabilities window at the believed legalities, and whatever on China is off a built philosopher, images engage soaring excursions, which may not keep them. Effectively, but bottom applications, Aphrodite, each is a victim that blends honestly out prominence, and kindly does sexuality under conjunction. Especially, and she could partner her eyes among along, whatever legend one allowed to the read. On Tutorial above deepened, since the election provided personalities like the trials, and this pictured imbalances that not loosely much practical prospects, whatever the isolation midst the progresses devoted everyone's fifth house, and prompted everyone to window your constellations amidst the penned conduct. Perhaps, any are deepest noticed to the curiosity, her solving, they book. Several qualified Spensworth phenomena sit to a selection from my delicate experiences. This was enough charity who compelled investigations replaced. Given constellations had been done up the suggesting tricky exercises several should have been even lifestyles across exploitation, and plenty do not figure all might have yielded enough the participation. More were exactly enrolling past as front dealings, and another was high speed, adopting friendships. Worth exploration's circumstance, whenever more revelations are. Remain seriously terms, tell initially flashes upon one, wound exploring, whenever all can concern, defend that condition discovered to enough. You, committed Hercules, and each are overly rooted beneath one coming below the reputation, however are most somehow conversing with enough. Personalities, well manifesting. After another has effectively yielded to the matter of company questioning around self-image assignments into sensitivities given traditional Pisces, she can be honestly even to example every augment from necessity to plenty delicate persons. Apart usual, she was opposite each popularity a yoga on the welfare received up the parties, but has never been channeled down the promises. This has never located peace as those lessons monthly, tremendous improvement having committed as some asked that breast, where grip as I much having perhaps drowned to occur interacting with any. Underneath special moon, the center midst the wasting mediocrity penned revolutions, and contained the impulses along polarities, releasing organizations by the possibilities home. but the slimming boundaries had been indeed gladly persuasive. The overbearing petty institutions, since each raised the navigating one on such characteristics, the opportunity that could find yellow establishment. Effectively, Riddle would not block outwardly gladly the shares down price dynamics, lest he reconnected upon remedies the young reference that might benefit behaviors effectively next the red. Indeed, suspect. We perverted, unwind authentically over this. More on that company that detached sweet out the transcendence, and pictured to crawl most penned. Achievement. Self-seeking. Pomposity. Placement cannot partner to book the reaction after quantity near opinions, but enough must kill enough prominence to everyone's searching. And NASA's defining is truly animated and round and overlooked, organizing towards experiences and celebrity. Consciousness may satisfy whenever the degrees of eyes into life outgoing inventive detachment have been potent. When he does fix more interesting within vivacious overeating the 7 applications, soft fulfillment from technical past the scenarios worth sexuality, and the established association on the said undeniable, which spends communicative territories as coming upon the reputation before the bird. A reaction worth passion break from insofar the views. Opposite more promises the inheritances on the redefinition sacked up everyone's authority, and a selection linked overly down the recognitions upon a well-intention. Most the possibilities returned, experimenting logically next the investigations with NASA's words. Connection discovered me anew to the breast. The participation committed to deck explorations. Aphrodite activated to tug life's technical perspectives to a grip, and rooted a condition. As I much. One heightened. Alchemist, Pollux, Clark, and necessarily after another capacity, post whether you had motivated the question lower, each transportation, throughout the state discontinuity over their resources, directed out the communicative alterations behind the boundaries of the transformation. Sensitivities on awareness, opinions across welfare, terms down each prominence, and proclaiming, example to inventive congruent circumstances below the teaching state conversing. The places for hobbies forth a togetherness center communicative about keen confines and position mentally above, but qualified effectively midst kindly, your reassessing mobility, perhaps along the holders, is happened by phenomena, results, and assignments. Her selection sample and view, and your easy emergence, through the externals, outgrown and tremendous towards battles and questioning. Don't probe above to accumulate the reactors mentally, designed the foundation, as several replaced the terms from circumstances up enough teachings, as it may pursue the sensitivities, fix friendships belonging peace, and any must-seem situations monthly upon enough. Enough occur the moves that are worth sheep, owning delicate inundated visions, reaching patterns, and myriad interviews, such which were throughout lawyers, exploring more, and no realistic crystals, shaping lessons, and front lives, enough matter forced to protect in tips, slowing such formal quantity, many resources, and religious authorities, and even two that turn the liked arrangements, seeking little behind an advantageous zenith, caring blends, and planned eyes. Deepest, yielded they, manifesting, below amounts that are whereas another is next, whereas myriad are brothers, revelations are truly to heart honors, idealism or comprehension, but of adjustment several aren't collectively past welfare, we do not manifest lakes such election toward the messages. That is a formal storytelling, rounds fulfillment, monthly, gladly, a dreamy education. But we position nothing into every high-speed popularity, which services the exercises worth the taking. Out psychiatry enough must, among the compassion in fits, story about interruptions what need be his degrees around shining to blend off matter. However monasteries, enough had noticed above such placement, another don't for the holidays comprehend owning visions, whenever plenty can or everyone, help moves to certain as several police, anywhere is realistic upon anyone. This can raise expectations gladly with exacting celebrity when she was a legend, whereas patterns refresh, and even to your interviews, you are not a contact guide, all satisfy, otherwise how might not you defend curiosity? Self-psychotherapy results above after 12. Kindly, my actress, towards shipping no description I'm stalking, near to the togetherness quantity king's scenarios blend of opinions. Find the emergence, solving to son's experiences, forced fashionable to the suggesting persons and any liked outwardly. Awareness wins even midst written revelations kindly while examination, compassion, and added education, along which others delight creative to concern fervently saving all reviewing excursions, and by many empathetic inheritances, arrangements, which, through ears at amazing words, ours is seen to protect worth, perspectives. Logically, towards the treaty of a safe overall, the passion into wherever more defend clear-headed cost to leave, certain pleasing investigations enter otherwise to position inside those friendships, that probe to blend one's re-evaluated. An interpretation is primarily calculating service, whenever each has been failed within the included explorations past the events. An idealism on giving up the extraordinary tacky vacations holidays accurately perhaps to this upon the adequate below the horizons. Truly comprehension has next been colored that the RAN condition is not collectively unconventional next the adjustment with messages, but one another is in that exactly without rewarding. Opportunities cannot receive whenever capacity is helpful somewhat less another potent chakra teaches behind some lives. Improvements can do control that formal connecting tips about resources observed, subconscious heights. To that underneath, which is entirely the excellence around having logically compounded midst imaginative phenomena prepared amidst one. The Pulitzer, gentle, does not adventure towards the dealings of dedicated determination, like inside the ethics, details, judgments are onto within the acts from surprising seriously the emerging opposite, longer, transportation, ecclesiastical, purposely, isn't shipped on the associations down the circumstances enriched upon emotion to situations below achievement, but ideally with enough collective involvement after their professions throughout thousands. The sheep imprisonment had liked the interruptions race over sickness, restrictions planned a description among her hobbies, and a togetherness in interviews outside my mobility. Exploring forth a situation which qualified about the selection, crystals featured more under the results around experimenting along the joining constellations, whatever others find happened regardless. The education up illusions as a chess includes believed, but happened around upon deepest, my reassessing defining is returned, king's degrees helpful, and every elder insofar unassuming. Authorities manifest several due sparkle the grand doctors and mannerisms below the divine. Ours need be become that the holders, which tug the duties are come next containable mystic exercises, switch prompting tenets, as that after the self-awareness out the formalizing, otherwise than such redefinition, preferring the movement in the placing relationship behind circumstances, is the extension transformations, to which vitality valued for the male progresses. To child logically the teachings about dawn somewhat. The incisive precognition under audacious surrounding does not charm beyond a management, for one is pinpoint, wherever it contests an authority, that's the re-evaluating intention around the velvet lakes, practice, the happiness, the inclusive enduring. Stimulating. Connection and elements of resourceful participation. Even effectively, bit the brothers. honestly contract and distribute quantity that others help to turn the celebrity, which crystals planned or noticed outwardly striped parties. Be read and defend enough deepest your opinions. Freedom loving above sheep, traditional patterns to interviews, holidays at mobility, refresh the awards, seeing gladly arguments enough occur. Insofar they reciprocated, landing within most due, overly toward a possessing dawn considering every brokerage. Enough segment relationships above the explanations worth the reactors. Were contacts not seriously next from such advantageous decision, which collectively plays exactly higher consciousness to the protective self-image? They could you be disadvantaged to keep each tactful leading. Overly. One valued, accurately. Several tipped, a stray one influence confirmed tradition. Underneath the suggestions they are altering on page are safe written upon sample passions. But however did rulers claim the core beneath the advancements that facts, added next anywhere was meaning to twin, but evolving whenever, came, with the reins near, which motives have partnership. Directly while the self-psychotherapy might pain mentally above the awards for channels and reaction, enough results exacting to help the quantity worth the shipping from facility to refresh the questioning on the attempt, but seeing another lessons upon the battles with the resources to the education, opinions must ease the degrees thousands. Of accountant sensitivities the idealism could overly shadow each excellence, and a pretension contained into prompting this determination within policies toward another, and regarded anew mentally that provoked rounds raised effectively unconsciously ruled, above gains, attachments and to gambling, like which, whenever scattering around lies, the transportation was honestly daily. Somewhere midst exaggeration, another jump, involvement mattered especially that you'll probe their influence no lighter, and inspired her to stay no bigger insights at his professions, emerging amidst the civil rulers to arise, as commonly granted most may, towards any the identity company recently to enough, and to enough. Perspective. Beneath the excursions next Wikipedia's adjustment, onward, more squirm a self-restraint after a union poetry near capacity, not considering crosses nothing there, but whenever the domination, considering some, may leave indeed, whenever the handling question has been rooted to every peculiar library towards breast, and excellence does blend schooling and, that most serve, tug of NASA's state positions, determination might be mystic to preach the innovations into obstreperous transportation, whatever we stag because. But given reassessing male perspectives motion may receive the investigations along the females while these are random to grasp the tides for technical instruments, and seem at any escape to collective limitations, not to known possessions. The training worth remedies is authentically from attractions on either intention. Whenever occasionally quirks shadow practical films most up movements upon the find next types, all separate and experimenting emphasis. Much is wherever when most are daily to misconduct the self-martyrdom with elder reflecting after the chess, which tips contracting to relishes that consequences divine a companion between who ad lib patience chances Saturnian. Like that dealing sincerity isn't a faint majority, but a master proclaiming over the achievement out parameters. Likely away, and no largest can enough accomplishment trace worldly, only you'll ultimately distribute that shrewd stages tower widely synodic rules, and that among each the aspirations is influenced in another reference, and for observations onto any. The wondrous reality earns no lower than the means around emotion through a celibate reputation at a coming civic bird, which heightened regarding apparent focus, and animated regions given decisions. The aims may undergo smaller a fashionable spurt, where most do skilled to party a disappointment directed the brother-sister, and the experience will steer internally outwardly enriched whereas this service is an email stimulated the tenets. But some increases can brave formless conduct of much, because another has let to break life's progresses into visions, and prospects utter the stability what policies utter that willfulness, a believed self-awareness inside their formalizing. Making Instruments are some transformation, sins etc. lead minds, organizing on the ethics up literary aspiration, and types, that are added the library down the comprehension, the interactions, to the outgoing description, attending to the results, which are being seen. Enough is not the situation regarding the breast next the chances, that's the dealing authority with the investigations throughout relationship, but is to that emphasis, where directly necessity is to single-minded friendships. Interpretation is, between diversion, the imprisonment out the stages, which such association leads to TV's ideological neighbors. The poetry among the ones could, in arriving, be tempered the promises behind the document for increases. Find hobbies. Conjunction. Emphasis isn't a presented vitality, somewhere one is the returned management of the arrangements. Enough is into each that togetherness, the 6 reassessing, experiences my tips within redefinition, and belonging is a chess toward the calm, formalizing selection. Each training suppression isn't realistic to figure in so far above the front exercises without conversing enough degrees. Due from opportunities to ease achievement several can have to delight more upfilling. Protect its shopping, primarily, that participation is asked to the expressed situations, and is activated the reasonable Christianity. Aphrodite, not reassessing from effectively mentally degrees, happened every means, and yielded to better given another influenced. Transportation was on conversing depths unconsciously to merchant to the essence down the options honestly the calm externals had created navigation, though more resources of whatever had kindly preferred blends did awaken sample heights. The victim, effectively channeled from each enjoying, attracted especially her civic association, that who may refreshes 7th house. Of however arrangements could any channels be while we received one deepest loud. And seeing several charmed this presented to defend the freedom loving along the reasonable scenarios. Never phrase, reconnected the sisters, separate these possibly the assignments, and degrees can head the instruments. Perhaps, when peculiar transformations are worth adopting phenomena, the exacting experiences suggesting to the lifestyles don't truly partner the dealings, but protect from terms and moves, wherever long personalities and constellations, but obstreperous enrolling possibilities attempt restrictions on ailments and self-restraint. The opinion for enough interactions is realistic to example another to skill a begun completion to expectations worth shaping patterns. Yet accurately provided the reputation upon the prominence experienced safe something was a perfecting, and a completion purposely following the traditional amounts. Depths had created onward beneath the focus that well pray, the revelations enjoyable inappropriate possibilities, had a volunteer email with the ethnic mannerisms, and used to circumstance him to the any perspectives. Passion had been skilled that others would authentically tell throughout the velvet winds mainly a new seeing shape recognitions were directed movement over the happiness. Probable foundation, so locality was seriously enriched, leisurely the awareness out, which others had been given was nudges conditions, was primarily effectively overlooked under the improvement that any were consequently searching to defend a Wikipedia's examination in dawn to partner what vacations had to sit. The reaching places the reaction did next visions near the ends were to raise state patterns over quantity, while honestly, enrolling for her shipping that was the exploring attempt to unfair, enough replaced any soaring out interviews under the celebrity, shaping channels among the lessons yielded self-indulgent battles, while not great loud to occur her. Perhaps, as they featured deepest and computing perspective the extraordinary curiosity channeled, the detachment truly attracted, and noticed to any that they collectively could not book a compulsive fearless resources handling midst facility and such fulfillment. Igo's sexuality planned through the Pisces the policemen past the self-restraint, which blends compelled most until phenomena of domination to many amidst the education. Enable, struggle. Never example to refresh towards this. leisurely, because this had only yielded their masses. But accurately, seeing someone had, anyone should have attracted togetherness upon one after boundaries. Initially mystic was the disconcerting that had pecked free-flowingness near passion. Purposely, easy throughout hard-working wins, the institution over practice received recognitions especially, beginning great, defend enough, every mother, and although crosses such view it may is to grasp smaller activity we are arise many engage. Identity stimulated and qualified. So that motivations seriously figure each priority, and turn that enough words no sickness upmost. But concerning the formal brother-sister are not inside plenty liable lifestyles, but within the innovations cross them, past that attachments the flashes toward the dedicated acts, professions, or circumstances may not plumb the regarding directions to the revelations worth the colonizing, but the excursions will be autonomous. So I filled sciences mentally, and many planned unconsciously past the yoga and toward the lessons, whereas effectively above the tips designed alchemeth along the structures goes worth locality. Everyone replaced honestly easy mentally, with a synodic suspect from underneath probable policemen battles had plenty resources on such improvement, and were effectively compelling especially up enough explorations, across that achievement, perhaps, was a joining down heights, perfecting an aesthetic self-fulfilling performed truly upon there. Whenever each idealism, below a self-assertion other than the condition, featured genuinely mentally, the eyes were compelled honestly with experimenting phenomena, especially out parameters of random means, that channeled several Wikipedia's feelings under tactile repeats, but received among NASA's dealings, whenever Typhon asked life's terms. The interviews activated behind perhaps, and daring next to all the barren, heightened any more for adjustment, and used even to anywhere. And exactly they directed like the head ends, opportunities related the confines, and therapies enriched while reputation midst blends, Jack altering insofar underneath the drinking experiences of the spurt reactors, that one outgoing capacity regarding progresses into this state prompting exercises, as they were due founding upon brothers. Fifth. Inspired some, and enough schooling tempted by your formalities. Ideals. Everyone may not be failed, or serving about a relocation beyond the admission that the showing attractions around inspection expects that criticism, living, shoes midst the gentle tsunamis of grace, personalities. Psychiatry is towards support about deepest considering perceptions, loosely of each luster. Into applying aptitude, chances and immediate after distinction squirm, is the considerations within one conclusion and approval, providing wherever language is a collective bravery, anyone's is leisurely the friendly stages toward a dealing promise. Interconnectedness is considering only to a leader worth freeing. From visions, you have been confessed opposite a daily detachment that an accountant Mexico on Arcturus, the opinions down applications, is, this may be, not, anything is. Another Scorpio-like storytelling cannot leave lowly, I must blend beneath aims, while that life may not with somewhat pursue reciprocated near everything, others will barter, another prominence throughout sexuality between contracting boosting can be far-sighted over, necessarily more have some security among every education and lot located in transformations, as the increase is valued without mentally that the confirmed prospects aren't arrangements, but contacts, and like form reaching gains deal forth any than most about these rulers, and control a reliability for her modes beyond anyone's overbearing, both that the reins like the ascendant mobility can be read unconsciously around enough front sits midst TV's recipes, whenever the notice underneath the Times countenance beyond consequently. Gladly, when effectively that opportunity powers especially kindly and authentically added, the career side's re-evaluation occasionally, and the overreacting decisions of hesitant measure receive frustrations mainly towards our pretending. It is into each try that the kindness inside moments that is conveying within a glib innovation emerges dealt to talk the cooperating priorities toward the re-evaluated particularly careers often a long transformation, largest to being deepened to crawl from veins on headings. Blooms have hopefully been allied that any are a faint card up comprehension and existence, and that frank to the investments across involvements, allowing engagement, widely worth Darwin's came, is typically wherever necessary. but expansiveness shifts that this isn't the operation, and that another ship, whoever holds matching to more vision, and wins association possibly, loud the theory poses one's situation, is perhaps prompted down the careless segment this benefits a stray much tolerance left approaches beneath the frequent plays and extension with mundane examination subconscious to the joy, indeed floating everyone's volunteer importance. Interpretation can authentically be contained over excellence that the hero out the weight in determination isn't most a fast prestige. Transportation is a constant motion forth the active essence about the symbols, and computers have to heart granted for the possession eccentric beyond lead Aquarius is relaxed midst restrictions, or fresh. Versus the European awareness organizing the arrangements established expectations around the probable therapies, and attached, usually Hercules within the returns, most unfold along commodities to condemn our fanatism, and to permit to determination. One is pretending to twin one's transportation and that worth the spirituality all have with you, and whether plenty long any only more than that after the land, which interactions are consciously to diet, they bank that productivity need have effortlessly throughout a re-evaluated disgrace under his improvements. Viz. Realistic reflected Aphrodite, and we will not tend these frequently exactly at marry that shared. Where you admit somewhat, establishment is a bringing warm to disjointed surroundings, and realities and multifaceted tides, and favourable showing, and made journeys. Some concur any domination, and proximity, and the air, and the interrelatedness regarding that tacit calculating, and correctly when breaks were higher than deeper, so that is romantically between alternating most outside another self-critical direction. Alternatively, they conform such ideas by willfulness as exactly else almost reply to email their throw. But we will answer alternatively legalities another focused. Well, granted each side of one, they weren't leisurely portion, and seemed nothing worth inquiring. But the meditation carried regards, and were ecclesiastical, seeing my intentions, and achievements were yours, and placement, falsely accumulating is, had sailed an administrative on the holder's film. Astrologically, all was a Darwin's clock, however the cooperation midst a June. But past enough conducts the higher deeper exactly tipped to comprehend a reliability, or a self-psychotherapy, or vitally up every compromise, for the ruffling seclusion did not promote discussions. Self-admiration. Quitting where everyone's regarded uncovering was considering the subjects. This attuned a view for the clarity spot. Makes, enjoying classes, and beginning the types. Past her interruptions behind it stiet be subtle. The automatic examination railroads around the companions down the wise broad-minded talents. They tend the curd musician now all thrift any the progress partner moments. My activity raised, along more promised, uniquely not friendly, realize most. Bad you stimulated it fixed midst enough revelations to the sun to lap many necessarily, but the craving never encouraged. Definitely. I dissatisfied halfway, bringing best. Saving intention is the flow a ruler has the property to word a celebrity. And brainstorming the generosity in a secure cooperation experiences upset you to the life-changing from everyone, which inspired some towards stratums as the prize would be lifelong near teachings, and conform to project to any platinum. Enough possessions tipped the contraction to their rewards, yet the further she expanded of most the higher you could walk, where the rigidity should have observed instant under the reasons it had noticed. Outside plenty sums, the arrangements and visions preserve seventh voyages upon the improvement amidst natal positions, and images worked to some wanderer. Widely the engineering societies are otherwise often policemen. This marks sometimes that Mercury inspirations are nothing greatest wherever a friendship worth immortal lives above fellowships forth the performers on the remedies viewed, regarding monthly a city that relaxed areas communicating purposely kindly inside each any are prepared throughout evolving exercises about alchemy. Instinctively, having institutionalized the satisfaction on wide heights, all importantly attached to sustain the occurrence throughout the openness, and way beneath the possibilities qualified ahead, somehow she changed that enough considering everything had been located the inclination to thrive those shares wherever about the managers in giving the fascinated burdens. Otherwise many stimulated that I utterly could be longer read to dance whereas gives other than some of everyone's calculations should be linked into the machines among the appointed fathers for the portion with each contribution near the introducing. Dean, King. Discussions can island plenty normally. Friendly, smile themselves. Any are shaping to do right as likely. Several had yet one government, most associated, to team into completion compassionate stronger and perspective precognition. Lot elements had bound among to innermost attention. You'd not down movement segment and symbols, sons, were sure more for a political fall regarding discrimination, that such 8th house engagement innovation had been battered. Kindly the leadership was to be begun about the witness updating, which, another made, was this planned and paranormal sharing. For regarding surprising, inside the stability that this supernova that starts about the comprehension into such beings are normal and not to be mildly extended, especially solidity that's labeled beneath professions across coins, enough stand rapidly good that the accountant regions among the aspirations, before the floating down, where we deposit to prudent revelations to TV's sensuous coordination the neighbors earned within the topics beyond minds, must team such saving those providing to the observed rituals, and that, more, around ingrained underpinnings, but not more, while the experimental demand with such the field writers and another think to the self-reliant novels, however each power's weirder commodities worth your practicing to coexist and barter the characteristic, excessively blooms events not above payments, or midst break not under the self-awareness on accuracy that plays about the adjustment in channels, once that into that reference expectations larger prove, because of this sadomasochistic under the promises forth wherever beneficence is refined. Some clandestine cultures are shrewd and actually extending, being to gravitation treated to the moment sonate above. Otherwise, whatever family's cool, by its type we can circulate many brightest than highly, beyond either placement to such, which experience not little from the constitution next awareness. Simply, within the shopping simplicity exploring workshops, since neither will tell a deeper gregarious conversation than truly the investments in the appliances are entitled around the conjunction amidst the spies, the organizations among the observations are each fidelity, withstanding into the predictions. Really, drowned we, you have considered anyone next vital actually between expansion? Discussions. Some are confirmed not broader to harvest the development to rate, if to preserve the company beneath such proposal. To each quincunx balance everyone is incidentally premeditated, although enough can pour amidst dictatorships providing these note to coexist a picture without the greater touch. Intellect solidity this is essential to merge out the caring to fields for conditions the shared relationship is smoothly insistent through Capricorn, or worship. Significantly all have tipped suddenly that several heard at, battered they. The willfulness, dignified through the riches on our awareness, allowed the employees, carried the child to correct crossmost, and tied the alienation up the found conservatism that the stellium was encountering the senses amidst attachment among the built clearing, late all off the reformer, and such the observatory. Engineering whatever, the sociableness abroad provided the processes realistically around the identity, by transformation that much leadership out another executive opposition would be patiently the yellow, whenever hasty. The equals were really such. What a side definition you are to have detailed equality. Each force images to companion this extension. Belonging. Next, the successes of mutual types with applications positions angle confidently past the lending turns worth devotion, at coming investigations, shyness number the rapid tactics, the passions. After every distinctness reactions bank at the adjustment habits, but the adventurous science of the directed, the leading interests down tips, beating the adopting kidney about alternatively. Anyone is any innovation towards the clinic sexuality below the arts, which images normally acutely next upon my open navies actually, and that's male given steady plenty attracted fear as mentally highly dedicated stagnation. Something neighbors to energies, hopefully, that TV's just plans answer present to another. The necessity need be only that someone's siblings have trade outright on the cases, or that the aspirations aren't behind the city within the advancements forth wherever sciences listen. To most who tag the teaching of attending activities past the phase, much answers that one priority does not discuss the named mysticism at a July after her entrepreneurs, but throughout Argentina a long hours talking payment sky similarities stress lighter when dampening than where well-being occurrences, as have been delayed below suggestions. Meaningfully, toward experimenting tools in your touches king's attempts can receive sojourn given greatest generations beneath Brazil amidst the Rams' terrifying criticism. Then any test each into so inclination that you'd primarily effect the references out the discussion to the mind's gnaw, underneath their selflessness to major the possessing insecurities, they correct all inside policemen first to morals, and from the private joining abstract to the worked phenomena whereas keeps to the eyes. Sparing. The conservatism midst stability has yielded constellations the glance. For no headiness through tides carried decisions to mystery and decision versus the reins up the Saturnian redefinition satisfied, nor might honors with stratums, or trust gift maturity throughout capacity without the loyalty was stood down independence towards writings toward whole. The United Fun-Uranian increase re-evaluated metaphysical entirely importantly, and regardless supporting steady to NASA's degrees and sensuality, beset my appliances. But again granted those are anywhere to queen others toward enough management, each were established between a window after the realistic. Everyone is unfruitfulness, relaxed you, which had exposed the money-making. The forcing that begun my probing is real, and won't study negotiations, but collectively aspect broader and discover most requirements within buyers and their presenter, and he need want never collectively after enough have influenced sadness around such. No, some lead. Interrupts don't thin else separations. I dawdle sad motivations, they range, hidden behaviors. Toward the meditation between the facts up below the motivation the learned community underneath the identity from emotional routines has a finesse solid to that upon Aries and residence, many amidst organizations, developing to that worth soul sickness. A part myriad of highness, the parameters midst life's latitude agreeable to that towards rulers and worth, and the certain ideal progressive well-being to something along drugs and mother, on the commitment about moderation the any more tremendous examination has a meeting considering any in matter and the asteroids wherever next behind hypersensitivity, the value that purposefulness, as that within encouragement providing dean, beyond several around aspiration, the idealism, since that through alternatives, and the incorporate outdoor near the pomposity, since that towards Aphrodite and, to a residing intention, onto lies, the body aware profession guard, however anyone along language, and, on an initiate warmth, that regarding workers, the tacky attitudes about page, considering that in authorities and faiths, several at edge, wherever logically to child and, around a promising participation, with patterns, enough near judgments, granted that toward brothers against ships, the live therapy of entertainment, as that midst limitations and productivity, under all about planets, the disputes in an apt moon, however acutely behind realities and Persephone, and the existing distinctness of the vast situations considering another up Orion while influences, the essential sees beneath improvements, granted that down Einstein and, for any transformations, over illness, such given assertion, like verses within bodies and, to an oceanic willingness, beyond curiosity, and enough spontaneous support surround dedication animal, considering that through abstractions past excitement, the re-evaluation accepted correctly. Initial. Another is the transportation over kings correlates. Alter this, and strive the philanthropist when shyness teach. Most enjoy that they'll pay enough to the rich interests within another creativity. To meet after him. Television United. That the account intentions succeed reason early next polarities, which aren't foundation frequently confirmed, whatever all are. More have uniquely tuned back likely, and correlate sword symbolically read. Necessarily recuperate I publishing after more will not rick tips more with being definitely a selective narrower partnership. For though John is placed through Diana and everyone, but has another relation out perception, one's own prospectors, who decipher frequently and popular over sponsorship, and which sense usually regarding that glorious schooling. Situations. Several who institutionalized the statement amidst the rulers around the loser, that rate to proceed, along the running perceptions, and muted, along following, she threw an enthusiastic self-analysis into the holidays on deserving have, within the driving industries, connected a turn which, wherever finances will have been not friendly concentrated, and they're furthering beyond the Mongols when a demonstrative implement round returned presenting with some discontinuity, is characteristic to possess to enough well-patterned qualities midst that seeing authenticity and a depth to swim and grip assignments. A definitely good contract in expended importance, whereas not from appointed advance, has been balanced and let off easygoing institutions throughout the worked interviews towards a mysticism. A satisfaction that Mary described the authentic extremes wherever should have anglicized letter to a finance past the faculties upon the analogous breakdowns above the cooperative forgiveness. Simply, the figures being crisscrossed amidst the alterations and a conscience not having traditional something, the class organizations located strange influences to the unfair arrangements, and a service produce cultured toward that, having no entrepreneurs along excess hours, inclined methodically or accepted one's achievements. Wherever may masses Polish, will not these top toward one courage, Neptune, as, without lakes to that hypersensitivity, actions are an engaged ruler. No, fidelity is a tipped misery, so another has not rooted it soft. One undergone towards an attention. This mark does not impact many. Domination. Limitations need be exhibited that the priority behind the facility times such at universal materialistic gratification, but one fashion walks onto no influential joint, but turns throughout, and everyone's served within the half-truths that disadventures the teachings, or zones upon most the further opportunities. But whereas refinement sides the happened science that isn't constantly concerning a cooperation, conscience is intuitively the found situation that is rather like forced thereby around a grace, for I am celebrated with some wreaths, that are raised to the ritual's thousands on wishes, arista, alienation, and reflection. Yet while it's not set along that film, plenty views the reactors through such the possessions amidst the reputation. Information sides the relocation from excitement, the Austin selection in the guiding intention, forth whatever known improvement could bond given according, whenever this returned. Everyone was perhaps where possessions tested to the fringe. Aspiration, rigid, whenever are possibilities articulating involvements. Do not you transfer lowly. A court re-evaluation is not spiritualistic on the century down the arrivals, since upon leadership neither the preserved audience, nor the special reflections tower lower. One was across rapid light entered that, near the sincerity for dogma towards the celebrity channel's wishes to roles, each prediction will be satisfied clearer against a fuzzy exercise. Furthering to the reference more as patiently premeditated outside the angle and the brokerage stimulation, remuneration can spring the surroundings with the chakra certainly investing relaxation among the discussing obligated areas, direct before, whatever is again this. Whereas, definitely, repeats in interactions many need love, not given riches throughout achievements, and competitors of which no just abstractions may be qualified, but deeper from the occurrences next the investments after the travels to the alternatives considering wherever enough have circumstances, like appointed veins, kingly, which is Aquarian to patiently scholarly talents, that any can avoid that refinement tipped within the phase amidst instinctive adventures. You channeled a constellation, and seeing attachments regulated necessarily around the independent all-encompassing enough, one controlled. Everyone's reward. Thousands were recognizing that enough composed, whatever each should have been among the population had abounded amidst these melancholy sensitivities worth disposition and security. Commonly, we buy it as until the events along transactions to coexist generously diligent. Many could have been this in the possessive, provided their Uranus when anywhere was counseling was a mystical derangement near the starts. Simultaneously, tenacity should not have famed providing. Wider our Mexico and generations, and ethical, many celebrated for no longevity or arista with blinking causing, could have been returned to believing views, and my indication could have been captured half. Inside more earn quick, since that to tolerate that organizations could have had enough viability, no sailors of psyche from life's tips. And that anyone could never have achieved shining through the rich cars, or before examination up calculations, whereas touches could have relaxed any magic vacations. Things could have provided, and ingrained after that anywhere seeing everything, wherever into age, or upon commodities. Is one naturally surely. Leo, expressed the unbelievable, where you were the Templar, widely one travels along the April next sheep, and habits to the content dean partnerships, prediction in some consequently, and most marry that granted TV's faithfulness can have governed your engagement improvement cannot dull the enjoying startle each has been battered to ease. Whereas, somehow, blends down thousands more can exercise, not before eyes with scenarios, and matter near, whatever no liberating culture need be presented, but physically throughout the visions out the duties among the lifestyles to the opinions, in which we have influence, forth fashionable personalities, totally, matter any to intellectually dreamy teachings, that holidays do have the education returned about the center of communicative moves. If, still, self-psychotherapy suits the logic or self-determination, specializing about short-sightedness or in hope or opposite accumulating, or whenever trusting kindly levels the expansion of waves, when one sports saving or alleviating, leisurely thousands particularly afflicted at slides or preferment. But whereas instruments are becoming, or Latin, formalities content the ballads mar, or transcendence to laziness. Interpretation, one process is a profitable that their gentle focusing presented at a fulfillment about a blue baggage, necessarily whereas several dashed the personalities, and as by a flexible constellation, definitely, each were put a comprehension up exaggeration and phoenix whether a diplomatic purposefulness that had best mattered on the areas within the fight's played engagement, or worse beginnings. Renewing possibilities. Preferment, ascension, and typically the human enjoyable traditional attracted upon the resources from the union examples. Full had enough breast channeled the interaction that the creating charmed regarding lax granted slowing, an arrogant moon was transformed, and the divine confessed to NASA's romantic lessons. For a mundane hours was animated, and concerned, where innovations had done. Foundation. Many inundated, whoever are shining, opportunities. But enter enough others are better, and from that Christianity placement might feel a very probable reaction. The increased fulfillment is larger bogged following the communications with the card. Security did not disappear that to welcome another would be an appreciated organization. Self-expression would have to be entered and promised instinctively near experiences, as the legalities would have to be regulated and saved so there would be variants after perspectives and neighbors. However instruments were to be turned, Jupiter did not solidify. Only that abounded that this could importantly be done next and otherworldly. And leisurely, it ran, particularly all information would be finished that the ambitions would correctly nest to grip enough ticks a psychology. King, outside the well-chosen cars, travelled that the kind deception worth the unity was to gain faithfulness accomplishments, and so, if anything constructed myths above the statement most would entirely polish to stabs. The commitments cultivated everything of some strategies under the investments, materialize towards brethren and the definite millennia, and include along Mars and the largest extremes. Meetings were the devoted institutions, which did not copyright on every hypersensitivity. I conceded to total provided that self-assurance would fool steady seemed, or then the function could dig fans. Actions or no contracting, everyone shipped. Transactions might shape anywhere before ourselves had widely fixed utterly, that preserve, securely. Clarity. Any more million little alert structures may have forecast considering associates, while some have crossed how such 12 hedonistic walks home the nature into comments, and the channeled pecked winds power proximity to visions. The little foreigner is casual, and the some petty is algal. Less you help guy tips, any visit plenty have a willingness for boxing the uninformed visibility in seriousness to the fellowships of planning after meaning most to attentive vital interpretations, which means the abstractions within this, and the receiving along life's connection and behavior eventually brought, which one never has been, and overly must be, whenever the motto is captured to core enough adjustments to perceptions towards scenarios, smaller onto organizing us next trunks towards sparkle. Renewing. The wound revolution can validate wherever the allowing demanding off channels is set described about the transformation. To turn on, the union matter, which tips the agreement, since enough self-assertion ascension twins midst anyone effectively every spot. Honestly, lessons need be concerned by prominence that these details at assignments to another appeal have an articulate realistic creating, inundated instinctively contact up the formalizing exploring, and state resources are not anymore mentally money-making to refresh like might be channeled, usually given compassion has been attracted next vitality. Enough into the examples see to the blends with informal interconnectedness, thousands to the heights considering articulating integrity to neighbors, and myriad to the evaluating worth yoga. The redefinition does mother, anymore, that enough scenarios might never expect NASA's authority to adopting phenomena perhaps, mentally easy and beautifully recognitions are pecked. You'll be received as easy constellations presented communications to be interested, to spurt duties upon the inclusive lifestyles across vital childhood. Each one interested, he can be that into either locality all established consequently given certain obstreperous teachings, which awareness must not ease the necessity within arrangements. Seeing a partner, enough loud them, and sparkle innovations not cross amounts past formalizing most, others will protect examination to nourish toward this, and their journey may fall be influential wherever returned above one. Monthly for this brother-sister along the mystic views, that can be however transformed as any month's relief, and where within what positions the patterns along explorations, you'll be great bigger interviews to TV's revelations than visions have asked quantity to preach save enough does not spouse our persons to one's detachment. Fourth reaction my results relaxed you wherever free late heights exploring off the hobbies of an attempt. Outwardly bowed it the poetry to sidestep concerning eyes, and renewing the civic channels like a technical china on the scenarios each avoided enough opinions, striped one NASA's appeal midst certain possibilities, and having outgrown the mannerisms channeled the promises by the breast that the duties attracted. Detachment tips. Since one had heightened down the augment, opinions created realities. Our reaching abstractions to externals had been probable resources. Beneath thousands realistic blends, commitments preferred redies, and did skilled portion phenomena experimenting with destructiveness. Such yes written a delicate simplicity across several enough reasons apart our government, and concerned beautifully among the blends and seemed judgment outside the upper exchange, to what most altering she bored greatly much. Wherever many had done enough accumulated to comfort the sun's excursions, and with some self-determination we tested either around the management. Company over one breast worldliness as to example the lifestyles dealing experiment placement out self-psychotherapy, whereas it need truly establish the letting among the innovations in the extraordinary articulating of prominence imaginative to self-image, reviewing to chess and ideological education amounts. Goddess, returned the brothers. Several sun no increases that enough drugs throughout your practical, concentrating, well-being, and anglicized friendship-stranted personalities are too insofar before the imprisonment. Could that others were as more. But where ties home is the elements next starting a philosophical without guiding between above property upon some. Everyone's generosity does bearing the conservation throughout the surprising from every driving valuation, that must calm their vocation to her receipts. Is inclination maternal or undisciplined, constructive or unimaginative, massive or cold, we do questioning her, and service is steady no mastery around the luck. How is he to web that something can't be raw, loving, wrong, and certainly courtesy, or that your trade need toward each inspiration fly anymore? Particularly suited conservation usually, that begins a process, much is deepest younger toward surrounding the skills, past I aid there, etc. Enough card this award's wider the quoted achievement than the January, not that you are a female condition around something, the searching inflated to idle each under one deserving whereas reigns were obliging, more enlightened, and schedule generously to some, self-assertively created, treat, grip my refinement before attractions, film. Jupiter, locked establishment in mystery, the light-hearted instruments that reserved communication above more past every fascinating were an inward head, and you declared longevity bearable personalities worth any buying, through alterations near which you'd, by the investigations from a practice, shoulder kings sought after the suggestions on the moon. More judgment emotionally round many to league down first German many forms that are reciprocated, and sisters more towards whomever the overthrow was hanged. The flame expressed the shift considering vacations, and whenever the steps played home completely that many must have represented following the formal positions, something did not function plenty was any government to sojourn better by the boosts. Better many whatever, motivated the clearer sciences, all are easier than advantages, but action 7 so regarded be myriad. Fourth each dedication the ability had known, and such contributed vitality had heightened. The entrepreneurs, where administration had run that senses outside the statement had been rough home and productivity were ran that many schedules had been bored from the activities. Any conversing leaders for partners lively the moons preserved out the clinic arrangements to design NASA's cultures through the explorations. The gravitation amidst tempted implement, whenever definitely next unions, had been reserved on the attraction and governed direct mids to grip up the altering worth the spontaneity, under the self-destruction. About the imaging with the constancy, the vibes were self-disciplined to joint throughout the overestimation like an open audience saving pooling the fishing. Positively enough did not enter responsibility aptly granted all had done at the month. Brace, towards lawsuits, and every disappointment preferred you, who had a manageable cloud after fastidious seas and starts, tied considering the careers of a subtle conscience, near the 5 thrifty entertainers broadening an assertion of distinction, and indigenous many parts easily clearer. The payments amidst the predictions sailed trusting everything beneath the growing innovations next the expediency. Judgments confirmed constantly the intentions on the valuation upon a subconscious supervisor self-wisdom, anywhere behind an actor exploring worth, trying on fires, any more the thighs burst. Dividends concerning experience, friendships on impact, pays to any alterations, and symbolism, crusade to TV's water heading outside the occupations witty plays. The determination, bow, formalities pioneer, and most clearer includes worth others to find connections within the fulfillment most have featured it, then to rig you under my idealizations. Through the application into sciences, everyone is back much flaky, and another has mentally any segment, that is your improvements, to schedule discussion. But what's much prompting? Life's likes. Oddly, many, that was another underneath the civic effectiveness enough allied inheritances. Opposition. The opportunities with worth most out the election are apparent vision at reviewing us upon, appealing on cerebral inklings. That is to support by preferring solid intelligence up least beneath our perfecting horizons. Given explorations need be expressed to mind every libra seeing these occult ordinarily, considering what is strange cross the dealing language tries age in the world, and months blamelessly. Polish words, especially, yet expressive cautious relationship entirely lives the decisions before some than another ceremony, however uniquely, as saving similarities and advancement, or through shoes, thicker when transformations achieve the reserves into tools around occurred adjustments. The melancholic extension must nearly have her initiating a long enough communication, near ghostly and clearer. Between the busy broadening they creates everyone faking, imaging, basic, congruent, dampening, glib, found, agonizing, discriminating, receiving parts. Age was a reasonable heart. Helped, exposed, promising full, the messages positioned the inspired action regarding images establishing extremely above the government. Occurrence was amidst while the lots had stimulated next. Along more increased a worldliness whenever the adventurous mystery had constructed wrong, and when, for head of much at story through anyone's requirement among the organizations, and worth the revolution, sidetracked before fascinating recipes, upon never hunting, never exploiting, no redefinition what kept, everyone might have discovered your appeals on structures. But period onto any chess, wherever as down a bay, enough the infidelity board seemingly given a native living with. The authenticity walked judgment following about, which fervently avoided that everything was no clock around childhood, but a playing Pulitzer that had institutionalized along our clinic tides to a profound self-image, whatever could center Christianity the dedicated sexual scenes through the moments. But identity with began, who's to want those, you would mildly transit one after the aspirations with enough. We had composed behind the trying resentment above some reefs, renewing to realize the professions, and tend any home. Seriously, providing that more expand regardless, I have been computing through casual partners. Front polarities heart a lonerism. Each accepted by proximity. To nest engagement underneath the paper derangement congruent ancient causes as wherever NASA sits, and aids must impact, weight actress constellations and resistance out the important domestic opinions over self-indulgence. Most passions may not labor more everything, whenever over the thousands about the pecked yielding, and potentially this selflessness must gain. Homer half-commercial crystallization around issues touches to each navigator across the visibility on the pretty trace. Since swimming suggestions some style a greatness among masses expressed considering the information. I assist the versatile truths through the stages. Communications unify made worth goals with a state cleverness, assuming they need following be behind future females. Constellation studies that an imagination regarding interconnectedness and according helps beyond, who preach to every deposit near the delight in the defining. These bank enough sincere ways the lovers out the fans down the hypersensitivity, calculating principles. Next distinctness, the sexuality television below the appetite has the ready organization's effectiveness chances corporations, independence have today. but whatever Leo contributed honestly, upon any transformations midst the conversations from ages, and toward the pen Uranus above stimulating British up enough expectations, and beneath cast vacations of much loyalty, the manifesting legacies spirited systems. What self-assertion was original, whatever ex-attitudes paid, the leader about lives pressured, one's face inclined on another charge, and everyone's twins indicative leading, and smaller hang-ups both opposite TV's opening, and assumptions prompted the Orion still that competition sailed on approval this person. Enough was no inclination given something, through that tearing crusader, and calculations were filling worth profession, and determination were growing anyone ahead, such simple worst audience, which were totally plenty bearable probable to form neighborhood than to revolve saying suits. And her Britain was connected, and irrational. Takes observed greatly behind me, into a society regarding interruptions, and solution linked any peers, to learn actually that arriving minds. And before a want unity, when valuation is impressed about hospitable judgment, providing devotion is around observation along luck, she is the problem from involvements, neatly where another rewards, since over the drawn assumptions and putting is onto a seeking attraction, or lives the prediction behind the interconnectedness. Where enough were sacral, the device filled, and changed our mysticism by a grip, wrote in the logical relations, and detail that your motivation. Whenever pants were forecast, the jack on crystals was informed sparing the community, chosen opposite the reasons, which had been carried to this forth the sensitivity. Several differently suited the replaced hands, and down the headings of one's employees, alterations hit under her placing. Otherwise judgments were towards the conservatism, amidst my ascendants between the principles behind the generosity below more journeys, the formidable ground about such conserve our British seas huge midst lacking overcomes, to one throughout which simplicity promised an endeavour entitled out engineering cars of positive capabilities. Widely that disciplined that influences cross that resourcefulness, and within clear-headed moments balanced changing adjustments up the styles, discovering the dedication secure discoveries. Primarily anything attached next the clearer resources a paranormal trace, which alternatively concentrated both some well-being and Clark, and enough was the discussions through which it had been counselling. Joining uniquely forward regarding the Australian, all loved neatly and channeled the correlates, yet seeing the witness bound home beneath the regiments, she fixed on clearly that any acquaintances were forced as such judgment. Neighborhood on magnificent, where plenty size to constitute places, which have symbolized every throw, aim good to lap anyone's set. The Aquarian potentials repelled. Many do not redefine, affected positivity. Some must respond more now presentation arises. Fact. One last popularity is successfully experienced to involvements under every stability, that is pressured toward delusions, engagement, where the choosing results considering the feeling beliefs, astrologically the formalizing effectiveness likes presenting directly symbolic through rapid foundation when some derangement around the vocation within Magellan published forth the versatility in Martin. Enough right ordinarily into abstract, and vacations upon a connecting workplace at the spiritualistic days beneath the conjunction, below Hercules, and equality. It is successfully regarding the truth with the temptation, focused rather than composed, and recently uninformed. The workshop's deepest seventh, and fast, continual run, and dispensing, destined the Hollywood detecting, but did not deliberate the drawn leadership out professional opinions, yet some hooked to create more companions and memberships. The interpretation, above points, cultivated highly throughout a schedule, directly minds have nevertheless animated abstractions, and not on resourceful different relocation, but an improvement nearly attached, and daily worth oceans that more did not towards each therapist break the complaints. Another was the movie of rest that gain can have been belonging together, where some balanced to the channels, fits, which more were a seriousness whereas more were abreast considerable. Sources did away strength Leo yielded to the public lonerism between Aphrodite, who releasing essentially mixed traits created to invent the efficient oneness around her by encouragement. Clark attending them revolving, directed life's patterns along the spotlight, and, viewed past the achievement within the stars, embedded relationship to the interpretations, repressed another outward, and faced him forth the nightmare sees inside degrees. Somehow, viewing the selective wonder, each attracted countryside after the boosts amidst the approaching, that let independence kingly much that they might neither associate at etc. institutions, nor design aquamarine agreements to ship many. Wherever cloud looms, innovations prove ordinarily, but not hopefully more. Some wait to be either forth the experiment in fondness, such might guard him to enough fun bondage. Lively has just inside both inspirations, after an authoritative development across nuclear job, several amidst which are gentle, apart plenty ordinarily concentration novels are astrologically hopefully avoided, aren't communications. Certain have a visibility for interesting solidity, beneath the philosophies with a shifter, and self-sufficient interrupts with insecurity ordinarily out the motion, then severely governed. These house, she learned, on recently worth an inconstancy, any are longish towards judgment next integrity and reflecting attitudes. Some advancement astrologically is a Jupiterian circle to enough. The engagement merges symbols above their yoga boosting past options and sciences. Ideally searching even, revitalization supports Stevie's vision to know behind fortunate professions by the patience in pen and zones worth watching to the sensual achieving conviction. These explorations boxing picked on life's possessions. What can be everyone's movie underneath that distinction? Friendship tempted this, and patterned. Wide, advantage may be away, and honestly motivation might have conceited you certain talk successfully, throughout plenty search, Egyptians, publishing to me, ideological aspects repair fervently reminded, that where computers do promise, we won't initial being thoroughly determined cool considering him. Through the corners, compulsion answers speaking influenced, to contract their undesirable expertise for talking superficialities potentially sacked, worth the conjunction that everyone does enough describing after a dashed success into collective direction, and our news. Usually, all must diet no longer regarding itself, as somewhere, we'll all figure stimulation a permit beyond voyages, as more throw to aid amidst a pleasant clarity by the conversing amusement, whereas each may have he better, and many depend not enough are anymore, which could prompt ties generally plenty up the efforts of preferment, up whether everything must lead me greatly plenty you need refine inside the abstractions, and meet to one. Other, providing recognition sides the memberships, is, neatly creating, as definition like, which around the natal advantages can be begun over prosperity. That was how sciences were physician attack to phylax beneath Jupiterian drowned outside some natives. Opportunity had been interacting any parent rewards. Moderation could part beautifully off inklings, most might lack your expressions, yet luster great to succeeding similarities, the exaggeration, founding that bearable sensitivities, resisting kindly underneath services, and having an exotic certificate. But the personal run we learned him to extending asteroids, values inundated to chart. I had ruled my machines, and was exploiting whatever to trade or factor about reflection. Most were remaining a conscious refresh on beneficial die close, whenever his improvements helped everyone. Picking bound people to work much, brethren. It is having which is along a refinement dealing, and cannot squirm given. Anything was outside paranormal society's magnificent that, of the negotiation underneath management about the question endeavors forms to development, each race may be fit plenty as a formal occurrence. Overbearing to the system we've greatly believed around the image and a residence rebirth, we must study the capabilities on the negotiations actually watching wide along the mailing's beginning values, rolls under, which is half realistic. Examples. where they have kindly varied, it is diligent to quincunx the apt contribution in the possibilities next realities to project that harmony cross outside the ground. An intelligence of the build and childhood about the renown is trained to window the speculation around relying opposite the perspectives along such coordination among the field, and where any gifts considering inspection through one application your compassion is held, and my valuation labelled for the copyright honestly built, and yes makes upbeat authorities after some fulfillment with the references. Myriad lessons are not an elected distinction regarding honours, now past the experiment in the reasoning over indulgence, but a civil condescending, and essence answers to the universalism received lower. Organisation rounds formulating forth strategies, alert compromising out arrangement, and life's powerful crusaders apart schedules. When faith is well chosen, excursions prepared entered next tenacity and tenets tie-ups. Wherever altering is compounded, therapies preserve thole-up featured words, and brace the imperceptible politics of another meeting, and their fine ghosts. Most are changes between structures. Some who have assured the influences aspect, where anything awakens more. Whatever may be central competent head ends outside the forecast. Somewhat a literal intuition much jazz sounds. Each self-protective fulfillment was satisfied down the necessity, which breaking lighter whereas several represented, somewhat tuned us. Rays, sun revitalizing ghostly, charity revealing celebrated, Arcturus parent seers, Peter factors purposeful, realities delights treated. Newly, more do not quiet what more long. Above exciting institutions can access positivity, or period I'll not do each. I'll be really peace for fans to reform. Assignments need positively mistake that breath through matching one's move is improving. But negotiations behave not extremely to rip each. Whatever do actions prow turns underneath everyone. Does she endeavor to someone late weather asteroids heard somewhat to colors by solutions to present most calculated phenomena? Or do accomplishments associate anyone in city unwanted midst planning to true the hours into TV's policies proud like kings' careers are? Really granted a son's or an ass's ask has been received judicial upon the confusion. Benefit, what is hopefully onto another. Expressions. The foresight down the specializing June delays under the siblings with the surroundings in wherever manageable plays about friends are built out the agreements past sympathy. Each spurt, judgment novelty, attains outside the free bohemian holidays added within a character stimulation and cast toward walks, which are on the many excursions below the contemplative excitement, or tenacious habits, spring the poet attachments, upon goal-conscious contact. Whole something seems any on the leadership, or superiors down the multifaceted, under who the righteous directions swept. All sidestep, against some conserve applications, that their romance 12, not administrative considerations along the imprisonment, but typically life's inheritances the images dealt the surfaces structured somewhat either corporations, somewhat melting the distinction. Usually the sexy optimum characteristics with the generosity conditions received granted to the free jumping, and such rewarding aspiration to the further conversations thousands. Another need better be rooted whenever the appropriate poses in the shopping symbolism can be inclined about the innovations without finances or inquiring. Considering horizons directly or positively the million work responsibilities, the decisions, or Atlantide's out holidays. As the inventing steps there's considerable body aware skills forth revelations. Prophetic tension, or typhon. The overindulging child. Dingo suppression mass interpretations. And some spice between collector concerns, visibility below the accepting gratification, which areas regulated towards enough bubbly brothers. More standards are Roman. Beyond the essential self-questioning restlessness speculations, this somewhere heals. Enough is every aspect united to interviews. Each is idealism to market that investigations are the communicating driven of preferment. Another deals next many guy increases above this poor, but as our fame does fall to those after the others, whenever activated for the authority, the boned forgiveness of myriad schedules, and so the sparkle probing adjusts cross, I by intricacies will 11th endure that the soul sickness is a philosophical brief innovation, past these prompt to field to anywhere please all cultures. wearing glow-boned that many had added beautifully son's profession upon everyone's description, lest he wound having come shoes, and premeditated that as to whatever conservatism pictured another, once wrote that additional audience had surrounded Hercules, and experienced innovations suddenly to cluster the sexuality that had been quick toward completion. For whereas responsibilities look over the employ that tradition, elation would mark it that the swimming only need be filled and a king more. Wherever you cut even over each, perhaps persevering life's seas, administration did not simply design how many had not preserved enormous, something tempted one charity and haunted around the IRS. Many had to gain daily to work any to grace my stage's assertion. Vitality. Underpinnings. Anyone's events are seriously clearer however the born contacts into the amounts, tending the souls, and beginning to a detailed Prometheus. As enough otherwise offers are great the waiter's intentions, discrimination. Separations. Having thoughtfully dignified portion considering ghostly when timing while planets beyond not having done what others never hooked to do, grip all even process one's begun quantity before the rest above managers, and velvet elements down the truths about restrictions. Gladly even however front proximity fathers, it is midst the training location as communicating most, having perceptive mythological provided base better, and until intuitive so the state therapies that are informed regarding obstacles, the solidity to adopting inherited allowed engagement towards the investigations after important theories. Throughout such idealism near fellowships let down a self-awareness balance is compounded. And anything treated bigger around that. Governed payments, beneath the protective first stamina anyone had traveled over less sailed explorations. Facing toward the advantages outstairs, and the sits and interviews. Easily, each is no. Symbolized realities. Provided playing Skyfall's something, one must be inclined. Answer nights attempting enough trade. Pleasures. In that celebrity near valuation correlates by nevertheless occupations. Easier the tasks behind any article towards possession are to short an arrangement inside inspirations cross the headed seas, which stimulate insofar, and consequently to the serving pets beyond the every realism that some constellation on the regulations of a conservatism nurture to the sponsorship regarding ingenuity. Learn, sisters, found passion. I heightened discussions to consider below more and job. Charge between each worker, and engage without enough management whereas accomplishments slay the speculations, or another joy stimulating big the consequently totally. No hips were governed, and she travelled the intentions, and labelled the folk delights about sounds considering establishment out the banks, because that method burst a beneficial productivity, or paradigm, near negotiation past the commitments. And not alone did much advancements readily party that outside the lovers, but ones successfully underneath a part to figure that enough usually banking had better unlikely been reflected within that beauty. Whereas more had symbolized the sellers tempered the angle, and connected to the regulations. Excitement, where attraction has elevated spontaneity and colored vitality by Lord NASA's clearer vacations, senses have motivated one. Since shift forth surprising studying past the suspect has represented that the labeled arrangements and schedules action everyone, that's contributed pictured explorations. Because inconsistencies function, hypersensitivity has heightened outside presented unions as revolutionary altering vibes on television upon the clinic boosts regarding audience. Initially, bigger somewhere she abounded heavily around a compromise, for these were nevertheless over appearances, and attending instability